Hey there, awesome viewers. Welcome back to Manhwa Empire Recap. Before we dive into today's recap, we want to hear from you. Drop your favorite genre of manhwa or manga in the comments below, and let us know where you're watching from. Your feedback helps us bring you the content you love. Now, let's jump into today's recap and explore the incredible stories we have for you.
In the global landscape, there exists an educational institution called the Academy of Supernatural Abilities, catering to students with extraordinary talents and powers. The student was occupied as he engaged with his phone. Ning Feng, the student, was engrossed in playing a mobile game that he had become addicted to. Unexpectedly, he was unaware that someone would disturb him. He was taken aback when a girl unexpectedly slapped him. Wang Yu, the girl in question, felt frustrated with him because he was more focused on playing games instead of studying for the awakening exams. He justified his actions by explaining that he saw it as a blend of work and leisure. He also mentioned that in the future, he could depend on her support rather than solely relying on hard work. Wang Yu became angry and expressed her frustration by physically locking his head in her arms. While Wang Yu was teasing Ning Feng, some onlookers noticed them, recognizing Wang Yu in the process. Wang Yu gained fame because she achieved the remarkable feat of awakening as a 5-star professional at the young age of 16. People were curious why Wang Yu, who had achieved such success, was interacting with Ning Feng, who was considered a school loser. In the world of the Blue Star, the boundary between virtual and reality blurs, offering individuals aged 16 and above the opportunity to awaken special abilities. They have the option to specialize as warriors, assassins, mages, or archers. As they observed, the spectacle of the Blue Star served as a powerful motivator, inspiring them with the hope that they could be the next ones to experience the awakening miracle themselves. Ning Feng questioned why Wang Yu remained serious despite it being his 3rd exam attempt. The professor in charge of the exam instructed that once their names were called, they must go to the testing area for examination. Ning Feng wasn't enjoying himself as he listened to others expressing their aspirations. Shortly after, Ning Feng's name was called along with his grade. Other students laughed at him, considering him a loser for not having awakened despite nearing 18. Teacher Kai Wai attempted to reassure Ning Feng, advising him not to be tense and to start whenever he felt ready. She instructed him to place his hand on the crystal, which he did, and then advised him to relax his mind. Ning Feng's 3rd examination began, marking the start of the testing process. Ning Feng felt nervous as he placed his palm on the crystal. His thoughts wandered as he hoped he would pass the examination. Suddenly, a strange sensation emanated from the crystal, surprising Ning Feng. The crystal reacted to Ning Feng, suddenly glowing, which shocked everyone present. Kai Wai watched as the crystal processed Ning Feng's profession. Seeing the blue light, she knew it represented the mage profession. Despite the reaction of the crystal, some students continued to laugh at Ning Feng. Kai Wai anticipated how many stars Ning Feng could unlock. Suddenly, the crystal finished processing his skills, surprising Ning Feng. The crystal revealed that he had awakened 1 star and learned a Meyer skill, which saddened Kai Wai, who considered it a pity. The students laughed, thinking he was a joke because he had only awakened 1 star. Meanwhile, Kai Wai inquired about the skills he had awakened. Ning Feng remained unresponsive, prompting Kai Wai to try to get his attention further. She believed Ning Feng was expecting much, considering it was his 3rd exam already. Kai Wai handed Ning Feng his equipment and instructed him to change and move on to the next stage. However, Ning Feng pondered, sensing something mysterious had occurred. As he touched the crystal, he heard a voice affirming that he had completed the awakening and met the qualifications for system activation. At that moment, Ning Feng wondered about the system the voice was referring to. The voice informed him that he had obtained forbidden spells like the Dark Origin and Gift of Mystery, which surprised him since he didn't understand their relevance to him. Suddenly, the system announced that his transformation was beginning, intensifying his curiosity. His mere skill had evolved into a forbidden skill known as Filthy Earth Shell. Knowing it was another forbidden spell, he couldn't shake the feeling that it didn't bode well, hoping nothing would go wrong in the next test. On the next test, a group of 50 people will enter the secret realm where they will fight monsters in order to familiarize themselves with their skill. Ning Feng was among the participants, and Wing Kei reassured them to confirm their skills and not worry, as others couldn't see them. He observed his skill and realized it sounded perilous, fearing trouble if anyone discovered it. Shortly after, the candidates were permitted to enter the secret realm. Entering the portal, Ningfeng hoped he wouldn't encounter trouble due to the forbidden skill he possessed. As they entered the portal, they were greeted by nature. The people encountered monsters instantly. The monsters were green goblins approaching them. Moreover, the other goblins prepared to fight. Meanwhile, Ningfeng hid in the bushes. He realized he couldn't use his skill, fearing it would be seen by others. However, he worried about surveillance drones and felt compelled to attack regardless. Captain Zhu spotted him hiding on the screen and asked the others what Ningfeng was doing. Kai Wai explained to Captain Zhu that Ningfeng's skill wasn't suited for solo combat. So Captain Zhu instructed Kai Wai to call Ningfeng out and informed him that there would be no further exams. Suddenly, they were surprised when their drone camera was attacked, causing them to lose connection. He informed Captain Zhu that there is an abnormally strong power fluctuations detected within the secret realm. The drone camera, which monitored the people's fight, was broken. One of the candidates was scared as he encountered a powerful monster. The monster was unlike the other goblins, more human-like with claws as its weapon. It was the leader of the goblins, instructing his fellows to attack. He boosted their confidence to kill the invaders. Little did they know, a drone camera was watching them from above. He sensed it and immediately attempted to break it. He became angry and promptly aimed his abilities at it, causing the drone to explode. Swiftly, the drone plummeted. It descended towards Ningfeng, striking him on the head. Abruptly, Ningfeng was startled by the presence of goblins surrounding him. He hadn't anticipated being surrounded by so many, causing him to panic. The goblin leader grinned ominously at the prospect of killing Ningfeng. Without delay, the goblins rushed toward Ningfeng. With the drone broken, Ningfeng realized he could now use his skills without fear of being observed. Seeing it as a perfect opportunity, he promptly utilized his skills. Upon activating his spell, a powerful aura enveloped him. The goblin leader was taken aback by Ningfeng's unexpected powers. With Ningfeng's power activated, all the charging goblins toward him were transformed into skeletons. Meanwhile, back at the base, people panicked upon detecting a strong dark power emanating from the secret realm. Kai Wai was also surprised, wondering why there was such a terrifying presence in the secret realm. Returning to the scene, the leader of the goblins was astonished by the effect of Ningfeng's power. Ningfeng unleashed dark power within him, using it to battle against the goblins. Ningfeng was amazed by the appearance of the forbidden skill. With each goblin he vanquished, he gained 10 experience points. The goblin leader was amazed by Ningfeng's formidable power, pondering how it was possible for a human. He then noticed that Ningfeng's power was slowing him down. He grew fearful and shouted at Ningfeng, warning him not to approach. Despite his warning, he was still defeated, and Ningfeng emerged victorious, defeating the leader and gaining 6,000 experience points. Ningfeng was surprised by his immediate level up. He believed that the experience gained from regular mobs was minimal, and that the main source of experience came from the elite monsters he encountered earlier. While pondering the appearance of an elite monster in the secret realm, items on the ground suddenly began to glow. He realized the glowing items were loot dropped by the elite monster, and was surprised to find they were of orange quality. Receiving an emblem, he grew curious about its nature, as he had never encountered anything like it before. Obtaining the shadow-killing hook claw, he felt happy knowing its extreme value. He pondered that he could sell the claw item, and he believed he could accumulate wealth by defeating higher-level monsters and acquiring their loot. Suddenly, he heard that candidates were being instructed to abandon the test and promptly left the secret realm. However, he felt a terrifying presence enveloping him. Turning around to investigate, he observed the surroundings transforming into a terrifying sight. Quickly, Ningfeng brought out the scroll to escape the secret realm, fearing the consequences if his skills were discovered. Candidates began appearing continuously at the entrance of the secret realm, successfully returning to their world. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was just about to exit the secret realm. Captain Zhu ordered the candidates not to linger and instructed them to leave immediately and return to the city. He was frightened as monsters of king rank or higher began to appear, feeling their overwhelming presence. He believed that even if everyone teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against it. Suddenly, he was surprised when the source of dark power suddenly vanished. Captain Zhu feared that the monster might escape outside the secret realm, while Ningfeng remained calm and kept quiet. knowing he was responsible for the power they were sensing. Kai Wai panicked as well and tried to inform the others that they needed to evacuate immediately. Ning Feng caught Kai Wai's attention and attempted to explain what was happening. But Kai Wai panicked and asked Ning Feng if he was okay. Ning Feng assured that he was okay, so Kai Wai told him to leave immediately. Returning to their world, Ning Feng told Wang Yu about what happened in the academy and wanted to ask what was really happening. Wang Yu said that the base had detected an unknown power source. So Ning Feng wondered if the unknown power source was the elite monster that showed up. Wang Yu observed a shift in Ning Feng's behavior and believed that the exam had genuinely impacted him. She proceeded to clarify that defensive spells like Ning Feng's are effective for survival but may not be ideal for solo leveling. She suggested that he join their team on their journey, starting from tomorrow. However, Ning Feng insisted that he would manage his leveling independently. He believes that if others were to witness his spell, they would be surprised, so he preferred to go alone. But Wang Yu asserted that he couldn't refuse and informed him that they would be awaiting his presence tomorrow morning. Hastily, Wang Yu departed, leaving Ning Feng with no opportunity to refuse once more. Ning Feng felt troubled that Wang Yu wasn't listening to him and perceived her as being stubborn. He pondered whether it was a bad idea to join them, considering pretending to be sick to avoid it. However, he realizes that with Wang Yu's personality, escaping might not be easy, so he wonders if there's a way out and ponders whether it would be effective. The following day, Ning Feng visited the Yuan Chen Trading Center. He visited the center to purchase equipment he could feign using on his journey with Wang Yu and the group the next day. He swiftly entered the building, hoping the equipment he would buy wouldn't be imbued with the forbidden spells he possessed. Shortly after, a woman confronted him and inquired how she could assist him. He informed her that he was seeking to purchase equipment that included the Meyer skill. She recommended that he purchase items with advanced skills perfect for leveling up. However, Ning Feng mentioned that it didn't have to be high level, as he would only be using it temporarily. Shortly afterward, the woman departed, instructing the others to assist Ning Feng, as she perceived him to be just a broke loser. Another person approached and informed Ning Feng to inform her if he needed anything. Quickly, the clerk showed him the weapons that fit his description. Ning Feng tried out a variety of weapons and even items resembling armor. Next, he attempted to lift a weapon that proved to be too heavy for him, making it difficult to handle. Shortly after, Ning Feng took a liking to the ring item. He expressed his appreciation, mentioning that it was very nice, and thanked her for accompanying him. He then inquired about where he could sell his loot, and she offered to guide him there. They rode the elevator to the floor where he could sell his items. The man who was waiting for customers noticed their arrival. Quickly, Ning Feng brought out the loot that he had obtained from the elite monster he had defeated. Mr. Wang was amazed by the quality of the weapon, noting that it was of high grade. Mr. Wang asked Ning Feng what price he was selling it for, and Ning Feng responded by saying the higher, the better. Shortly after, Mr. Du Wang told Ning Feng to wait as he needed to call potential buyers for the item. He called a person named Mr. Zhang, expressing his desire to find a high-quality piece of equipment, and informed him that he had one available. Meanwhile, the clerk was pouring tea for Ning Feng as he waited. Shortly, Wang entered the room. He quickly informed Ning Feng that the buyer was willing to pay 50,000 crystal coins, which surprised him. Ning Feng was surprised and hadn't expected it to be sold so quickly. Wang then instructed Ning Feng to complete the paperwork, and they would transfer the money to his account. Meanwhile, the female clerks were gossiping about their preferences in men, and the one in the middle mentioned that she liked wealthy men. Suddenly, they noticed Ning Feng, who had been the woman's customer earlier, and wondered why he was with Wang. The clerk informed her colleague that she had heard Ning Feng sold a piece of equipment for 50,000 crystal coins, and now wanted to choose more equipment, which surprised the woman. The woman was disappointed that she didn't handle Ning Feng, as the commission would have been hers. She sensed she had missed her chance when he assigned Ning Feng to another clerk. Following the procedure, the clerk said farewell to Ning Feng and instructed him to seek her out directly on his next visit. She informed him that her name was Yang Xin. The following day, Ning Feng walked joyfully, evident to many passers-by. He experimented with the spells that came with the equipment last night and discovered that they were not affected by the system. Now, Ning Feng was confident that he didn't have to worry about being exposed. Ningfeng called out Wang Yu's name enthusiastically, and she turned immediately in response. However, Wang Yu noticed that the rest of the group had arrived as they mentioned his name. A group of high-level mages appeared, astounding many people in the vicinity. The man with the red hair is a fierce berserker. Next, the woman with pink hair is a priest. Wang Yu promptly informed Ningfeng that all those individuals are members of her guild. Some of the guild members stared intensely at Ningfeng, which made him feel anxious. Ningfeng wondered why they were staring at him as if he owed them something. The mage then expressed his amazement at Wang Yu, noting that she was almost at the second transformation. Ningfeng heard this and was amazed by Wang Yu's strength, acknowledging that she truly lived up to her profession. Suddenly, the man produced an item and expressed his intention to give it to Wang Yu as a gift. It turned out to be a high-level agility potion. The guild members were surprised, realizing that it was a high-level potion and must have been expensive. But the man said that the price didn't matter, as it was a gift for Wang Yu. But Wang Yu refused to take it, yet the man insisted that she should accept it. However, Wang Yu still didn't want to take it and simply said that they needed to leave first. Suddenly, the man pointed at Ningfeng and bluntly asked Wang Yu if she was going to waste time on a trash like Ningfeng. Wang Yu became angry and scolded him for his choice of words. However, the man persisted, claiming he said nothing wrong and continued to belittle Ningfeng. On the other hand, Ningfeng wasn't as bothered and simply wondered why Zhao Cheng was targeting him. The priest advised Zhao Cheng to relax, but he became angry and instructed her not to interfere in his affairs. He persisted in his taunts, suggesting that Ningfeng lacked sufficient value to trade for even a single bottle of attribute potion. Ningfeng remained unfazed and calmly pointed out that it was merely a +3 potion, yet he still boasted about it. They inquired of Ningfeng if he possessed anything more valuable and challenged him to show it, as he talked boastfully. Zhao Cheng suggested to Ningfeng that if he could produce a more valuable item, he would kneel before him, but if he couldn't, then Ningfeng would be the one to kneel. In a sudden moment, Ningfeng produced an item that caught Zhao Feng by surprise. The item was orange, and Ningfeng explained that he intended to give it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu was amazed, recognizing it as a pioneer emblem, which permanently boosts attributes. Zhao Cheng and the rest of the group were surprised. Zhao Cheng couldn't believe it and suspected it might be a scam. However, Ningfeng assured him that he could verify its authenticity to dispel any doubts. Quickly, he handed it over to Wang Yu. Her guild members hastily urged her to use it quickly, as they couldn't wait any longer. So, Wang Yu immediately used the item and felt its effects. The guild members were shocked to see that it actually worked, and Ningfeng simply smiled at their reactions. Wang Yu was amazed to see that it actually boosted her attributes. The woman priest was also amazed by what had transpired. Zhao Cheng and his companion were left in shock and couldn't believe that Ningfeng possessed such an item. They suggested that Ningfeng must have stolen it. Ningfeng recalled the deal with Zhao Cheng and instructed him to make sure he apologized loudly when the time came. However, Zhao Cheng was unwilling to admit defeat and refused to kneel and apologize. The other guild members did not support Zhao Cheng for his behavior. Zhao Cheng, left with no other option, reluctantly knelt down. He knelt and bowed to Ningfeng, who smirked at him in response. Shortly after, Ningfeng helped Wang Yu and bid goodbye to the others, telling them he would see them later. Wang Yu wanted to apologize, but Ningfeng stopped her. He admitted to her that she didn't need to stay with him and expressed his preference for her to complete her second transformation and get into the best university. Wang Yu felt empathy towards Ningfeng and encouraged him not to give up on himself. Shortly after, Wang Yu brought out a book and told Ningfeng that it was for him. It was a skill book, and she explained that once he reached the appropriate level, he could learn the skills contained within it. Wang Yu remarked that it was quite valuable, even in comparison to the emblem Ningfeng had given her. Ningfeng said that he would accept it graciously. The guild leader, accompanied by the guild members, ventured into the hidden dimension within the perilous graveyard to begin their quest. The graveyard teemed with the remains of monstrous creatures. Wang Yu utilized her abilities and targeted the monsters with precision. With remarkable precision, she effortlessly struck their heads with her power. As she engaged in combat, Ningfeng simply remained on the sidelines, offering enthusiastic cheers and support. Ningfeng pondered his options, unable to reveal to Wang Yu that he had already reached level 10. Suddenly, Wang Yu noticed a call for her over the phone. She answered the call and was informed that the big boss was about to arrive. As the guild members awaited her, the priest briefed her on the details. The priest inquired if she intended to join them defeating the boss. Zhao Cheng stated that Wang Yu needed to come because they were unsure how to defeat the boss without her assistance. Wang Yu briefly pondered whether she should assist them. She turned to Ning Feng, who reassured her that she could go, and he would patiently wait for a while. Wang Yu agreed and instructed him to proceed to the safe zone and wait for her there. Ning Feng promptly agreed and affirmed that he understood. Quickly, Wang Yu swiftly departs, leaving Ning Feng behind. Ming Feng felt relieved to be alone at last and could now attack the monster using his skills. He felt relieved that he had made preparations the day before. He stretched out, preparing to attack, with the thought that at his current level, he only had 3 skill shots available. In his active skill, he could only use 3, and in his passive skills, there were only 2 available. In the treacherous graveyard, more monsters began to appear. Awaiting them in the graveyard was the formidable boss. Another guild was also aiming to defeat the big boss there, and they were strategizing on how to tackle it, recognizing its extreme danger. However, they were taken by surprise when a sudden surge of power manifested. They realized that an adventurer was charging ahead of them, which made them wonder how they had managed to get so far ahead. The man identified the guild and said that it was Wang Yu and Zhao Cheng from the Solemn Lion Guild. They recognized them due to their exceptional abilities. The Solemn Guild charged forward continuously, aiming directly for the big boss. Zhao Cheng directed his power towards the monsters, aiming to weaken it. While they were fighting, the priest and her companion conversed about how Wang Yu had become formidable, her attributes having been boosted earlier. On the other hand, Ning Feng ventured into the depths of the treacherous graveyard. His portal immediately transported him to his destination. As he exited the portal, he was amazed by how it worked, instantly transporting him to his destination. The forbidden spell he used is called space shifting, which allows him to swiftly shift to designated locations with the effect lasting for 1 hour. Suddenly, something began to emerge from the ground. It turns out to be the big boss from the depths of the graveyard. However, Ning Feng was unfazed and even greeted it, remarking that it had arrived late. The monster quickly attacked Ning Feng, unleashing a surge of power. This created a large explosion. As the smoke cleared, the guard realized that Ning Feng was no longer present. The boss was furious that Ning Feng had the audacity to come there by himself. To his surprise, Ning Feng had teleported himself behind him. Ning Feng attempted to catch it off guard and smiled as he prepared to launch his attack. He employed the Heavenly Meteor Shower skill, which caused massive area damage. In an instant, a cluster of buff rocks descended from the sky. The impact created an explosion that damaged the building as well. Despite the destruction, Ning Feng remained unharmed. He sarcastically smirked as he effortlessly defeated his opponent. Upon defeating the fallen leech, he obtained 500 experience points and reached level 30. Shortly after, the loot from the big boss began to fall, each item adorned with different colors. Ning Feng selected an item and contemplated absorbing it into himself. Suddenly, the system informed him that the rare item he absorbed had been detected. He was amazed that he could become a necromancer or an archmage with these hidden professions. Despite being happy with the outcome, his skills continued to develop. Wang Yu and his group noticed the falling rocks. They wondered about the cause and immediately realized they should retreat. Zhao Cheng was hesitant to depart, but Wang Yu insisted that it was too risky. With no alternative, Zhao Cheng had to obey Wang Yu's directive to withdraw. Wang Yu came to the realization that he needed to inform Ning Feng. However, Ning Feng had already messaged her, explaining that he had left first due to an urgent matter. Ning Feng headed to the Career Transition Center. He entered the building and spoke with someone who was present. Suddenly, a woman appeared. She inquired if he had come to change professions. The woman swiftly tapped on the computer and informed Ning Feng that she would begin registering his information. Upon reviewing his information, she noted that his qualifications seemed insufficient for his age. Despite her observation, she still assisted him and instructed him to follow her. She instructed him to follow the procedure. Suddenly, another person arrived. She inquired if he needed assistance, and he quickly informed her that the graveyard had been severely damaged. She asked if the threats had been occurring within the past 2 days, to which he responded affirmatively, explaining that it was the reason for his visit. The woman was the one they sought help from to take action regarding the ongoing situation. Necromancy was considered a profession at an advanced level. The Archmage is classified as an S-level practitioner. Ningfeng pondered whether he could indeed select two professions, but ultimately opted for the path of the Archmage. Since it was successful, he promptly departed. Ningfeng was relieved that it granted him 3 days' worth of experience in his profession. He bid goodbye to the person as he left the facility. However, he noticed that the woman who bid him farewell was not the same as the one who had assisted him earlier. Meanwhile, on the dark side of the secret realm, a group of people had assembled. The woman from the laboratory belonged to the Lone Shadow Guild. The man was gossiping about her, and Captain Ju instructed them to be quiet. Captain Ju disclosed a rumor that members of the Lone Shadow faction all possessed hidden professions and could harness the power of darkness in battles. The woman was one of the members of that guild. Once she finished observing, she expressed that the power of darkness was indeed formidable. She explained that although it had waned significantly, it still affected her. However, she mentioned that no traces had been discovered. Captain Ju shared that recent reports indicated abnormal activities in the secret realm, which could be a precursor to some kind of crisis. Quang Lan then suddenly experienced headaches, which surprised Captain Ju. One of the men then asked if the culprit had been confirmed to be a monster. Quang Lan asked if he was considering the possibility that the culprit could be another mutant like her. She clarified that the dangers aren't beyond what human beings can endure physically. So the man comprehended that she was implying it was an exceptionally powerful monster. She mentioned that the monster was lurking in the shadows and could potentially cause catastrophe, so they needed to locate it as soon as possible. While at Ning Feng's house, he experienced a comforting feeling of being in his own home. He sat on his bed, contemplating what had happened since reaching level 30. He activated the passive skill Profane Soil Guard, which automatically triggered upon receiving damage. Moreover, he realized that forbidden spells could merge with lower-level skills to create new effects. Next, he considers examining the other book, which contains the Rockfall skill. He realized that he was still limited to 4 skill slots, so he decided to visit the trading center to purchase a few more books. The following day, he hurriedly made his way to the trading center. The female clerk saw him pass by and recalled that he was the last client she had ignored. She quickly approached Ning Feng and asked what had brought him there. He mentioned he was looking for Yang Xin, but the woman informed him that Yang Xin was assisting another client. She suggested that she could accompany him instead. However, he declined the offer, surprising the woman. The woman became angry that Ning Feng ignored her, but she still insisted, smiling at Ning Feng, stating that it was her duty to assist him. Suddenly, Yang Xin was running swiftly and calling out to Ning Feng. Ning Feng asked if she had finished her task. Yang Xin replied that she wasn't busy and had just been taking a break. She ran over to him as soon as her colleague informed her that he was there. The woman became angry as she noticed Yang Xin and Ning Feng getting along together. Quickly, he approached Mr. Krezawang and presented the books, stating that he wanted to sell them. He also informed him that he wanted to purchase a book, to which Mr. Wang agreed. Mr. Wang thought to himself that he was getting curious about Ning Feng, as he kept bringing valuable items and wanted to send someone to investigate him. After the business was finished, Ning Feng treated Yang Xin to a meal. As Ning Feng was about to pay, Yang Xin told him that she had already paid. Ning Feng was surprised, as he was the one who had insisted on treating her to a meal. She reassured him not to worry and suggested they should go. Yang Xin bid goodbye to Ning Feng and mentioned that she would grab a taxi. As she rode in the taxi, she instructed the driver to go to the city's second hospital. It turned out that Yang Xin was grateful to Ning Feng because she earned quite a bit of commission, as her dad was in the hospital. She felt relieved that her dad's expenses were settled for the month, thanks to the money she received. Yang Xin was deeply grateful, which caused her to become emotional. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The car crashed, and something pierced through the driver's body. Yang Xin was caught completely by surprise. All the cars crashed as monsters began to appear and emerged from a portal. The monster attacked the car that Yang Xin was in. Quickly, she attempted to get out of the car. She successfully opened the door and jumped out. As a result, she fell to the ground forcefully. Yang Xin pondered how monsters could manifest within the secure area. Suddenly, a monster materialized behind Yang Xin, causing her immediate fear and rendering her too scared to move. A human figure began to materialize in front of the portal. It wore an eerie smile as it crossed into the human world. Yang Xin attempted to justify her actions by attacking by her professional expertise. However, even if she utilized her abilities, it doesn't have an impact. Yang Xin was a mage with a single star attribute. The monster was on the verge of attacking her since her own attack was ineffective. However, someone intervened and swiftly dispatched the monster. Captain Zhu arrived and instructed Yang Xin to depart immediately. Yang Xin hastily departed while Zhu remained behind. Zhu informed the others that the monsters couldn't be dealt with by someone with only a 1-star rating. He contemplated the man's remarks regarding the exceptionally powerful monster. Suddenly, a monster attacked from beside him. He instantly spotted it and dodged the attack. Zhu observed its appearance, initially thinking it resembled a human, but he pondered whether it might be a mutant. The humanoid monster warned Zhu not to compare him with mutants, asserting that they were beneath him. The monster claimed to be the chosen one, prompting Zhu to contemplate this revelation. Without wasting any time, Zhu began to attack the monster. However, he was swiftly overpowered by the monster's mighty punch, sending him flying. Zhu realized that the monster was incredibly powerful, estimating its power level to be at least level 3 or higher. Suddenly, the monster pointed to the ground, marking its territory. Releasing a surge of power, the monster taunted Zhu, proclaiming him to be a weakling. Shortly after, the monster charged at Zhu. Unable to defend himself, Zhu was struck by the monster, his flesh taking the blow. Zhu was sent flying through the air by the force of the blow. The monster laughed maliciously and boasted that it had indeed become stronger. Suddenly, the item on his core spoke, cautioning him not to get carried away. It explained that the power he possessed was granted by it, emphasizing that he shouldn't get carried away as it was his power that defeated Zhu. Suddenly, the man felt something strange. Shortly, the object on his core began to undergo a transformation. The object on his core revealed itself to be a monster, displaying its true form to him. The human monster, previously manipulated by the evil forces, knelt in fear as it confronted the true nature of the creature within the core. Consequently, the evil entity instructed the man to offer all the people in the city as sacrifices for the reign of their world. So, the man agreed and instructed the evil entity to proceed as instructed. Ning Feng was on the verge of exiting the restroom. Upon exiting, he was unaware of what had occurred thereafter. He was taken aback by a sight that greeted him. The area was in turmoil, ravaged and devoid of life, with all the people lying dead. Suddenly, the monster caught sight of him, so it quickly charged toward him. But just as it was about to attack, something began to emerge from the ground. A sharp object emerged and pierced the monster from the ground. Ning Feng seized the opportunity and employed the skill on the monster using the object. Then he swiftly made his way outside. To his surprise, the surroundings had transformed into chaos. Many people were dying as the monsters rampaged through the area. The rampaging monster noticed Ning Feng's presence. With incredible speed, it quickly charged towards him. The monster aimed to attack Ning Feng and grabbed hold of him. As a result, the monster successfully grabbed him and managed to hold him tightly. However, he was surprised by an unexpected occurrence. Ning Feng was releasing a surge of power, and a strong aura enveloped him, causing the monster to be unable to hold onto him. The monster wondered how Ning Feng could block its attack. It pondered that Ning Feng's power of darkness was incredibly potent. Looking at Ning Feng, it got scared and realized that Ning Feng's powers were greater than its own. It sensed a terrifying presence emanating from Ning Feng. On the other hand, Ning Feng felt the presence of the monster and thought that it seemed quite formidable. He wondered if he should cast a forbidden spell within the city. As he opened his eyes, he unleashed his powers. The monster cried out to its lord and begged for salvation. But he was instantly vanquished. The leader of the monsters ordered his fellows to leave immediately as the portal was closing. Shortly after, the portal began to slowly disappear. The mutant was growing weaker and wondered what was happening to him. On the other hand, Ning Feng just looked at him, smirking. The individuals referred to as mutants are those who, during the awakening process, have acquired concealed mastery over darkness. They have the capacity to wield the power of darkness, granting them strength surpassing that of ordinary professionals at the same level. However, if they cannot contain the power within them, they would undergo a transformation into something distinct. Ning Feng considered it troublesome to deal with. He realized and was relieved that he could unleash his full offensive power without worrying about defense. Thus, he resolved to swiftly defeat the mutant and acquire the loot to hasten his return home. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the city, the other guilds were monitoring it closely. The Lone Shadow Guild was monitoring the area, and the one in the rear informed Kwang Lan that the monsters had all retreated and the entrance to the secret realm had vanished as well. Kwang Lan pondered what the enemy exactly intended, as it appeared and disappeared immediately without any clear purpose. She quickly recalled that the South City was the area under Captain Zhu's responsibility. After defeating the mutant, another person checked on the fallen mutant. He was known as Duan, and he noticed that everything had been taken from the mutant. Shortly after, Kwang Lan arrived at the location and ordered Duan to remain where he was. The man was a member of the Cloud Beyond Illusions, which he proved by showing his identification. Kwang Lan inquired if the guild was an unofficial organization comprised entirely of fighters. She mentioned hearing that their operations were clandestine and inquired why they were appearing there. Duan concluded that their activities are secretive due to the mutant's downfall. He elaborated that the mutant was initially part of their group, but ultimately betrayed their organization. Kwang Lan inquired of Duan whether the demise of the individual had halted the invasion of the covert realm. Duan was aware that they were responsible for the individual's death, but Kwang insisted they didn't and were unaware of it as well. Duan reflected on the cunning nature of the individual, noting that despite several attempts to locate him, he always managed to evade capture. Kwang Lan contemplated Captain Zhu's strength and questioned how his entire army could have been wiped out despite his prowess. Shortly, Duan was preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Ningfeng has safely returned home. Ningfeng was thrilled by the spoils he obtained from defeating the individual. He obtained a high-grade armor as one of his prized acquisitions. Then, he also acquired a pair of trousers that were of a special grade. Ningfeng remembered that he didn't see the guy wearing it, indicating that he didn't meet the level requirement necessary to use the item. Ningfeng was also intrigued by a peculiar necklace he acquired from the individual. The system identified the pendant as unknown. He speculated that the item couldn't be an ancient artifact or something hidden inside. He examined the pendant closely, noting its distinct physical appearance. Meanwhile, there was indeed something inside the pendant, as it seemed to be gazing back at Ningfeng's face. The monster inside revealed that it acted quickly to seal the secret realm and avoid attracting any attention. The monster was taken aback as Ningfeng examined the pendant closely. It sent shivers down its spine, fearing that Ningfeng might detect its presence. He instructed the system to sever all communication and ensure their location remained undisclosed. The monster was in a state of panic, caught off guard by Ningfeng's discovery. The following day, the injured individuals remained at the city hospital for treatment. Captain Zhu was among the patients, and he shared that a young fighter had come to his rescue. As he was on the verge of passing out at that time, his last sight was of Duan. But Kwang Lan remarked that she sensed Duan's strength was not inferior to hers. They concluded that another individual, a mysterious person, must have been the one to defeat the mutant. Kwang Lan suggested that the mysterious figure was merely passing by, but she was certain that the figure was not officially registered. Captain Zhu expressed that having the mysterious figure reside with them brought a sense of security, as even the mere thought of it was comforting. Suddenly, the man exclaimed that he had an idea. He suggested that they should examine the remnants of the power of darkness left by the mysterious figure. The man then suddenly speculated that the mysterious figure is also a mutant, but he wondered why the spell the mysterious figure used didn't result in any casualties. Captain Zhu halted his train of thought and stated that it was not possible, but Kwang Lan couldn't help but dwell on what the man said. On the other hand, Ningfeng was heading to the facility to change his profession task again. He informed them that he wanted to do the profession change task and asked if it was possible. The following day, Ningfeng ventured into the hidden realm. Observing a scene, he recognized it as the location of the Radiant Temple's realm. Unbeknownst to him, someone was deliberately delaying him from behind. The individual impeding his progress was Duan. A few days prior, at the Yuanshan Trading Center, Duan arrived at the center, where a female clerk assisted him in meeting with Mr. Balswang. Mr. T. Wang shook hands with Duan upon hearing that he wanted to purchase a set of 4th transformation fighter equipment. The female clerk pondered that Duan was a wealthy man with impressive skills. Mr. Wang informed Duan that coincidentally, they had a customer calling at that moment to purchase the item. However, he mentioned that the man currently only had 2 items on hand. Duan inquired of Mr. Wang where he could locate that individual. Mr. Wang explained that the person was occupied and couldn't attend to the matter at the moment. Duan contemplated the item he was purchasing and realized it was indeed his master's legacy. Duan then inquired if Mr. Wang could provide information about his long-time customer. Mr. Wang considered it a coincidence that there was already a buyer when Ning Feng had just instructed him to sell the item. Then Mr. Wang informed Duan that his customer mentioned having some matters to take care of and would call back later to confirm. Shortly afterward, Duan departed. Mr. Wang appeared troubled by the situation. His suspicion grew about Ning Feng, having someone investigate him and learning that Ning Feng came from a humble background. The female clerk remarked that she also found Ning Feng quite formidable and wondered if he truly was incompetent. The female clerk questioned where Ning Feng acquired the items he traded in the center, causing Mr. Wang to also ponder the matter. She observed that Duan seemed quite displeased, so she suggested that Ning Feng's suit must have been stolen. Mr. Wang considered that while it might not have been stolen, he acknowledged that it could have been obtained through illegitimate means. The woman clerk was sure Ning Feng's things were stolen. In the hidden realm, Duan was covertly trailing Ning Feng. He couldn't fathom how someone as young as Ning Feng could stop the secret realm invasion. He trailed Ning Feng after learning from the report that his master's legacy was entrusted to Ning Feng. Outside the temple, numerous adventurers battled monsters. At that moment, Ning Feng was about to gear up. In an instant, Ning Feng's appearance changed. Duan couldn't believe that Ning Feng's attire was so ordinary, but he considered the possibility that Ning Feng must be in disguise. Duan used a skill to mark Ning Feng as a precaution. He marked Ning Feng with his typical appearance so he could recognize him immediately. As Ning Feng continued through the temple, Duan secretly followed behind. Ning Feng successfully entered the temple. Suddenly, he felt something odd. A strange entity appeared and attacked him suddenly, prompting him to defend himself by creating a shield. Duan saw it and was surprised. He couldn't believe that Ning Feng had actually invoked a skill for absolute defense. He also noticed that all the monsters were avoiding Ning Feng's presence. Suddenly, Ning Feng came to a halt. He stood in front of the statue. Duan wondered if it was the big boss, but as he looked at it, he felt strange as it wasn't moving. Ning Feng ignored the statue since it wasn't the person he was looking for. As he continued to walk, he realized that he was in the right place. He encountered the guy he was looking for. The figure in front of him had wings and was as big as a statue. Suddenly, the creature shot beams from its eyes. Out of nowhere, the creature took off into the sky. Ning Feng pondered why it fled. Duan was shocked to discover the monster might be an elusive hidden boss. Meanwhile, Ning Feng felt confident. He believed the monster was intimidated by him. The monster panicked, terrified by Ning Feng, and searched for an escape route. Swiftly, the monster darted outside where lightning flashed all around. Ning Feng remained motionless as the monster made its escape, but he understood he couldn't allow it to flee. Quickly, he utilized his skills. Suddenly, a large red eye materialized in the sky. It unleashed a luminous, thunderous magic towards the monster. As it struck the monster, it slowly vanished. The temple was destroyed, and the boss was beaten as a consequence. Duan couldn't believe how powerful Ning Feng was. His single skill completely destroyed the temple. Duan realized that Ning Feng's magic was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Meanwhile, Ning Feng remained motionless and composed. Upon obtaining the emblem, Ning Feng immediately desired to return home. He acquired the divine emblem, bestowing a permanent increase in spiritual attributes and a 100% recovery effect. As he was leaving, Duan called out to him and hurriedly ran over. Ning Feng was surprised by Duan's sudden appearance and wondered if Duan had witnessed his powers. Duan halted as he noticed Ning Feng's displeased expression. Duan reassured Ning Feng not to be angry and offered to explain the situation. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a siren. Ning Feng suggested they escape first and talk later. Quickly, they moved to a new location. Ning Feng then asked if Duan had been following him all along. Duan apologized for following Ning Feng and explained that he had no other intentions. He explained that his master sacrificed his life to temporarily seal off the invading realm, preventing the traitor from escaping. However, the traitor managed to break free and was rampaging, and Duan couldn't catch up to it. As he explained, Ning Feng thought that if Duan hadn't revealed himself, he wouldn't have noticed. Duan felt nervous as Ning Feng fell silent and wondered if Ning Feng was considering killing him. Then Duan thanked Ning Feng for helping him seek vengeance for his master and offered his assistance with whatever Ning Feng needed. Ning Feng thought that Duan was strong and building a relationship with him would be beneficial. Shortly after, Ning Feng told Duan that he preferred if the events of that day remained unknown to anyone else. Duan recognized Ning Feng's goodness, acknowledging that despite his power of darkness, he saved the innocent and the city. Shortly, as they prepared to return, Duan wondered where he could stay. Suddenly, Ning Feng's phone rang. He picked up the phone, and Kai Wai was looking for him. Kai Wai said she had something to discuss with him when he returned. The call ended, and Ning Feng wondered what Kai Wai wanted to discuss. Kuang Lan was with Kai Wai, and she asked how the conversation with Ning Feng went. Kai Wai informed him that Ning Feng was already preparing to return. Kuang Lan knew that Ning Feng had reached the first transformation level, and if it weren't for the investigation, they wouldn't have known. Kai Wai defended Ning Feng, expressing her belief that he wasn't a bad person. Kuang Lan clarified that she didn't say Ning Feng was bad, but she needed to clarify something. Shortly after, Kuang Lan informed the higher-ups about the investigation. The leader asked if there was anything else she would like to share, but Kuang Lan was still hesitant. Then she asked if they thought the 2 destructive spells that appeared in the city could have been caused by mutants. Hearing this, the 3 pondered about it. The man asked why she would pose such a question if she herself was a mutant. He described that mutants utilizing the power of darkness must endure a consequence. Kuang Lan listened attentively and comprehended the message he was conveying. The man disagreed with the other person, stating that king-level mutants do indeed exist. Kuang Lan mentioned that she was merely pondering the possibilities, emphasizing that whether they choose to heed her thoughts is entirely up to them. However, the man wasn't pleased and remarked that it reflected her incompetence. He joked that if there truly was a king-level mutant, he would humorously chop off their head and use it as a soccer ball for himself. The man interrupted him and emphasized the need to discuss important information instead. Kuang Lan inquired if they didn't trust her. Shortly after, Kuang Lan left the room. Her companion arrived, visibly panicked, to deliver an urgent message. She informed Kuang Lan that an attack had been detected in the secret realm. Kai Wai connected the dots and speculated that it might be connected to Ning Feng. Kuang Lan was aware that Ning Feng had some involvement with the Radiant Temple. She felt that things had started to become more interesting. In response to an unusual event, a defensive barrier was created and deployed in Longbow City. The citizens, along with Ning Feng and Duan, were all puzzled about what was unfolding. The man reassured everyone, explaining that the shield had been activated at its highest level, urging them not to worry. Ning Feng realized that the disturbance was a consequence of the commotion he caused in the Radiant Temple. Out of nowhere, a portal began to materialize in the sky, slowly taking shape. It fully opened, and from within emerged a horde of monsters. The monsters began pouring out of the portal, spilling into the city with alarming speed. However, they soon noticed that the city was protected by a defensive shield. Despite the shield, more and more monsters continued to pour out of the portal. The monsters were aware that they had the capability to destroy the shield. Quickly, he ordered his minions to focus their efforts on breaking through the shield. They observed objects breaching the shield's perimeter. The guard observed the intrusion and pondered its identity. Much to their astonishment, the creature had eluded their efforts and breached the shield. Panic ensued as a result of this development. The soldiers grew anxious, pondering how the monsters had succeeded in penetrating the shield. The populace panicked, scrambling and attempting to flee in fear. Meanwhile, Ning Feng and Duan crafted their own protective barrier. Duan cautioned Ning Feng that it might signal another high-intensity invasion. He inquired whether they should take action. Ning Feng inquired about having a solution. Duan wondered why Ning Feng would ask for his solution if Ning Feng could resolve it himself. So, Duan believes that Ning Feng might have been testing him. He promptly assured Ning Feng that he understood the message and promised to take action. Ning Feng agreed, expressing discomfort with the idea of moving due to the presence of many people around. The situation worsened with the addition of explosions. A large monster was responsible for the explosions. The guards attempted to stop the monster by attacking it. However, the monster was unfazed by their attacks and remained unaffected. Another soldier attempted to attack the monster from behind. However, the monster quickly noticed him and countered his attack. The soldier was sent flying and suffered severe injuries. Another soldier observed the scene and concluded that it was impossible to approach the monster. The monster laughed and mocked, expressing disappointment in the perceived lack of strong individuals among humans. As the monster approached, the people fled. The enraged monster sought to target the innocent people directly. He attacked them, declaring them useless. However, his attack was blocked by something. He was surprised when a single person prevented his powerful weapon from expanding. He looked at the person, wondering what had happened. Duan gazed at the monster with fierce determination, prepared to launch an attack. Before fighting the monster, Duan declared to Ningfeng to leave the monster to him. The monster believed that Duan was strong and capable of fighting him. Swiftly, Duan attacked, sending the monster flying. The monster was taken by surprise, caught off guard by the attack. Suddenly, he noticed that Duan was closing in. It didn't anticipate Duan's speed in approaching him so swiftly. Duan swiftly attacked the monster from every angle. The people were amazed by Duan's power. In an instant, the monster exploded, defeated. Duan was a secret warrior with a hidden profession of 5 stars and was at level 137. Ningfeng was also impressed by his skills, but couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to him. The other mages launched an assault upon seeing their leader defeated. Ningfeng smiled at Duan. He complimented him, saying he was doing well. Onlookers from a distance gossiped about Duan's strength as they watched them. Shortly, Duan revealed the loot dropped by the monster. The people were amazed to see the orange quality item. The first item was a book, and Ningfeng thought it would be perfect for Wang Yu. Next was the demonic shield, which he considered selling. Suddenly, some injured fighters approached them and asked for a conversation. A man bowed before them, expressing gratitude for their intervention and saving the city. The man, named Kai Dongming, revealed himself as the city's mayor. Ningfeng explained that they were there for business and hadn't anticipated being trapped and unable to leave for the time being. Ningfeng asked the mayor seriously, causing the mayor to feel nervous with his expression. The mayor bowed again and apologized for the inconvenience caused. Shortly after, the mayor ordered to retrieve the flight scroll to give to Ningfeng. Ningfeng considered the flight scroll a valuable and rare item in their small town. The mayor then asked if they could both stay in Longbo City for a few days. But Ningfeng informed him that they were quite busy at the moment and might not be able to fulfill their request. The mayor thought that Ningfeng was angry, making him feel nervous again. Shortly after, the mayor's guard brought the flight scroll. He presented a black card to Ningfeng, intending to give it to him as a token of appreciation. Ningfeng was amazed to hear that the black card was only issued to a select few individuals. Duan received the black card, and Ningfeng thanked the mayor. The mayor pondered that they should simply accept it, fearing they would be indebted to them otherwise. He asked Ningfeng if they could seek help from them again if the city encountered danger in the future. Ningfeng assured him that he could rely on them. Hearing this, the mayor and his people felt happy. Quickly, Ningfeng and Duan used the flight scroll. They left the city instantly and flew away. In the changing profession center, Wang Yu's guild members were anticipating her emergence. Eventually, Wang Yu emerged, and her colleagues greeted her with joy. Wang Yu and Zhao Cheng exited together. Suddenly, Wang Yu saw something that caught her attention. As she turned around, she noticed a swiftly passing light from above. Zhao Cheng noticed Wang Yu's altered expression and inquired about what was troubling her. She shared that she had seen 2 individuals flying, and one of them appeared to be Ningfeng. However, Zhao Cheng suggested that she might have been mistaken, as Ningfeng wouldn't be able to afford a flight scroll. Wang Yu grew angry and warned Zhao Cheng not to say another word against Ningfeng. Zhao Cheng became angry and questioned why Wang Yu always defended Ningfeng. Shortly after, the other guild members joined them. Zhao Cheng shared that he had drawn an 11. His guild members remarked that an 11 was acceptable. The priest then inquired about what Wang Yu had received. But Wang Yu didn't respond as she seemed lost in thought. The guild members noticed Wang Yu's changed expression, which troubled them. They speculated that she had received a lower level based on her expression. Zhao Cheng pondered that he hadn't expected Wang Yu to experience that, considering her reputation for strength. Suddenly, Zhao Cheng reassured Wang Yu not to worry. Then Wang Yu pointed out to Zhao Cheng that if he didn't feel sad about an A-level mission, why should she feel sad about an S-level mission? The guild members were surprised to learn that Wang Yu had actually received an S-level mission. The priest asked why she hadn't mentioned it earlier, and Wang Yu explained that her situation seemed to be different from the others. She informed them that her mission had unlocked a hidden profession she had never seen or heard of before. Zhao Cheng inquired with Wang Yu to confirm if she was possibly incorrect. Inside the facility, Wang Yu is getting ready to learn about her new profession. Suddenly, the system notified her that she had been promoted to shadow the vanguard in her profession. The system inquired whether she wished to accept the promotion or revert to her previous position. Wang Yu felt perplexed and wondered what was happening. She realized that it was due to the pioneer emblem bestowed upon her by Ningfeng. Recalling Ningfeng's words, she pondered if Ningfeng had foreseen what would occur. She swiftly accepted it and expressed her gratitude to Ningfeng for the opportunity. She shared the news with her guild members, and they questioned how she could make decisions so casually. Zhao Cheng expressed concern that this new profession could potentially jeopardize Wang Yu's life, as he had never heard of it before. But Wang Yu reassured him that she didn't need him to worry about her affairs. While the other guild members were happy for Wang Yu, Zhao Cheng was feeling angry. Zhao Cheng contemplated that he also needed to find the same emblem that Ningfeng had given to Wang Yu. Meanwhile, Ningfeng revealed the divine emblem. The emblem was an orange quality item, indicating its rarity and significance. Quickly, Ningfeng used the emblem on himself. Ningfeng was amazed by how the emblem helped him become even stronger. On the outside, Duan patiently waited for Ningfeng. Kuang Lan noticed that Duan was waiting for Ningfeng. She wondered why Duan was with Ningfeng and thought it seemed like he was standing guard for him. As she looked at Duan, she couldn't help but think about his strong qualifications despite his young age. But she couldn't help feeling curious about why Duan was following Ningfeng around with such a respectful attitude. Kai Wai received communication from Kuang Lan, indicating that her student was not simple. Kuang Lan and Kai Wai discussed and made plans regarding what to do next with Ningfeng. Kai Wai expressed her belief to Kuang Lan that she didn't think Ningfeng would become their enemy. Shortly after, Ningfeng and Duan left the center. But someone called out Ningfeng's name, prompting him to turn around. To his surprise, it was his teacher, Kai Wai. Ningfeng asked if she had something to discuss with him. Duan left, telling Ningfeng that he would be waiting nearby and addressing him as boss, which surprised both Ningfeng and Kai Wai. Ningfeng reassured Kai Wai that Duan was just joking. Kai Wai directly told Ningfeng that she knew he had completed his first transformation. This surprised Ningfeng, as he didn't expect that his transformation would be revealed. This created an awkward moment between them. He felt anxious, wondering how Kai Wai had discovered it. Ningfeng composed himself and acknowledged that she was right. Kai Wai then mentioned that she had another question she would like to confirm. Ningfeng felt nervous as Kai Wai asked if he had been affected by the power of darkness. Kai Wai emphasized that the recent happenings were serious, but Ningfeng assured her that she didn't need to worry, affirming that he was not a mutant. Suddenly, Kai Wai brought out a black crystal. The black crystal was used to know his powers. She instructed him to infuse his power into the crystal, as it would reveal the level of darkness within him. Ningfeng felt nervous as he looked at the crystal. Kai Wai noticed Ningfeng's hesitation and found it unusual. Ningfeng slowly placed his palm on the crystal and admitted that he was nervous. As she lightly brushed against the crystal, it sparked. The crystal abruptly shattered into fragments. Ningfeng was taken by surprise. Kai Wai was equally shocked by the crystal's sudden explosion. Ningfeng anxiously inquired of Kai Wai what had occurred. Kai Wai felt uneasy, remembering her conversation with Kuang Lan about the crystal's ability to detect mutants. Kuang Lan demonstrated how the crystal functions. She explained that when power is infused, the crystal will vibrate. In Ningfeng's case, the crystal's explosion left Kai Wai fearful about its implications. Both were taken aback by the crystal shattering. Ningfeng reassured them, acknowledging the seeming impossibility but urging trust in his intentions and actions. Kai Wai pondered Ningfeng's words, recognizing their sincerity. Kai Wai expressed trust in Ningfeng, but felt it her duty to report the incident, hoping he would understand. Ningfeng feared that the authorities, unlike Kai Wai, might not understand the situation. Suddenly, Kai Wai produced an item. It was a purple grade book, and Kai Wai explained it was her gift for his awakening. Ningfeng thanked her and mentioned he had a gift for her as well. The item was a sacred wing, an orange-level item capable of casting healing spells. Kai Wai was surprised by the exceptional quality of the item. Feeling shy, she hesitated to accept it, considering it too precious. But Ning Feng insisted, and shortly after, he left, informing her that Duan was waiting for him. As Duan and Ning Feng walked away, Kai Wai stared at them from behind. She was worried about what Ning Feng was up to. Shortly after, Kai Wai went to the adventurous office to report to Quang Lan what had happened. She showed the broken crystal, and Quang Lan was alarmed as it was the first time that it had happened. They pondered that the authorities and other people might see Ning Feng as a threat. Quang Lan then stood up and said that they should stop at the moment. Quang Lan told Kai Wai that Ning Feng had exceeded their current understanding. Quang Lan told them that it must not be reported, and information about Ning Feng must be strictly sealed. Kai Wai agreed quickly and thought that they must protect Ning Feng as he was still young. Quang Lan shifted her attention to the fighter since Ning Feng didn't want to gather attention. Ning Feng went home as he needed to rest for the day. Duan stayed at his home and noticed that Ning Feng seemed a little unhappy. Ning Feng told Duan that Kai Wai messaged him, saying that the authorities had canceled the investigation on him. Duan then said that it was a good thing. Ning Feng said it was, but he was concerned about how he would level up in the future. Duan thinks that Ning Feng's problem really wasn't ordinary. Duan advised Ning Feng that it would be more advantageous to advance in the hidden realms, not documented by the authorities. He elaborated that there have been recent reports of newly emerging secret realms. He stressed that some of these realms are beyond the jurisdiction of the authorities. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng considered that it could potentially be the solution to his problems. Duan stated his intention to gather further information about the remaining secret realms. Ning Feng then conveyed to Duan that he would entrust the task to him. Suddenly, he remembered that he possessed the Supreme Black Card and decided he would head to the trading center to sell his loot. As the night grew deeper, Duan proceeded to a hotel. He intended to stay there since he had no other place to lodge for the night. Suddenly, a man greeted him warmly. They sat together, and the man introduced himself as the mayor of Kinyu City. Duan expressed his intention to stay in Kinyu City. The mayor was delighted and found it fantastic, so he welcomed Duan with great joy. Shortly after, the mayor presented Duan with a card granting him high privileges that he could use at his discretion. Duan promptly accepted the card with gratitude. The mayor was aware that other cities had attempted to recruit Duan but had been turned down, so he was making an effort to recruit him with hope. Duan discreetly tucked away the card and expressed his gratitude to the mayor. They stood up in hands, and the mayor warmly welcomed him once again. Duan thought to himself that the card might prove useful to Ning Feng in the future, so he decided to hold on to it for now. The mayor was excited that their city would be protected, knowing that Duan was strong and capable. The mayor then insisted on handling Duan's accommodation himself. Ning Feng relaxed at home and indulged in a game. He realized it was late, but hadn't noticed earlier because he was engrossed in the game. He suddenly noticed that people were still chatting in the class group even though it was late at night. The group chat was discussing their respective levels. Seeing them, Ning Feng didn't think he would surpass his classmates who had awakened earlier than him. Suddenly, his name was mentioned in the group chat, mocking him. He became irritated and assumed it was Wang Yu's admirer who was mocking him. Suddenly, he saw Kai Wai also message the group chat, telling the person to mind their own business. Ning Feng laughed and thought Kai Wai was interesting. Suddenly, someone caught his attention. He noticed that they were discussing the recent events. Ning Feng didn't realize how serious the situation was since he had only heard about it from Kai Wai and Duan. He thought it was a shame that the monster had escaped back then, as he believed he could have easily defeated it. Suddenly, the monster on the pendant sneezed. He was troubled as he felt a sudden wave of fear wash over him. The next day, Ning Feng went to the trading center. Yang Xin came to work despite being injured. Her colleague expressed disbelief that she came to work without fully recovering from her injuries. Yang Xin explained that she wasn't badly injured and was fine now. Her colleague accused her of wanting to climb the ladder, but Yang Xin quickly defended herself. The woman told her that her client was a thief. But Yang Xin claimed that Ning Feng wasn't that kind of person. However, the woman kept insisting that Ning Feng was a thief. Out of nowhere, the woman was taken aback as a peculiar object materialized right before her. Ning Feng orchestrated the sudden appearance, unable to tolerate the woman's ongoing disparagement of him. Both the woman and Yang Xin were taken aback by Ning Feng's unexpected arrival. The woman promptly summoned the guards as Ning Feng began casting offensive spells in the center. Yang Xin urged Ning Feng to swiftly depart. She advised him to flee before the guards apprehended him, warning of the potential trouble it could cause. Shortly after, Mr. Tai Wang and the guards arrived. Mr. Wang was furious that Ning Feng had the audacity to act recklessly in the training center. Ning Feng confronted him, revealing that he had heard about Mr. Wang's investigation and accusations of him being a thief. But Mr. Wang dismissed Ning Feng's accusation, stating that regardless of what he may have said, he quickly ordered the guards to seize Ning Feng. Ning Feng swiftly produced the Supreme Black Card. This action halted the guards from seizing him. Mr. Wang and the woman realized that it was the Supreme Black Card from their trading center, which left them surprised and incredulous. But Ning Feng claimed that it was a gift from Mayor Kai. Mr. Wang asked Ning Feng to explain where he acquired the card. He quickly attempted to make a call to investigate, instructing the woman to keep an eye on Ning Feng in the meantime. Outside, bystanders grew curious as they observed the guards preventing people from entering. Mr. Wang was astonished to learn that the mayor had indeed given the card to Ning Feng. He quickly informed the mayor that there had been a misunderstanding. The mayor became angry and shouted at Mr. Wang over the phone, instructing him not to offend Ning Feng. The mayor was furious that Mr. Wang had offended Ning Feng and declared that he would personally visit Mr. Wang to address the matter. Mr. Wang remained incredulous about Ning Feng's relationship with the mayor. Then he remembered Duan and considered calling him, believing that if Duan confronted them in person, the mayor would have to show some respect. Ning Feng and Yang Xin were seated in the waiting area. All of a sudden, the mayor and Duan rushed into the room. Ning Feng inquired of Duan what had brought him to that place. Yang Xin found it unbelievable that both the mayor and Duan had arrived together. Both Mayor Kai and Duan displayed anger towards the female clerk and Mr. Wang. The woman felt frightened by the intense gazes of both of them. She observed that Mr. Wang's demeanor had shifted noticeably. Mr. Wang conveyed to her that everything had come to an end. Mayor Kai inquired of Ning Feng if he was certain about not wanting an apology from the clerk and Mr. Wang. Shortly thereafter, the mayor instructed Mr. Wang and the woman to collect their belongings and leave. They were taken aback and in a state of shock. Suddenly, Mr. Tutsi Wang slapped the woman and placed blame on her for the situation. The mayor found it unbelievable and ordered the guards to escort Mr. Wang and the woman away. After a while, they conversed in the VIP room. Yang Xin served them a cup of tea as their conversation continued. The mayor observed that Ning Feng had a fondness for Yang Xin. Yang Xin thought highly of Ning Feng, finding it impressive that despite his young age, he could effortlessly converse with influential individuals. Suddenly, the mayor complimented Yang Xin for her hard work and encouraged her to continue striving, assuring her that positive outcomes would follow. Yang Xin felt shy and replied that she would indeed strive hard. Ning Feng then expressed his remorse that the mayor had to intervene, but the mayor reassured him that everything was all right. Then, Mayor Kai asked Ning Feng if he was searching for something, as he had noticed Ning Feng looking earlier at the treasure catalog. Ning Feng explained that he was searching for the endgame relic. The mayor expressed confusion as he was not familiar with the endgame relic. Duan inquired about what Ning Feng meant by endgame. Ning Feng brushed it off, explaining that he had just come across it online yesterday and thought it sounded intriguing, but it turned out to be nothing significant. Last night, Ning Feng attempted to utilize the book. The skill book that Kai Wai gave to him is used by mages to temporarily replenish their mana during battles. He used it without realizing the forbidden spells it could potentially unleash. Shortly thereafter, Ning Feng absorbed the book. The concept of the endgame relic suddenly popped into his mind, despite never having heard of it before. He wondered where he could find it, but suddenly he felt overwhelmingly sleepy. Shortly after, Mayor Kai assisted Duan and Ning Feng out of the trading center. Quickly, he brought out a flight scroll. He instantly activated the scroll and traveled away with incredible speed. Ning Feng suggested to Duan that they should grab something to eat, but Duan proposed eating at his place instead. Duan's residence was quite spacious, boasting a large size. Ning Feng was impressed by its appearance and inquired if Duan's residence had been arranged by the city. Duan explained that individuals above the 4th transformation who are willing to reside in Kinyu City receive special treatment. Duan suggested that Ning Feng could have his house if he liked it, but Ning Feng declined, saying that he would buy one for himself so they could become neighbors. He also mentioned that he had some money, but Ning Feng told him that he couldn't use his money. Ning Feng pondered that he had enough money to buy a house, but couldn't risk it, as he might need it later on if there were any unforeseen problems. Ning Feng found great enjoyment in staying at Duan's house. He indulged in some drinks there and found them refreshing. Duan informed Ning Feng that he had already contacted the chefs and would soon be there to serve them. Suddenly, Duan's phone rang. Duan answered the phone, and the person on the other end mentioned that there might be something they needed to discuss with him. The man mentioned that the investigation team wanted to gather some information about him. Hearing this, Duan glanced at Ning Feng first. Ning Feng felt confused about why Duan was staring at him. Duan pondered that the information he might provide could trouble Ning Feng, so he informed the man that he was unavailable at the moment. The man reassured Duan that it was all right and asked him to contact him when he was free. Ning Feng confronted Duan about the investigation team matter, expressing his uncertainty about the kind of people they were. The man was filled with anger and lost in thought about the recent events. He was aware that there was a mysterious situation involving the fourth powerhouse figure. The authorities are gathered in the meeting room. They were discussing the individual referred to as the enigmatic powerhouse. Quang Lan mentioned that she is unaware of the figure. The man inquired about the reason behind the extensive buzz surrounding the mysterious powerhouse who saved Kinyu City. Quang Lan explained that it was because the invasion abruptly came to a halt, and the assisting mutants were also swiftly eliminated. The man emphasized that the danger of the invasion varies, and without thorough investigation, it cannot be relied upon as evidence. So, they need to ascertain the identity of the mysterious powerhouse figure. Quang Lan remained silent and didn't provide an answer. Kai Wai was troubled, contemplating that in order to protect Ning Feng, Quang Lan used her authority to restrict information about Ning Feng. As a result, Kai Wai felt that the pressure of the entire situation squarely rested on her shoulders. The mayor of Kiyun City arrived and informed them that Duan mentioned he was currently occupied. The man became angry, expressing frustration that Duan wasn't adhering to the regulations and seemed to always act as if they were too busy. But he assured them that he would handle it himself and instructed them to focus on other matters. After a while, the man ventured into the secret realm. His footsteps echoed from a distance. The guards stationed at the entrance of the secret realm halted his progress. The man greeted the guards and informed them that he was part of the investigation team. Moreover, the guards quickly allowed the man to pass, knowing that he was about to conduct an investigation. Quickly, the man entered the graveyard. He couldn't believe that such power could destroy a secret realm. He also sensed the residual power of darkness, which remained pure and formidable. The man laughed and remarked that the place was truly intriguing. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation in his hands. An evil presence materialized in front of him as he extended his palm. He chuckled evilly at the thought of the excitement that the king-level mutant power had infused into the place. On the other hand, Ning Feng decided to stay at Duan's place. He kept busy playing mobile games. Suddenly, the system notified him that it had found the endgame relic, capturing his attention. But suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, as if something had connected with him through its aura. Ning Feng wanted to pinpoint where the aura was coming from and focused on finding it. Quickly, he grabbed his jacket. He stood up and put it on. Duan noticed that he was leaving and asked where he was going. Ning Feng replied that he needed to go out for a bit. Ning Feng handed his phone to Duan and instructed him to finish the game for him. Quickly, Ning Feng attempted to locate where the presence was emanating from. According to the navigation, he saw that it was leading him near the treacherous graveyard. Suddenly, he felt as if that thing was starting to move. The creature began emerging from the secret realm, causing fear among the guards. Shaking with fear, they couldn't believe what they were seeing right in front of them. The man from the investigation team transformed into a monster suddenly. The monster completely engulfed him, leaving only his head visible. Upon receiving the report of danger, the authorities halted any further progress of the cars. The authorities warned them of the impending danger ahead and strictly prohibited anyone from entering. Ning Feng stepped out of the car since it couldn't advance any farther. He sensed that the eerie sensation he was experiencing suddenly ceased. The man who was enveloped by the monster was calling out desperately for help. Quang Lan and the rest of the group arrived and prepared to confront the monster head-on. They were shocked to see that the man from the investigation team was completely engulfed by the monster's flesh.
Quang Lan and the rest of the group were caught off guard by the unexpected strength of their opponent. As a result, Kuang Lan sustained severe injuries, and Qi Wei was now tending to her wounds. She can't speak well and can barely open her eyes. Qi Wei felt relieved that she could easily heal Kuang Lan, but she couldn't help but feel concerned about the seriousness of the situation, especially considering Kuang Lan's severe injuries. Shortly after, Kuang Lan attempted to stand up and asked Qi Wei where the monster was headed. Qi Wei responded that it had headed towards the direction of the city area and informed her that the mayor has already called help from Duan. Kuang Lan thought that even with help from Duan, they wouldn't stand a chance because their strengths were comparable. On the other hand, the monster was wreaking havoc as it made its way toward the city. Its aura of evil is so strong that it emanates throughout the entire area. Suddenly, the monster halted its movement when it noticed someone nearby. It spotted Ningfeng in the direction where he was heading. Ningfeng pondered whether he should utilize other forbidden spells to completely incapacitate the monster first. Suddenly, the monster began to charge at him, but Ningfeng stood his ground. Even though the creature was nearby, Ningfeng remained motionless. In no time, Ningfeng found himself encircled by a protective force field. The creature was astonished by Ningfeng's ability to wield such power. Ningfeng's system detected the in-game relic on the monster and prompted him to begin absorbing it, but he paused to consider before proceeding with the absorption. In a brief moment, Ningfeng made the decision to absorb the monster. The monster screamed as it was inexorably drawn towards Ningfeng. While absorbing the monster, Ningfeng glimpsed into its memories. Some of the formidable monsters that he had fought appeared in the monster's memories. Even the battles he had engaged in with other monsters were revealed in the memories he absorbed. Lastly, he witnessed the monster's servants within. Upon completing the absorption, his attributes increased by 100. He was astounded by the significant increase in his attributes, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more that he absorbed besides just attributes, as he saw images flashing through his mind during the absorption of the monster. Suddenly, Duan arrived at the location. Ningfeng informed him that he had encountered the monster and had just eliminated it moments ago. So, Duan examined the monster and concluded that it appeared to have been dealt with already. He wondered if the individual before him was responsible for the invasion of monsters. Shortly after, Ningfeng informed Duan that he would leave him to handle the cleanup of the monster. To his surprise, Ningfeng vanished and swiftly flew away. He couldn't believe that Ningfeng's speed surpassed that of many agility-based professionals. As he watched Ningfeng depart, he realized that he had underestimated him. The following day, the individual absorbed by the monster was brought to the Qinyu City prison. His hands were bound, and he was identified as the monster. According to rumors, it was said that the man had accidentally stumbled upon the monster in a secret realm and attempted to harness the power of darkness for himself. However, Kuang Lan explained that it appeared the man didn't anticipate that he wouldn't be able to control the monster, leading to the monster absorbing him instead. She said that the man used the investigation as an opportunity to gain entry into the secret realm. Meanwhile, the mayor was thrilled by the idea that there was a powerful individual who had once again saved Qinyu City. Kuang Lan was also relieved that the monster had been defeated. Meanwhile, Qi Wei also believed that it was a positive outcome. Furthermore, the mayor asked Duan if he had encountered the strong individual. He informed them that he had indeed encountered the strong individual once before. Kuang Lan and Qi Wei were surprised by what they heard. The mayor inquired of Duan whether they could arrange a meeting with the formidable individual and endeavor to fulfill its requirements to the best of their ability. However, Duan clarified that the enigmatic individual prefers to maintain a low profile. Suddenly, Duan recalled his discussion with Ningfeng. He thought they were in the clear from the attention since the focus had shifted away from the mysterious individual, leading the mayor and others to realize it wasn't them. Duan then elaborated that the mysterious person had family ties within the city, which motivated their concern for the city's welfare. Quan Vlan then speculated that the mysterious individual was safeguarding their relatives. On the other hand, Qi Wei pondered whether the person might be a senior figure to Ningfeng. As the day progressed, night descended. While Ningfeng was taking a bath, he contemplated whether the endgame relics were actually remnants left behind by the deceased realm lords. He realized that the image that had come to his mind earlier was actually a memory from the Realm Lord's past. He wondered what use it was for him, considering he had no intention of becoming a Realm Lord. However, he thought of something that could be genuinely useful. He suddenly thought that the secret realms undergo periodic enhancements. Ningfeng thought that some people couldn't withstand the power of darkness due to their low ability. He pondered that the secret realm could potentially invade them, and he realized that even if he could protect himself, he couldn't live alone in a world overrun by monsters. But thankfully, he thinks that in another timeline, some had successfully repelled the invaders. He pondered that as long as he gathered more information from the memories, he would be able to solve the problem. All of a sudden, he got a phone call from Wang Yu. He picked up and inquired about the positive news she had to share with him. Wang Yu informed Ningfeng that she was inviting him to dinner and insisted that he must attend. She was delighted to hear that Ningfeng agreed to come. So, she informed him that she would send him the location details. As she ended the call, her guild members were waiting for her downstairs. She was taken aback, as she wasn't aware that they were waiting for her. To her surprise, they unexpectedly surprised her as a way to congratulate her on achieving her second transformation. Zhaoqing also walked proudly because of Wang Yu's achievement. He extended an invitation to Wang Yu, informing her that he had booked the best restaurant in the city for their celebration. But Wang Yu apologized, stating that she had other commitments. Zhaoqing asked if she could reschedule her plans, but Wang Yu explained that her prior commitments were important. Surely, Wang Yu continued on her way, leaving her guild members behind. Zhaoqing couldn't help but think that Wang Yu had grown arrogant simply because she had leveled up. But her other guild members defended Wang Yu, affirming that she must have a reason. Zhaoqing then asked the guild members if they weren't tired of constantly trying to keep up with Wang Yu. He expressed to them that they were now far below Wang Yu's level, suggesting that her changed personality was a result of this gap. The members contemplated Zhaoqing's words. They harbored a fear that one day Wang Yu might choose to leave their team. As evening fell, Ningfeng and Wang Yu reunited. Ningfeng was eagerly anticipating devouring the entire lamb, enticed by its delicious appearance. He was delighted to accompany Wang Yu, knowing that doing so would grant him access to such delicious food. While indulging in the meal, Wang Yu expressed gratitude to Ningfeng for gifting her the emblem. Ningfeng then inquired whether the emblem had unlocked a hidden profession for her. So, he speculated that if she had unlocked a hidden profession, then these emblems might be one of the methods for advancement. Wang Yu confirmed that she had indeed unlocked a hidden profession and asked Ningfeng where he had obtained the emblems. However, Ningfeng admitted that he wasn't entirely sure himself. Wang Yu then felt disheartened upon realizing that the emblems were not available for purchase. Meanwhile, Ningfeng appreciated Wang Yu's kind gesture. Wang Yu then expressed her determination to locate the emblem and suggested to Ningfeng that he should focus on leveling up. Ningfeng made a playful comment about calling Wang Yu for protection, surprising her. All of a sudden, Wang Yu experienced intense pain throughout her body. Ningfeng became concerned and inquired about what had happened. She confessed that she had sustained minor injuries while completing a mission. So, Ningfeng asked why she hadn't sought treatment for her injuries. Then he pondered whether it was truly challenging to complete an S-level professional changing mission. Suddenly, Ningfeng's phone rang. He answered it, not recognizing the caller, but noticed the tone was stern. The mysterious caller didn't introduce himself and immediately demanded to know where he obtained the emblem. Ningfeng's demeanor changed, prompting Wang Yu to inquire about the identity of the caller. He informed her that an unknown individual had inquired about where he acquired the emblem. Wang Yu was surprised, mentioning that she hadn't disclosed the information to anyone. But Ningfeng advised her not to dwell on it and proceeded to eat. Suddenly, his phone rang once more. The caller shouted at him, growing angry because he had hung up on them. Ningfeng decided not to make a scene since Wang Yu was still with him. So, he quickly ended the call. After a while, they finished their dinner and prepared to leave the venue. Wang Yu asked Ningfeng if he was sure that she didn't need to accompany him home. He reassured her not to worry, explaining that it was just a prank call. Shortly after, they bid goodbye to each other. Finally, he arrived safely at his home. Ningfeng quickly unlocked the door to his apartment. He felt tired and sleepy as he entered. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised by what he saw. He was shocked to find his home in complete disarray, with all his belongings scattered on the floor. Suddenly, a person emerged from the chaos. The man greeted Ningfeng and expressed his relief that he was home. Ningfeng immediately inquired if the man was the one who had called him earlier. The man confirmed that he was indeed the caller and expressed that he had already warned Ningfeng about hanging up on him. Ningfeng then asked him who had sent him to his house. The man became angry and didn't appreciate Ningfeng's tone. Out of nowhere, a man was on the verge of launching a surprise attack on Ningfeng from behind. Ningfeng swiftly evaded the attack. Quickly, he instantly countered by using his elbow to strike the man. The man didn't expect Ningfeng's strength and was instantly overpowered. The man was taken aback by Ningfeng's strength and couldn't believe what he had done to his companion. Ningfeng then conveyed to the man that he must maintain an appropriate level of respect when facing powerful individuals. The man was shocked and began to ponder whether the intelligence he had received was inaccurate. Quickly, he attempted to utilize his weapon. On the other hand, Ningfeng was amazed to see that his powers had improved. The man threw his weapon at Ningfeng, but Ningfeng swiftly evaded it. Then he fled and attempted to abandon his companion. The man was on the brink of escaping as he looked up at the sky. Quickly, he summoned all his strength and leaped. But to his surprise, Ningfeng managed to grab onto his feet. He failed to complete his jump as Ningfeng grabbed onto him, causing him to collide with the wall instead. Ningfeng instructed him to first clean up the mess they had made. Ningfeng was angry because his belongings were in disarray and his cabinet was broken. After a while, the two men finished cleaning and claimed they had already compensated him for everything they had on them. Then Ningfeng asked them who the person who sent them is. The man admitted that they were sent by Zhao Cheng from the Solemn Lion Guild. Ningfeng then realized that the man was from Wang Yu's guild. He thought that he should seek revenge for what the man had done. Ningfeng thought that he should use a forbidden spell on Zhao Cheng, since he hadn't used it before. Suddenly, the two men began to transform. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng and his friend were discussing Wang Yu. Zhao Cheng suggested to his friend that it would be better to go somewhere else to have fun, just the two of them. He informed his friend that he had already dispatched someone to locate Ningfeng and retrieve the emblem. He asked Zhao Cheng what they should do if Wang Yu finds out about what they did. Zhao Cheng replied that he didn't care anymore about what Wang Yu would think. His friend agreed and suggested letting Wang Yu face the consequences. Their initial plan was to have them spare the boss just to undermine Wang Yu's confidence, then the other man would step in to rescue her. The plan failed because Zhao Cheng didn't anticipate that Wang Yu would go to such lengths to injure herself and actually defeat the boss. Suddenly, they noticed a man in front of them, which took them by surprise. The man they hired continued to stare at them without making a reply. Then Zhao Cheng instantly asked if he had obtained the information he wanted. To his surprise, the man inquired him if Wang Yu's injuries were caused by him. The pair was taken aback by the inquiry from the man. Zhao Cheng rested his chin on his hand and advised him not to interfere in others' affairs. In a split second, Ningfeng called forth his abilities. The man became angry upon realizing that they were the ones who harmed Wang Yu. To their astonishment, the man seized them by the neck. Zhao Cheng and his friend found themselves unable to break free from the man's grip. Ningfeng was manipulating the assassin, ensuring that no one could harm Wang Yu. He exerted his powers over them, but he hesitated, deciding not to let them perish easily. Both of them felt as though their bodies were being drained or sucked into something. Shortly after, both of them were reduced to ashes. The man whom Ningfeng controlled also met the same fate, turning to ashes soon after. He reasoned that he should leave no traces behind to avoid leaving any evidence. He realized that at that moment, things had become quite dangerous for him. Ningfeng then realized that even though he possessed the power to sense danger, it wasn't practical for him to remain at home and constantly be vigilant. He had originally intended to organize important matters based on the memories of the Realm Lord. Ningfeng made the decision to stay at Duan's place for a while. Quickly, he headed straight to Duan's place without delay. Duan became furious as soon as he heard about Ningfeng being attacked. However, Ningfeng urged him to remain calm and mentioned that he had something important to discuss. Ningfeng inquired if Duan knew of any dependable alchemists, to which Duan replied uncertainly. Ningfeng explained that he was seeking someone skilled yet capable of maintaining a straightforward relationship. Duan mentioned that he knew some skilled alchemists, but they were already affiliated with a large guild. Ningfeng recalled that when he absorbed the Realm Lord's memories, he had once killed several alchemists whose potions surpassed the standards of their world. He noticed that once alchemists became guild members, they might lose control and the risk of leaking his secrets would increase. With that in mind, he decided not to attract greedy individuals. Ningfeng then instructed Duan that if he came across any opportunities, he should help him keep an eye out for them. The following day, he persisted in his search for an alchemist. He was surprised when Wang Yu informed him that she knew an alchemist. He informed him that their team's priest, Su Ting's brother, was a skilled alchemist. Ningfeng felt relieved upon hearing this news from Wang Yu. Ningfeng then explained that he was searching for an alchemist because he had come across some medical prescriptions at home and needed help deciphering them. They continued their conversation, and Wang Yu assured him that she would arrange it immediately. Quickly, Ningfeng met with the alchemist. The alchemist introduced himself as Su Wei and asked Ningfeng if he could see the prescription. Meanwhile, Su Ting was irritated as he had been kicked out by his brother for joining the conversation with Ningfeng. He hung a do not disturb sign on the door to ensure privacy during their discussion. Su Wei informed Ningfeng that the ingredients of the medicine weren't special and asked if he knew the effects of the potion. Ningfeng told him that it was said to boost experience by 100%. Upon hearing this, Su Wei was surprised. He informed Ningfeng that potions on the market could only boost by 40%, so he was surprised by the claim of 100%. Ningfeng explained that he was also unaware of this and had come seeking advice. Su Wei instructed Ningfeng to wait, explaining that he needed to go upstairs to conduct some experiments. In haste, he called out to Xiao Ho to attend to their guests promptly. They waited patiently in the living room. They gathered together with Su Ting and Wang Yu while awaiting the results. Suddenly, they heard a noise emanating from upstairs. Concerned, they immediately wondered what had happened. So they made the decision to investigate the source of the noise themselves. Su Ting noticed that a slime was moving in their direction. She quickly informed the others that the slime was the one her brother had used for his experiment. Suddenly, a fire struck the slime, causing it to evaporate instantly. The three of them were surprised by what had happened. Su Ting then realized that her brother was the one who had evaporated the slime and felt relieved. He informed Ningfeng that his experiment was complete and it was 100% successful. Su Ting and Wang Yu were confused about what he was saying. Shortly after, Su Wei called Ningfeng. He informed him that after drinking a bit of the prepared potion and testing it with the slime, the experience boost was absolutely 100% effective. Su Wei then demonstrated to Ningfeng the effects of the potions. Su Ting couldn't believe that her brother was sacrificing his cherished lab for the experiments. After a while, the experiments were completed. Wang Yu and Su Ting were surprised to learn that the experience boosts were 100% effective. Ningfeng was also amazed to hear the news. Su Wei instructed the girls to keep their voices down and to ensure that the information remained a secret. He then asked Ningfeng what he intended to do with the potion, but Ningfeng was deep in thought and couldn't answer immediately. Suddenly, his phone rang. He stated that he would check the news first. He saw in their class group that Chiwei announced that the school was planning to organize level-up training for all Senior 3 students and that they needed to cooperate. The group chat quickly became chaotic, with everyone wondering what it was all about. Shortly, he informed Su Wei and the others that he planned to distribute the potions to their own people first and then sell them after some time. Su Ting then quickly asked if she was included. Su Ting was excited at the thought of Ningfeng being their boss and becoming wealthy. On the other hand, Ningfeng believed that given the high demand, once the potion was launched on the market, it would inevitably cause a sensation. He believed that if he wanted to have peace of mind, it was better to first cultivate those around him and strengthen his own authority. He thought that if anyone harbored ill intentions, they better think twice. In an abrupt manner, Ningfeng instructed Wang Yu to tally up Jiangshu for the experience elixir. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu and Su Ting were delighted, interpreting Ningfeng's instruction as a generous act. Ningfeng believed that Jiangshu was beneficial to Wang Yu and could potentially prove useful in the future. Additionally, Su Wei inquired of Ningfeng whether he possessed other formulas, to which Ning Feng responded affirmatively. He promptly provided it to Su Wei, and Su Wei and Xuan Wei quickly perused its contents. Su Wei informed him that there were numerous materials mentioned, some of which he hadn't heard of before. So Ning Feng surmised that this was likely because the prescription originated from the secret realm, where some of the ingredients mentioned were considered rare and fortunate finds by those familiar with them. Meanwhile, Wang Yu suggested that they all have dinner together once they finished distributing the potions. Ning Feng was taken aback when Wang Yu included him in the invitation. He inquired why he should join, to which Wang Yu reassured him not to worry about it. Ning Feng sat silently as Wang Yu and the others were engrossed in their own conversation. He felt as though no one seemed to be listening to him. Finally, Monday has arrived. Ning Feng waited for Wang Yu and the others at the roadside. Shortly after, a bus passed by him. They noticed Ning Feng and assumed he hadn't attended the practice session. They laughed and wondered what he was doing out there. The green light appeared, and the bus was finally able to move. On the other hand, Ning Feng remained there, waiting for Wang Yu and the others. The students gathered at the entrance to the secret realm. Qi Wei was the one responsible for looking after the children. She informed him that they would enter but would wait for about 2 hours. She told them that they needed to wait because they were in the second group, emphasizing that being chosen as part of the first group was already quite an achievement. Suddenly, one of their classmates spotted Ning Feng. They were surprised to see Ning Feng arriving with the Solemn Guild and wearing their uniform. Suddenly, they noticed that Ning Feng was leading the group entering the secret realm with Wang Yu's guild. Qi Wei informed them that Ning Feng was with the Solemn Guild, indicating that he should head directly to the depths of the secret realm. Ning Feng's classmates were annoyed that he was grouped with stronger individuals. Suddenly, someone approached the student. The man inquired about Wang Yu, and the student confirmed her whereabouts. To their surprise, it turned out to be another guild group heading towards the secret realm. The group of 3 all stepped forward to enter. The student felt angry and perceived them as arrogant. But his classmate informed him that those 3 individuals were all rookies on the national supernova list, similar to Wang Yu. The woman in the group is named Chang Muqiu and ranks 4th on the supernova list. The muscle man's name is Li Ku, and he's ranked 3rd on the supernova list. Finally, the second rank on the list is called Gu Yunzhou. After some time, they reached the innermost depths of the hidden domain. Jiangshu were eager to experiment with the potion that enhanced their experience. Su Ting slapped him and cautioned him to lower his voice, warning that others might overhear. Jiangshu expressed concern about the potion's cost, but Su Wei reassured him that it was not a problem. Then he explained that the potion was indeed valuable, and relying on it could elevate them to a respected position within any top guild. Jiangshu and Su Ting conveyed their gratitude to Ning Feng, but Ning Feng humbly insisted that there was no need for formalities. Wang Yu felt happy seeing Ning Feng socializing, knowing that he didn't have many friends. She remembered the time when people laughed at him for not awakening, which made her cherish his newfound connections even more. So she thought that it was a positive development for Ning Feng. She found it rare to see Ning Feng chatting joyfully and hoped that he could start feeling better from now on. Shortly, Wang Yu called their attention. She emphasized the importance of prioritizing safety during battles, especially since they lacked tanks or magic damage dealers. Wang Yu then assigned specific tasks to each member, and they all acknowledged their understanding of their roles. Meanwhile, Ning Feng considered that if he didn't move, his leveling up would slow down, but he decided to go with the flow for the time being. Wang Yu was busy preparing her weapons. He swiftly shot her arrows as the monsters closed in. The monsters were caught off guard by the sudden attack. The effects of the arrows quickly evaporated the monsters, incapacitating them. However, more monsters were charging towards them. Su Ting, the team's priest, also prepared to engage in battle. Quickly, she summoned her magic using her wand. On the other hand, the berserker Jiangshu also readied himself to engage in combat. With all his might, he hurled his weapon towards the oncoming monsters. He quickly thrust the weapon into the ground, creating a massive earthquake. Su Wei also joined the battle, ready to lend his skills to the fray. With his fire powers, he easily incinerated the monsters, turning them to ashes in an instant. He felt a surge of power coursing through his body, thanks to the experience boost potion. Meanwhile, Su Ting and Jiangshu also felt their power increasing as a result of the experience boost potion. Suddenly, they heard a sound emanating from the cave. They asked who it was, as they could hear laughter echoing from the depths of the cave. The person apologized, explaining that they couldn't help but laugh. The three of them stepped forward, and the second ranks began mocking Jiangshu and the others. Su Ting then realized that those guys were on the supernova list. Yunzhou then remarked that they hadn't expected their reputation to precede them, as they were recognized so quickly. As they moved forward, Su Ting and Jiangshu wondered why they were there. Quickly, Wang Yu arrived and informed them that they were leveling up, then asked the three if they needed anything. Yunzhou informed Wang Yu that they specifically came to ask her a question. He inquired if she was interested in becoming a part of their team. Su Ting and Jiangshu were taken aback by the unexpected question. Wang Yu then firmly responded that she was not interested, stating that she already had her own team. Despite Wang Yu's refusal, Yunzhou persisted and continued to try to convince her to agree. Wang Yu declined once more, making it clear that she didn't want to join them. However, Yunzhou advised her not to rush her decision. He explained that due to the frequent anomalies, the three prestigious universities were raising their entrance standards. During that year, the universities were only recruiting elite teams or individuals with favorable conditions. However, the slots available were limited. Yunzhou emphasized that it was a golden opportunity for her to join their team. They emphasized to her not to forget that she was destined to become a strong individual. Suddenly, he referred to Wang Yu's teammates. They were shocked to hear what he said. He told them that her teammates were going to be her weakness if she continued to associate with them. Wang Yu got angry and quickly summoned her weapon. Yunzhou cautioned her not to get too excited, reminding her that she couldn't engage in combat in that location since she was an archer. Suddenly, Su Ting held her shoulders and told her to forget about what they said and just ignore them. Shortly after, they decided to leave and search for another place to level up. As they were leaving, Ning Feng thought that Yunzhou was trouble. Suddenly, someone came to confront him. Li Ku, the third rank on the list, asked if he was Zhao Cheng, and Ning Feng quickly denied it. Hearing this, Li Ku told Ning Feng to get lost. However, Ning Feng was irritated by his attitude and glared at him. Suddenly, Jiangshu interfered and advised Li Ku not to engage in a fight with Ning Feng. Li Ku was upset and believed that Jiangshu had no right to intervene and help others. Without hesitation, Li Ku attacked Jiangshu. Jiangshu couldn't dodge the attack and was hit in his core, but he still attempted to defend himself. Wang Yu was surprised and became concerned for Jiangshu, but as she was running to help him, Yunzhou stopped her. She angrily told Yunzhou to get out of her way. Yunzhou was surprised and didn't expect that Wang Yu would draw her sword at him. However, he remained steadfast in his position, not allowing Wang Yu to pass through. Meanwhile, Jiangshu experienced discomfort as if some of his ribs had been fractured. In response, he promptly urged Ning Feng to depart, perceiving Li Ku as a formidable adversary. Li Ku persisted in provoking Jiangshu, taunting him by labeling him a loser. Nevertheless, Jiangshu was undeterred, and he swiftly charged at Li Ku. However, Li Ku's fist was already poised to strike him. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and Su Ting sprang into action, moving to assist Jiangshu. However, Jiangshu realized that it was already too late. To Li Ku's astonishment, Ning Feng intercepted his attack with his bare palm. To Jiangshu's surprise, he hadn't anticipated Ning Feng stepping in front of him and successfully halting the big guy's fist. All the guild members, including Li Ku's group, were taken aback by what Ning Feng did. Li Ku was stunned and unable to move when Ning Feng stopped his hand. Suddenly, he noticed that Ning Feng was gripping his wrist. Ning Feng forcefully grabbed his wrist, angry at what he had done. As a result, Li Ku yelled out in pain from the force. To his surprise, Ning Feng flung him aside with just one hand. The force was so powerful that it broke the ground, and when he hit the wall, it crumbled. The crumbled walls fell upon his unconscious body lying on the ground. Then, Ning Feng called him trash. Yunzhou was taken aback and called out to Li Ku with concern. But just as he was about to rush to his aid, an arrow struck him from behind. He was shocked to find that the arrow had struck his backside. Su Ting couldn't help but laugh as she stood behind Wang Yu, who had just fired the arrow. A member of Yunzhou's guild was taken aback by the situation and unsure of how to react. She was shocked to see his usually formidable companions defeated so easily and couldn't believe what had happened. Meanwhile, Ningfeng realized that he had inadvertently revealed his true abilities. However, he felt relieved that he no longer needed to hide his powers, as keeping them a secret had been burdensome. Soon after, he instructed Su Ting to quickly tend to Jiangshu's injuries. Su Ting quickly used her wand to heal him. While Su Ting was healing Jiangshu, Ningfeng asked him what they should do about the big guy. He was surprised when Jiangshu told him to handle the big guy himself. Ningfeng instructed Jiangshu to strip the equipment from the big guy and consider it compensation for what he had done to him. Yunzhou overheard this and became furious, accusing them of robbery. To his surprise, Ningfeng launched an attack on him, catching Yunzhou completely off guard. Ningfeng gave him a menacing glare, threatening him with just the look in his eyes. Seeing this, Yunzhou changed his attitude and agreed to hand over the equipment. Ningfeng then complimented him, remarking that he was finally showing some sense. The woman guild member, Muchio, surprised them by already having removed her equipment and complying easily. Ningfeng told her that she was very sensible for doing so. Hearing this, the woman blushed and became shy. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and the others were getting ready to leave. As they walked, Wang Yu opened up about Ningfeng's abilities, discussing them with the group. Wang Yu felt sad because Ningfeng had been reluctant to reveal his powers. However, she told him that if he didn't want to discuss his powers, she wouldn't ask any further questions about them. Ningfeng was glad that she understood and respected his wishes. Suddenly, Wang Yu reached out and grabbed his shoulders. She smiled at him and said that she was genuinely happy for him. Hearing this, Ningfeng felt happy and appreciated her support. After the confrontation, Jiangshu and Su Ting asked Ningfeng which university and guild he was interested in joining. Su Wei asked the others to slow down because he was falling behind. Ningfeng then considered that joining a university or guild might not be necessary after all. He shifted the conversation and began to encourage his teammates, boosting their confidence about leveling up more quickly. He then considered that even without his forbidden spells, he could still use his basic skills to launch attacks. After some time, Ningfeng returned home and greeted Duan. Ningfeng was exhausted and disappointed that after days of hard work, he had only managed to increase by 1 level. So, he went to sit on the sofa to rest, but he still couldn't stop thinking about it. He then decided not to overthink things and just take a few days to rest. Ningfeng spent his days playing with Duan, reading books, and trying various kinds of foods. While he was eating, his phone started ringing. Yang Xian was on the line, calling to ask Ningfeng if he was interested in participating in an upcoming auction. Ningfeng asked if Master Tang was taking over as the person in charge after Master Wang, to which Yang Xian confirmed that he was right. So he told Yang Xian that he would come over since he hadn't been busy lately. As he confirmed his attendance, Ningfeng pondered that Master Tang was better at handling people than Master Wang had been. Later in the afternoon, their visitors arrived. Master Tang introduced himself to Ningfeng as the appraiser at the trading center. Ningfeng stood up and offered his hand to shake hands with Mr. Tang. Meanwhile, Master Tang couldn't help but think that he should provide excellent service to Ningfeng. Instantly, Master Tang instructed Xiao Yang to let Ningfeng review the auction catalog. As Ningfeng browsed through the catalog, he couldn't find anything that seemed useful to him. So Ningfeng turned the page of the catalog to see what else was available. Seeing this, Master Tang thought that Ningfeng wasn't interested in any of the items. But suddenly, Ningfeng spotted something in the catalog that surprised him. Master Tang approached and, seeing the item Ningfeng was looking at, he commented that he had picked the right one. Master Tang explained that it was the latest experience potion, capable of boosting his experience points by 100%. Hearing this, Ningfeng's demeanor changed as he recalled his previous experiment with Su Wei. Duan was also surprised and wanted to ask Ningfeng about it. Seeing their reactions, Master Wang was confused. Ningfeng immediately questioned Master Tang about where they had obtained the potion. Master Wang felt uneasy as he revealed that the item was from the Azure Sharp Guild. Hearing this, Ningfeng started to ponder the power of the guild and wondered if Su Wei had sold them the potion or if the guild had done something to Su Wei. Shortly after, Ningfeng asked Master Wang if the Azure Sharp Guild had mentioned where they obtained the potion. Master Wang informed them that the prescription was a prize bestowed upon the Azure member for their accomplishments during trials. Duan mentioned that he hadn't heard of another secret realm, and it didn't appear to be officially registered. Ningfeng found it to be a satisfactory explanation upon learning that Su Wei had not been harmed. Suddenly, the system issued a mission for him to enter the secret trial realm and harness its power for his own use. Ningfeng felt excited, as it was the first time the system had assigned him a mission. Master Tang informed Xiaoyang that if Ningfeng needed anything in the future, she could relay the message to him. However, Master Tang couldn't shake the thought of how Ningfeng wasn't as impressed by the potion coveted by various guilds. Shortly after, Duan informed Ningfeng that he would depart to gather information, but Ningfeng insisted on accompanying him. They moved into another room and utilized the computer. Duan noticed that they required the appropriate login permissions. Ningfeng approached Duan to observe his progress closely. After their search of the secret realm, they were astonished by how it appeared. They perceived the secret realm as resembling a tower and speculated that intruders might not be permitted. Ningfeng realized that he would need to find a way to gain entry, or else he risked failing the mission. Quickly, Ningfeng wasted no time and headed to the trial secret realm. He observed that there were still guards on duty even at such a late hour. Ningfeng approached the guards stealthily, utilizing his skills to ensure they did not notice him. Quickly, he moved forward to bypass the guards. Ningfeng felt satisfied that the guards couldn't see him and even taunted them playfully. Swiftly, he attempted to pass through the door. However, something unexpected occurred that he hadn't anticipated. Ningfeng was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. As he attempted to enter, the door suddenly exploded, preventing him from passing through. Those inside quickly realized what had happened and felt it necessary to report the incident to the guild. As time passed, the night seemed to grow longer. Ningfeng returned to his original location, feeling disheartened by his failure to enter the realm. His body felt weak as he was transported back. As he was being transported, he suddenly fell to the ground. His face was covered in blood, and he couldn't believe what had just happened. He couldn't believe that a sudden surge of power occurred as he attempted to enter the realm, breaking through his shield. Ningfeng was left wondering what had transpired. Suddenly, his system began displaying signs of error. He felt confused and shocked that even the system had begun malfunctioning. To his surprise, the system started displaying multiple errors. After the disturbance, the Azure Sharp Guild ventured into the hidden trial realm. They tended to the guards who had been impacted by the explosion, providing healing. After administering treatment, the healer informed the president that the guards' bodies showed no signs of injury from the explosion. Suddenly, the guards regained consciousness and were surprised to find the president present. Master He, the leader of the Azure Sharp Guild, inquired of the guard what had transpired. The guard explained that he was unaware of what happened, as there was a sudden explosion and he lost consciousness. Hence, the president speculated that something might be occurring within the confines of the secret realm. Shortly after, his companion suggested that they utilize the time reversal to conduct an investigation. The priest began harnessing her powers. Suddenly, a large clock materialized above them. The president proposed that they utilize the time reversal ability to review the sequence of events that had transpired. The time reversal process commenced, initiating a review of events. Suddenly, Master He was taken aback by what he witnessed. He witnessed a mysterious entity with a powerful aura advancing toward the secret realm of trials. At that moment, the leader of the secret realm of trials sensed the immense power emanating from the mysterious entity. Enraged by the attempted invasion of his territory, he unleashed his own formidable power in response. The unleashing of his power resulted in the massive explosion that caught everyone by surprise. They were astonished to discover that the mysterious entity was identified as an evil god. The god stated that it couldn't allow the entity to destroy the world. The Azure Sharp Guild was taken aback, as they hadn't anticipated that the entity would pose a threat to the world's destruction. As they returned, they deliberated on the appearance and implications of the entity. They conversed about how it was the first time they had confirmed the existence of gods. President Liu Yingjin suggested that the entity had likely attained the forbidden spell level. The other guild leaders discussed the possibility that the entity's power might be a reward or blessing. President Yu Linghua also chimed in, expressing that even the forbidden spell level might not be sufficient to destroy the evil god. The representative from the Wangshu Guild asserted that if the evil god threatened to destroy the world, they must confront it head-on. Then, the representative from the Illuminati Guild inquired if there were any methods available to deal with the evil god. When it was suggested that they could employ a forbidden spell, the Blazing Guild agreed that it was worth attempting. Master He speculated that the other guilds had set their sights on the trial's secret realm and saw an opportunity to persuade them to cooperate. Then, he spoke up and cautioned them that venturing into the trial's secret realm was beyond their current capabilities and that they would not be able to overcome its challenges. They started to ponder their next steps, recognizing their lack of qualification to proceed. The president then turned to Lao Feng and inquired about his opinion on the matter. Lao Feng then expressed his belief that each of them possessed considerable capabilities. He advised Lao Feng not to be overly concerned or influenced by the issue. Lao Feng became upset when his disciple reported irregularities in Qingnu City, and the president not only ignored the report but also dispatched an investigative team of some sort. The president advised Lao Feng to relax, suggesting that he was getting worked up again, akin to his head being on fire. The locals were surprised to see Lao Feng there because they believed his power had become even stronger over time. Additionally, the president requested Lao Feng's disciple to provide footage of the mysterious powerhouse in Qingyu City. However, Lao Feng hesitated, prompting the president to offer him 2 boxes of excellent wine as compensation. Upon hearing this, Lao Feng suddenly began to ponder the offer. Gradually, the fire on Lao Feng's head began to fade, and he eventually returned to his normal state. He agreed to the president's condition. The following day, Ning Feng stayed at Duan's house. Ning Feng rested in the bed, but he seemed preoccupied, as he had been staring at the system for a while now. He wondered why a new mission had appeared when the previous one hadn't been completed yet. Moreover, Gaopeng got up from bed and decided to step outside. To his surprise, there were guests in the living room whom he didn't recognize. The guests quickly rose when they realized it was Ning Feng. Ning Feng was confused that the old man knew him, so he asked who he was. Duan introduced the old man as the former leader of the Lone Shadow Guild, who now held the position of director of the Adventure Management Bureau. Then, he introduced the woman and said that she was Kuang Lan, the current leader of the Lone Shadow Guild. Ning Feng was surprised and quickly asked Lao Feng if he was the Scarlet Fire Grim Reaper, his excitement evident. Lao Feng chuckled and acknowledged that it was his old reputation. Ning Feng looked at Lao Feng, knowing he was a formidable individual with a strong reputation. Shortly after, Lao Feng told Ning Feng that he brought some good potions as a gift since it was their first time meeting. Seeing this, Ning Feng was amazed by the amount and thought it was impressive. Moreover, Ning Feng asked about the purpose of their visit. Suddenly, Kuang Lan brought out a device and showed a clip to them, suggesting they should watch it together. To his surprise, she showed a clip of the god residing in the secret realm. Ning Feng was surprised when the person from the secret realm referred to him as an evil god. He got scared as he was just an ordinary student, and now they were referring to him as an evil god. The system then told him it's no problem, as it was just a small matter, which angered him as the system seemed to be making light of the situation. Ning Feng then tried to calm himself down and act normal. Shortly after, he told them that he would send the video to the mysterious powerhouse and contacted them right away for updates. Before they left, Kuang Lan gave Ning Feng her business card. As he read the card, he remembered that she was the doctor in charge of the reception on the day he changed professions. So he thought it was no wonder that he recovered quickly. Finally, Kuang Lan and Lao Feng left. While they were walking, Lao Feng told Kuang Lan that Ning Feng was just as she had described him. Kuang Lan then asked Lao Feng if he thought Ning Feng and the mysterious powerhouse were the same person. He then asked her if it was important. He explained that if Ning Feng wanted them to see him as a student, they should treat him as one. Consequently, he hoped that if Ning ever was the mysterious powerhouse, he hoped that Ning Feng could become their strongest support. Ning Feng proceeds to enjoy a cup of coffee while contemplating his next course of action. He He considered that the probing skill responsible for damaging the system could possibly involve tracking his movements. He contemplated that the god effortlessly shattered Hua's defense, indicating that its strength had likely reached the level of forbidden spells. Nevertheless, he realized that his utmost priority at the moment was to complete the mission released by the system. He contemplated that he should disregard the latest mission in the system and focus on completing the trial instead. Shortly after, he inquired of Duan whether Lao Feng had provided any information, to which Duan promptly responded that he would sort it out immediately. They discussed the internal structure of the secret realm trial, likening it to a tower. It was mentioned that the realm was divided into numerous floors, although the exact number remained unknown to them. So, Ningfeng pondered that since the mission didn't specifically require his presence, he wondered if it would be acceptable to delegate it to someone else. Furthermore, he asked Duan if he had observed Shiyu clearing the levels, and Duan confirmed that he had indeed watched her progress. He then inquired of Duan, hypothetically, how many floors he thought he could reach if he were the one undertaking the trial. Duan then suggested that perhaps he could reach approximately 35 floors. Hearing this, Ningfeng thought that he could rely on Duan. Then he suddenly had the idea to organize a special training session specifically tailored for Duan. Meanwhile, Lao Feng was taken aback by the information that was reported. He was surprised to learn that the mysterious powerhouse wanted someone from the Azure Shield Guild to participate in the trial. Kuang Lan mentioned that Duan was the one who relayed the information, and they also requested the use of their training room. Lao then realized that Duan hadn't yet reached the 5th transformation, so he thought that things were becoming interesting at the moment. Moreover, Lao Feng shared with Kuang Lan that yesterday, the presidents of the 7 major guilds all attempted to challenge the secret realm trial, but unfortunately, they failed. Kuang Lan was surprised, considering President Liu was known as the strongest in the company, yet still failed. With that said, Lao Feng became excited about Duan, and his mind started racing with ideas once more. Lao Feng then mentioned that his mind was racing again, which surprised Kuang Lan. Kuang Lan then thought that the fire burning in Lao Feng's mind was consuming his life force and wondered if there truly was no way to cure it. The next day, Lao Feng and Kuang Lan welcomed Ningfeng and Duan as they arrived at the training room. The people there were surprised to see a gathering of strong individuals. The man suddenly recalled the first time he saw Ningfeng and was glad that he didn't offend him during their initial encounter. Moreover, Kuang Lan began to explain to Duan and Ningfeng the purpose of the training room. Then, Duan handed a USB drive to Kuang Lan containing all the information she had requested. As she looked at it, she was amazed by the detailed information about the monsters. Ningfeng then pondered that he acquired the information easily because of the Lord's memories. Shortly after, Lao Feng asked Duan if they could observe their training, and Duan agreed. He then mentioned that there was something he was very curious to know. He asked if the mysterious powerhouse ever mentioned whether the evil god would actually destroy the world. Kuang Lan was surprised by Lao Feng's sudden question. It caught Duan by surprise, and they were eagerly waiting for his answer. Upon their return to the villa, Duan wasted no time and promptly inquired of Ningfeng whether the malevolent deity would indeed bring about the world's destruction. Yet, Ningfeng chose to remain silent. He pondered that simply answering Duan's question wouldn't ease his mind, but he also realized he couldn't divulge too much information. So Duan relayed to Lao Feng that the powerhouse had also responded to him, but in just 8 words. Immediately, Lao Feng asked what the powerhouse had said. He relayed to them that the powerhouse had assured him, saying that as long as he was present, the catastrophe wouldn't occur. In response, Lao Feng interpreted his response as dismissive yet assertive in a dominant manner. Kuang Lan also thought that the powerhouse was so formidable that it did not fear the malevolent god. Meanwhile, Ningfeng thought to himself that he was fortunate to be quick-witted. Moving on, Lao Feng said to Duan that he would entrust the responsibility of overseeing the trial's secret realm to him. Shortly after, Duan entered the portal. Upon arrival, he was greeted by large structures looming before him. Duan was forcefully pushed back by the immense strength of the monster within the trial's secret realm. When he arrived, the monsters quickly engaged in combat with Duan. Duan quickly attempted to maintain his composure, and shortly after, he noticed that the monsters were charging toward him. As the monsters were about to charge, Duan let out a powerful shout. Upon hearing his voice, the monsters suddenly vanished, and he immediately got up. Observing Duan's condition, Ningfeng asked him if he wanted to exit and take a break. In response, Duan sat on the ground and assured Ningfeng that he was okay. Meanwhile, Lan thought that if she were in Duan's position, she wouldn't be able to pass the trial. On the other hand, Lao Feng was preoccupied with thoughts about Ningfeng's rapid evolution to his first transformation. Consequently, Ningfeng became worried about Duan, realizing that he hadn't considered the limits humans like him might face. Ningfeng's worry for Duan intensified, leading him to consider that if Duan couldn't complete the task, he would need to undertake the trial himself. Shortly after, Lao Feng informed Ningfeng and Lan that he would be taking his leave as his school would resume the following day. While walking, Ningfeng contemplated that he should level up as much as possible and acquire powerful equipment to equip Duan. Suddenly, he came to a halt. He brought out a flight scroll, knowing that the best way to leave was by using it. He used the scroll as he planned to ask the Yuansheng Trading Center to help him purchase some goods. Quickly, using the scroll, he soared through the air with ease. Shortly, he arrived at his destination. Ningfeng dressed himself in his armor. Finally, he spotted the glowing entrance of another realm. Ningfeng pondered that it was one of the two wild secret realms, and he was glad that it was not under the authorities' control. However, he noticed traces of battles nearby the entrance. But he proceeded to enter the portal nonetheless. Within the portal, enigmatic individuals encircled the vicinity. They infiltrated their adversaries' ranks and eradicated them. 3 shadowy figures exuded a malevolent aura, their eyes glowing red as they discerned the nearby shaft of light. The leader contemplated whether another foe was preparing to launch an assault aimed at their annihilation. They exuded confidence in their ability to vanquish any opposition in their path, warning that anyone foolish enough to challenge them would be courting their own demise. The man at the forefront expressed gratitude to the adversaries they had battled, recognizing them as unwitting sacrifices for their demon lord. With unshakable confidence, the men let out resounding screams, eagerly anticipating the triumph that lay ahead. A fighter succumbed to the battle, meeting their demise. However, the hearing device belonging to the man remained operational. The nefarious plans of the villains could be overheard through the man's remaining auditory device. Their apprehension grew as they listened in, hearing that the arrival of the demon lord signaled a clandestine invasion of the secret realm. Urgently, the woman relayed to her leader that the mutants had disclosed that a secret realm invasion was imminent on the mountain that very day. Her companions grew anxious, fearing that with the impending invasion, their nearby city would be in jeopardy. Their leader informed them that the 4th squad had been eliminated, emphasizing that even if they attempted to reach the mutants, they wouldn't be able to prevent the secret realm invasion from occurring. He realized that the monsters were formidable adversaries, and even the magic barrier in the city wouldn't suffice to keep them at bay. Swiftly, the man commanded his men to retreat and alert the authorities for an urgent evacuation of the populace. Furthermore, the captain assured them that he would remain behind and report to them promptly as needed. However, despite their hesitation, he urged his companions not to waste any time and to leave immediately. Shortly after, his men departed, leaving him behind. As they left, the captain couldn't help but worry and wonder why the situation had to unfold on that particular day. Furthermore, he retrieved his phone and called his child. He reassured her that there might be an emergency drill later and instructed her not to worry, but simply to listen to her mother. Quickly, he ended the call. However, shortly after ending the call, his child called him back. He answered the phone with a smile, but his child immediately complained about why he ended the call. The man was moved to tears as his child wished him a happy birthday, but he couldn't come home due to the emergency situation. Meanwhile, his men were in the vehicle, en route to the authorities. Tears welled up in their eyes as they realized that the invasion had begun and their captain had been left behind. The captain couldn't hold back his tears and wept openly. Suddenly, the entrance to the secret realm began to glow intensely. Shortly after, the malevolent men emerged through the portal, welcoming the surge of energy into the human world. Within the secret realm, Ningfeng wandered alone. He retrieved the Book of Ice-Cold Arrows. This skill can summon endless ice calamity, as the cruel chill sweeps across the world. As he wandered around, he began to feel great as he effortlessly defeated the monsters using the skill and swiftly leveled up in one go. Shortly after, he accessed his system, eager to learn a new skill. As the mutants managed to elude the human society, the sky began to grow gloomy with darkening clouds. The portal releases a powerful surge of energy accompanied by a brightening light. Before long, the wicked individuals dropped to their knees and greeted the arrival of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord strode forth on 2 feet. Suddenly, Ning Feng found himself being referred to as the Demon Lord, which surprised him. Ning Feng pondered why the men were bowing down to him. As he snapped back to his senses, he was surprised and wondered what was going on. The evil men were also surprised and wondered where the Demon Lord was. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord found himself immobilized, encased in ice by Ning Feng's cunning skill. The men observed Ning Feng and concluded that he didn't resemble the Demon Lord or any other guardian. He believed that Ning Feng was simply pledging loyalty to the Demon Lord. Abruptly, he yelled at Ning Feng, questioning if he was there to pledge loyalty to the Demon Lord. In reply, Ning Feng flatly denied it and told him it was none of his business. The mutant became angry, perceiving Ning Feng as arrogant. Additionally, he introduced himself as Gu Rong, a Class A wanted criminal with over 200 lives on his hands. Suddenly, they were all taken aback by Ning Feng's actions. Ning Feng transformed, eager to showcase his new skill and give the mutants a taste of it. Ning Feng unleashed the fear-probing skill. The skill plunges enemies into an illusion, revealing all their weaknesses, and then inflicts merciless torture upon them based on their revelations. Suddenly, the man began to witness something peculiar. The system detected a hidden shoulder injury in the man, likely caused by his improper use of a skill, resulting in a left shoulder injury. Shortly after, Ning Feng attempted to urge the men to fight back. The evil men became angry and were infuriated by Ning Feng's arrogant actions. Quickly, he commanded his men to eliminate Ning Feng. However, they began to sense something peculiar. They were shocked to see that it had suddenly become so dark. As they looked up, they saw a smirking face with an evil smile looming over them. Suddenly, the dark power attacked the evil man. He was surprised as the attack targeted his injured shoulder. On the other hand, Ning Feng believed that the skill he had acquired was effective for battling and exploiting the weaknesses of the evil men. After a while, the sun began to rise. The captain who remained behind reported no signs of invasion and instructed his men to proceed upward and assess the situation. He conveyed that he wouldn't mind dying, as he believed it was his fate. Shortly after, he dashed off to the mountain to see for himself. As he went up, he encountered something surprising. He was taken aback to see a group of people lying on the ground, and he identified them as the Class A wanted criminals. He couldn't believe that they had been wiped out. His members quickly asked about the situation inside the secret realm. Quickly, the captain informed him that the secret realm had been sealed off by a massive ice storm, and there wasn't a single living monster inside. So, his companions asked about the fate of the boss. The captain was surprised to see that the boss was frozen. Consequently, he was surprised to see the boss frozen and wanted to check if it was really dead. As the situation unfolded, his companion asked if the invasion of the secret realm had been halted. However, the captain remained silent as he was checking to see if the boss was truly eliminated. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was concerned and asked Duan to return and take a break for a while. In response, Duan felt ashamed of Ning Feng because his abilities were lacking, and he felt he had disappointed him by getting stuck on the 45th level. But Ning Feng reassured him, telling him to rest for a while. He also informed him that he would arrange special training for him next week. Hearing this, Duan felt emotional, grateful that Ning Feng hadn't given up on him. So, Duan asked Ning Feng what he wanted to eat and offered to order it right away. Duan then went to place the order, humming happily. Ning Feng went to the living room and decided to play during the break. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his screen. He looked at it and saw that it was a message from Senior Feng. He then opened the message, where Senior Feng asked if he wanted to rank up so they could do it together. Ning Feng doubted that it was really Senior Feng and even wondered if Senior Feng's account had been hacked. But shortly after, he received an audio message from Senior Feng, assuring him that it was indeed him. Ning Feng then pondered, realizing he didn't expect Lao Feng to have that side of him since he was always so serious. So, he accepted the offer, and they played together, resulting in a win. Ning Feng then quickly messaged Lao Feng, expressing his surprise that he was so good at the game. In response, Lao Feng chuckled as he explained that it was because he used to play it with his grandson. Then Ning Feng suggested that they should try to play as a trio next time. As the game ended, Ning Feng thought about Lao Feng's good status and realized that establishing a relationship with him could make many things easier for him in the future. Moreover, Lao Feng sent him another audio message, asking if he would like to participate in the upcoming Supernova camp training, as they had 2 slots available. Ning Feng thought about it, considering whether it would be beneficial for him in the future. Shortly after, he informed Lao Feng that he would like to go. As their conversation ended, Lao Feng pondered that his grandson and Ning Feng had a lot in common. He thought of his grandson and believed that he and Ning Feng would get along well with each other. The next day, Ning Feng attended school. He was in Class 2, Grade 3. His classmates were talking about how the top universities and even regular ones had increased their requirements for combat majors. One of the students then pointed at Ning Feng and asked his classmates if they were any different from a 1-star like Ning Feng. Furthermore, the break had ended. Shortly after, Chi-Wei came into the class and announced that they had a new classmate. As the students saw the transferee, they stared in awe. The student shyly introduced herself as Chang Muchio. As Ning Feng saw her, he recalled that she was one of the people who had caused trouble in the secret realm. Meanwhile, his classmates were amazed because they knew she was ranked 4th on the national supernova list. Suddenly, Chang Muchio asked Chi-Wei if she could sit next to Ning Feng. In response, Chi-Wei agreed. She then quickly took her seat next to Ning Feng. Ning Feng's classmates glared at him angrily, wondering why all the beautiful women liked Ning Feng. Meanwhile, Ning Feng looked at Chang Muchio, who still appeared shy and awkward. In the main room, a man from Chang Muchio's former school arrived. He angrily asked the principal what he had done to cause Chang Muchio to transfer to their school. The man then explained that Chang Muchio had also left a spot in the training camp, which could harm their reputation. Meanwhile, the principal smiled in response, thinking that having Chang Muchio would give them an additional spot in the training camp. So, he felt amazed that Principal Zhang made the effort to come and question him, as he now realized the situation. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The principal then promptly told the person to come in. A man entered and informed the principal that someone had come to see him because they couldn't reach his phone. The principal asked why and explained to the man that it was because he was in a meeting and had his phone on silent. The principal and Zhang were surprised when the man told them that it was Senior Feng from the Adventure Management Bureau. Shortly after, Senior Feng arrived and shook hands with the principal. Both men were surprised to see him, as he was a big shot who could usually only be seen on TV. Senior Feng then introduced his grandson, Feng Rue. Quickly, the principal asked how he could help them. Senior Feng quickly informed them that his grandson intends to transfer to their school. Upon hearing this, the principal and Zhang were surprised. They pondered that Feng Rue was ranked 12th on the national supernova list, and his profession was the Bloodborne Knight. Zhang then wondered why Senior Feng chose a school like this when his grandson is well known and has already established a name. Moreover, Senior Feng informed them that they have 2 slots in the training camp and want to allocate them to students from their school. Zhang then wondered in surprise why Senior Feng chose their school, as it was just a regular school. Shortly, the principal then said to Zhang that he wouldn't keep him any longer as he needed to discuss important matters with Senior Feng. So, he ordered Assistant Liu to see Principal Zhang off. Senior Feng and his grandson then sat on the sofa and waited. The principal clarified to Senior Feng that the 2 spots would be allocated to Ning Feng's class. In response, Senior Feng told him that it was the Bureau's arrangement and that he didn't need to ask many questions. The principal quickly assured him that they would comply. However, the principal still had some doubts and wondered how Ning Feng got involved with such high-profile individuals. Meanwhile, back in Ning Feng's classroom, Ning Feng started to feel curious. Chang Muchio and Feng Rue were already in his class. Even Wang Yu had transferred, so he asked them how they all ended up transferring to their class. So, Su Ting explained that the spots were allocated and everyone representing the school at the training camp this year was in his class. Meanwhile, Chang Muqiu and Wang Yu were having an ongoing fight. On the other hand, Ning Feng's classmate greeted Feng Rue, and Feng Rue responded by saying he would take care of him and everyone in the future. Chang Muqiu then suddenly realized that she was not the only one interested in Ning Feng, so she pondered that she should work harder to earn Ning Feng's respect. Suddenly, she recalled that she had a gift to give to Ning Feng and pondered that she should find the right opportunity. As they gathered together, Ning Feng's classmates stared at them. They wished they were the ones chatting with famous people like them. So, Ning Feng started to realize that his classroom was becoming lively. He promptly wondered what the deal was with Zhao Cheng abstaining. In Zhao Cheng's mansion, the individuals were still filled with curiosity. His father was quietly contemplating. Suddenly, their servant arrived and inquired whether they should inform them that Zhang Cheng was missing, as he hadn't returned home for several days. However, his father stated that he had already assigned a capable individual to investigate, and they would soon receive updates. Shortly after, he rose from his seat and inquired with the servant about Zhang Cheng's school. The servant mentioned that he had requested leave for Zhang Cheng for several days and had relinquished his spot in the training camp. Furthermore, Mr. Zhang mentioned that he would go to little Cheng's room and instructed the servant not to disturb him unless it was important. He promptly went upstairs. Then, he opened the door to Zhang Cheng's room. However, he still entered and walked towards the wall adorned with Zhang Cheng's pictures. Suddenly, he began to push on the wall. The wall adorned with Zhang Cheng's pictures suddenly opened. His father entered through the opened wall. As he entered, there were stones scattered on the ground, with blood in the center. In Ning Feng's classroom, Feng Rue held a glowing stone. He displayed it to his classmates and encouraged them to examine it to see if it could be useful for them too. As Ning Feng examined it, he realized that it was a summoning spell. Upon inspecting it, Ning Feng realized that it was indeed a summoning spell. Suddenly, Chang Muqiu also called Ning Feng and mentioned that she had also made one. As Ning Feng examined it, he saw that it was a blade of enchantment. But Ning Feng realized that he couldn't learn those spells. When he attempted to level up in the secret realm, he was denied entry because the requirement stated that 5 people were needed for him to enter. Since he couldn't enter, he remained at the same level and couldn't unlock any new skill slots. But Ning Feng still thanked them. However, he mentioned that he didn't have anything to offer in return. Suddenly, he brought out 2 glowing skills that surprised both of them. He mentioned that he had 40 bottles of high experience level potions and urged each of them to take half. As Chang Muqiu saw it, she recalled that it was an elusive potion of the Azure Guild reserved just for their elite members. On the other hand, Feng Rue thought the same, as he had heard that it was rarely available and highly coveted. He was surprised that Ning Feng handed them 40 bottles as if it were nothing. So, both of them thought that they must hold on to them tightly. Suddenly, Wang Yu intervened and said to Ning Feng that she had a gift for him. Wang Yu explained that Brother Wei had made a new potion and asked to give it to him. Shortly, Wang Yu presented him with the potion. Ning Feng was surprised as it was a new potion. After a while, he returned to Duan's villa. Duan greeted him and remarked that he was back early. Suddenly, Duan recalled what Ning Feng had said about giving him special training, but Ning Feng hadn't mentioned it again. He pondered if Ning Feng had forgotten about it. Moreover, Ning Feng brought out an item and told Duan that it was for him. Ning Feng explained that it was a new potion called Revitalizing Elixir that could heal long-standing internal injuries. Without delay, Duan drank the potion. Duan felt warmth throughout his body, and now he is more relaxed and comfortable. Ning Feng thought that the potion was truly remarkable, as he had tested it himself before and only a few hidden injuries remained. Moreover, Ning Feng mentioned that he would undertake the demon's training next time, which Duan quickly understood. Ning Feng then instructed Duan to inform him immediately if he ever feels like he can't hold on. Duan began to feel a strong energy coursing through him. As Ning Feng observed Duan, the hidden injuries in Duan's body became apparent. The system displayed some parts of Duan and indicated that they were in a recovering stage, leading Ning Feng to wonder if this was the effect of the nourishing potion. Furthermore, he informed Duan that he would begin by identifying his weaknesses and then proceed with targeted training. Ning Feng then informed Duan that 2 of his skills had issues, which surprised Duan as he was unaware of them. He thought that Ningfeng had a really sharp eye to see through his problems at a glance. Shortly, Duan changed into his combat appearance as the training was about to begin. Duan readied his stance as a strange energy charged toward him. To his surprise, he didn't hit the energy as it maneuvered away. As he turned around, he saw the energy coming straight at him, surprising him as it struck his body. As a result, he fell to his knees but assured Ningfeng that he could still handle it. Meanwhile, Ningfeng thought that thanks to the evil men, he became familiar with using the skill. This made him think that even though the pain is inevitable, the results don't seem bad. Duan stood up and thought that Ningfeng was probably the only one who could make him stronger, so he was determined not to let him down. So, he readied his stance and told Ningfeng to do it again. The training continued at the training ground for hours. A monster was about to attack Duan, but Duan didn't back down and waited for the opportunity to strike. The monster attempted to strike Duan, but he managed to evade it. Then, as Duan maneuvered behind the monster, he readied himself to take the opportunity. Quickly, he thrust his sword through the monster. The monster screamed in pain. Then, Duan delivered the final strike and finished off the monster. As he stood up, he smirked and demanded from Ningfeng that they continue to the next level. But Kuang Lan surprisingly informed Duan that there was no next level, as the monster was the last one they had. Upon hearing this, Duan inhaled deeply. Then, his body collapsed to the ground due to the excessive training, which had exhausted him. Duan cried happily as he asked Ningfeng if he had succeeded. Senior Feng was surprised that Duan managed to reach that level in just half a month, even though he was only in the 4th transformation. Kuang Lan then warned Senior Feng about his head, but Senior Feng assured her not to worry, as it would change back to normal. Suddenly, Kuang Lan realized that by enrolling Senior Feng in Ningfeng's school, he might already have thoughts of passing on his legacy. Moreover, she asked Feng if there was any way to ease the price of the power of darkness. Senior Feng was silent and momentarily speechless at her question. Shortly, he said that they should talk about it later, as he needed to take Duan to participate in the trial secret realm first. Senior Feng and Duan went to the Azure Gulf to participate. Shortly, they arrived at their destination using the flight scroll. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Lu Yingzhen from the Wenyu Guild, along with several presidents of the 7 great guilds. Then, he thought that in the face of the gods, only Ningfeng could maintain their composure, which is why he believed Ningfeng deserved to be the leader. Suddenly, one of the presidents wondered why they would arrange such a grand welcome just to greet someone at the 4th transformation when he himself had just reached the 5th transformation. He thought that the other presidents only came to curry favor with Senior Feng. Shortly afterward, they all proceeded to the trial secret realm. One of the presidents spoke to Duan and told him that everyone admired his strength, hoping that he would grant permission to live stream through the formation in the secret realm. In response, Duan said that it was fine with him. As Duan entered, they watched his actions through the camera. While they were watching, they couldn't help but be surprised. Then, they noticed that a powerhouse was watching as well, and they pondered whether they should try to become acquainted with him or not. Meanwhile, at Duan's villa, Ningfeng was also watching the live stream. He went to the living room and sat on the sofa with a bag of chips. Then, as his phone buzzed, he realized that it had already started. Meanwhile, inside the trial's secret realm, Duan remained composed and continued advancing through the levels. The presidents were surprised by Duan's agility, making them wonder if he was really just at the 4th transformation. Duan kept advancing through the 30th floor up to the 50th. The man was surprised to see that Duan had already surpassed the number of floors President Lu had cleared. Finally, Duan faced the monster on the last floor. Duan looked at the monster with much determination and concentrated on his goals. With ease, he swiftly defeated the monster. So, the system congratulated him for passing the trials. The presidents were surprised that Duan actually succeeded. Suddenly, Duan noticed something glowing above him. A bright light illuminated above him, which made him look in awe. The system told him that he had obtained the blessing and recognition of the gods, which was the first clearance reward. As the system revealed it, a light illuminated the area. To his surprise, the reward was the god's forbidden spell. Upon seeing this, The presidents were taken aback as they didn't expect the reward to actually be a forbidden spell. President Liu then felt irritated, believing that the first reward was rightfully his since the trial's secret realm belonged to him. Shortly after, the system checked Duan's capabilities and scanned his body. To his surprise, the system informed him that it detected his profession was not perfect enough to learn the forbidden spell. When they saw this, people questioned the meaning behind the system. In the meantime, Ningfeng remembered from the Lord's recollections that it had indicated the professions in their world hadn't reached their peak potential. Reflecting on this, it implied that there was no possibility of receiving a reward. Out of the blue, the system displayed that the reward had been changed to a divine emblem. Upon witnessing this, Duan became perplexed. Subsequently, the system appeared and informed him that he had 3 career paths to choose from, indicating that his profession belonged to the strength category. He attempted to select and view the descriptions for each career option. Upon selection, the system displayed the Sword Saint of Martial Spirit, a formidable warrior who wields the sword with chi control. The next option is the Supreme Fighting Saint, where every kick and punch carries formidable power. The last option is the Martial Soldier Immortal, proficient in employing various weapons to overcome opponents. Therefore, Duan reasoned that since his weapon was a short sword, he should opt for the Sword Saint of Martial Spirit. Upon his selection, the system swiftly proceeded with it. Shortly after, it showed that he obtained the Condensed Chi Emblem. The Condensed Chi Emblem is a consumable item of orange quality. The system explained to him that the divine emblem is condensed from divine power, containing the fundamental rules of the universe within it. Quickly, Duan absorbed the emblems. The system reassured him not to be afraid and to simply focus on absorbing it. Suddenly, the guilds noticed that something was happening in the sky. They observed that the sky was illuminating with a bright light. Shortly after, the system displayed a panel announcing the commencement of the complete trial of the gods in the ruins of Laurel City. The system panel appeared in various colors. The people quickly took out their phones and captured the situation, astonished by what they were witnessing. Meanwhile, Ningfeng also glanced outside the window. The panel displayed the mission: pass the trial of the gods, enter the secret realm, and harness its power for oneself. Shortly after, the system showed that it was complete. The guilds were surprised, considering that since people had already witnessed it, it was akin to a world announcement. Shortly thereafter, Duan finally emerged from the trial's secret realm. They sensed a powerful aura emanating from Duan as they witnessed how he successfully cleared the trial. The president then contemplated that Duan surpassed the power of the 4th transformation. The president then mused that Duan exceeded the power of the 4th transformation, speculating that his existence could potentially alter the power balance of the entire world. Moreover, Duan smiled at the guild presidents as they attempted to recruit him to join their respective guilds. In response, Duan informed them that he was not currently considering joining any guilds. After a while, he finally returned home. Upon his arrival, he thanked Ningfeng for his support and assistance in his achievement. Suddenly, Ningfeng drew something on the paper, but it wasn't clearly visible on the live stream. Then, he showed it to Duan and asked if it was the divine emblem that he was talking about. Duan asked if Ningfeng knew about these emblems, and Ningfeng replied affirmatively, mentioning that he had one and had just given it to Wang Yu. Upon hearing this, they felt speechless. Then, Duan realized that he was still far from reaching Ningfeng's level, considering that Ningfeng only gave away valuable divine emblems. Meanwhile, Ningfeng pondered if he could produce emblems himself, considering that he also possessed divine power, similar to what Duan mentioned about the divine insignia being formed by the condensation of divine power. Moreover, Ningfeng contemplated the one thing that bothered him. He suddenly thought about the 12 main gods and wondered if he was facing threats from all 12. Upon seeing this, Duan believed it wouldn't be long before all the guilds joined in. Ningfeng thought that if he could control the person who cleared the trial, he could use the power himself. However, his concern is that after passing through the trial realm, one might learn a forbidden spell. He thought that if the spell fell into enemy hands, it would be a threat to him, and if his existence were exposed, it would cause even greater trouble. So, he wondered if there was any way to ensure that those who completed the trial were his people. Suddenly, Duan told him there was one thing he wasn't sure if he did right. He then shared about the time when he was in the Azure Sharp Guild. The guild told him that the rewards from the trial needed to be returned to them. But Duan said that he had already absorbed the divine emblem and brought out the remaining items. However, the man firmly stated that he needed to leave the divine emblem behind, or he wouldn't be able to leave the place. It was just the man's wishful thinking, hoping he could say it. Suddenly, Duan brought out valuable high-grade items. The man quickly grabbed the recipe for the potion of forgetfulness. He knew that the potion could erase a specified skill, making the skill slot available again. He thinks that having that potion means having more opportunities for choice. So, he told Duan to keep the recipe of the potion confidential. But Duan told him that he had seen the recipe before, as it was exactly the same as his boss's. Upon hearing this, they were surprised. So, the Azure Guild asked if there was any evidence that his boss had seen it. Duan then fell silent for a moment. So, he told them that Duan couldn't pressure him with the mysterious powerhouse thing. In response, Duan said that he had evidence. They were surprised as Duan revealed that his boss knew the formula and had already brewed it. The man asked how it was possible. Adding to their surprise, Duan revealed that their boss also knew what was inside the secret realm. Suddenly, they noticed Lao Feng was laughing. The president asked why he was laughing, and he responded that it was none of his business. So, the president's anger flared. Lao Feng thought that transferring Xiao Ru to another school with Ning Deng was a wise decision. Shortly after, Duan told them that he would leave first. Lao Feng told him that he would accompany him, so they left together. He then asked Duan if his boss had any other potions available, as his body had been tainted by the power of darkness. He reasoned that he wanted to live a few more years to spend with his grandson. So Duan said that he could inquire for him, to which Lao Deng then expressed gratitude. Duan apologized to Ning Feng, saying that he should have made his own decisions. However, Ning Feng thought that he would help Lao Deng if he could. Ning Feng instructed Duan to locate the nourishing potion for Senior Feng and have him test it out. Duan then went to the lab looking for Senior Feng, informing him that he had some potions for him. Moreover, Kuang Lan went to Senior Deng's house to deliver the potion, but she noticed he wasn't home, making her wonder where he had gone. So, she decided to come back tomorrow. Suddenly, there were some strange sounds coming from the door. Xiao Ru was on the ground, experiencing some strange sensations. A voice spoke to him, saying that it could help his grandfather if he would submit to it. However, Xiao Rue said that he couldn't betray humanity and make a pact with a demon. So, the voice mocked him, saying that humans are such fragile creatures. Xiao Ru felt anger rise within him as the demon told him that only then would he be able to speak like that once his grandfather dies. The next day, Xiao Ru went to the playground. He felt sad and confused, thinking about his grandfather. Suddenly, Ning Feng appeared, asking if he was feeling down. Ning Feng asked him if they could play a couple of games to lift up his mood. But Xiao Ru said that Lao Feng doesn't allow him to play games at school. So, Ning Feng simply said that they could play next time, and also mentioned that Lao Feng is good at the game. Xiao Ru revealed that his grandfather learned to play because of him. He shared that when he was a child, his parents were killed, so he locked himself in his room all the time. Lao Feng didn't know how to comfort him, so he secretly learned to play games just for Xiao Ru. Xiao Ru expressed that he was grateful to his grandfather for always helping him out. Then, he apologized for bringing up the matter. On the other hand, Lao Feng was having a meeting with the board members. They showed a criminal and mentioned that he had mysteriously disappeared from prison. Next was Ji Young, who also disappeared from his home 5 years ago. They pondered that as Peng was the adventurer who was killed, its motive seemed to be revenge. But they wondered how fourth transformation experts could be killed without any resistance. The man then informed them that one of the adventurer's home security cameras recorded the fight. It was shown that the murderers broke into the adventurer's house. As the adventurer attacked, the murderer managed to dodge the attack and prepared to counterattack. In one strike, the adventurer inflicted great damage. Upon seeing this, Lao Feng and the others were surprised. The murderer attacked the adventurer countless times. As a result, the adventurer met their demise. They realized that the man clearly had superpowers that surpassed 50 levels of transformation. Lao then thought that in a head-to-head battle, he might not be able to defeat him as well. An unexpected, unsettling sensation fills Zhao Cheng's home. Chang stood motionless with a stern expression. He felt nervous at that moment, with sweat trickling down his face. Shortly, the door opened. The two wanted criminals entered his home. Chang quickly asked if the two of them had found anything. The man informed them that they haven't found his son's whereabouts. He then shared that while searching for his son, he felt an extremely powerful force of darkness. Chang was shocked and then asked, "What does it mean?" The man told him that only low-level favored ones can use the power of darkness under the demon's blessing. However, he added that true favored ones like them are personally summoned and trained by the demon lord. That means they lose contact with the outside world and train in the secret realm for a long time. So, the man concluded that his son might be in the same situation as them before, as his son caught the attention of the demon lord and was given the chance to train in the secret realm. So, Zhao Cheng's father asked if it was related to the ritual. The man said he was not sure, but he examined Zhao Cheng's ritual setup and confirmed that it was correct. Upon hearing this, Zhao's father rejoiced, believing that his son would become truly powerful. Shortly, the man requested that a car be arranged to take them to that location. As he saw it, he asked if they were looking for someone. The two criminals told him that they were going to visit a future student. Furthermore, Xiao Ru's parents were killed on a mission as they sacrificed their lives to seal the uncontrolled entrance to the secret realm. However, they left their son at a young age, which Lao Feng immediately took responsibility for. Xiao Ru was staring at the starry sky. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Xiao Ru immediately went to the door, asking who it was. He opened the door slowly, and then the two criminals appeared, prompting Xiao Ru to ask who they were looking for. The man asked if he was Feng Rue. So, the man told him that they should go inside and talk. But Feng Rue doubted them, thinking they were strange due to the dangerous aura around them. In response, he said they have to check on him for their master and urged him to start calling them senior brother. Upon hearing this, Feng asked who the master was. To his surprise, it was the demon that had been talking to him in his head. Suddenly, he noticed a mark behind them, which he instantly recognized as the demon's. So, he quickly prepared to attack. But the man easily grabbed his face. The wall cracked as the man pushed Feng Rue so hard that they went through it. The man told him how could he attack his brother, and said that he was rude. But Feng Rue still persisted and tried to escape. However, the man quickly punched him in the stomach. As a result, he couldn't move and spat out blood. He informed him that his master mentioned he wasn't very sensible and asked him to persuade Xiao Ru. He even mentioned that his master is willing to lend him immense power and even save his family. However, Xiao Ru persisted and declined the offer. Suddenly, his brother sighed. He told them that Senior Feng was not home, which frustrated them since they wanted to greet him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ru warned them not to hurt his grandfather. Shortly after, the criminal let go of Xiao Ru. The man told him that he had 3 days to decide and join them, and if he refused, they would harm Senior Feng. They emphasized that if he didn't agree, his grandfather would die in 3 days. Then, he mentioned the photo of Xiao Ru and Senior Feng. He claimed that it would make a pretty fitting memorial picture. Meanwhile, Ning Feng wandered in the wilderness tribe in the secret realm. He was fighting off some monster resembling a horse, but he was confident in his powers. The weapon he held suddenly glowed brighter. In an instant, the monster vanished. However, Ning Feng thought that even if he found a suitable place to level up, he could only accumulate experience in ordinary secret realms. Thus, he thinks that if it continues, to complete the mission, he'll have to target the nearby secret realms. Suddenly, his phone rang. Duan informed him that Senior Feng has something he wants to ask him. Ning Feng noticed that Duan's tone seemed a bit hesitant, but he asked him to explain. To his surprise, Duan revealed that Senior Feng wanted to be an apprentice of the mysterious powerhouse, which was him. Furthermore, Xiao Ru was admitted to the city second hospital. Xiao Ru thanked Ning Feng for visiting him. Moreover, Ning Feng asked how he was feeling. So, Xiao Ru said that he was fine, but he needed to stay for a few more days to monitor if the power of darkness was out of control. He was in the special ward for mutants, which Ning Feng hadn't been to before. Meanwhile, Senior Feng was showing the two criminals to Duan and told him they were dangerous. He was surprised that the boss agreed to help with the situation. Duan informed him that the boss didn't want to take him as an apprentice, but to train him instead. He told him that the boss required independent training space, but it should be low-key and secretive. He also mentioned that the boss wanted to give him special training. Suddenly, they heard Xiaoru shouting. The two criminals suddenly visits Xiao to the hospital. They told him that they felt bad about what they did to him, so they rushed over to apologize. Shortly after, Senior Feng called their attention. As they turned around, they saw Senior Feng's appearance had changed. He was so angry. The man told Senior Feng that he doesn't want to fight him in a place like that. In response, Senior Feng fell silent. Then, the man said they shall take their leave if he is not planning to fight, and told Xiaoru that he has 2 days to decide. Senior Feng let them leave even if he was frustrated. Duan is waiting at the door as they leave. To his surprise, the other man spit saliva on him. The man smirked while Duan just let them be. The two men continued to walk away. Meanwhile, Senior Feng apologized to Duan, but Duan said it's not his fault. On the other hand, Ningfeng asked Xiaoru if he wants some fruit. He said it looked fresh and to not waste it. After a while, night came. The two wanted criminals are enjoying their time. They were having fun with girls while they're drinking. Then, the man said that he heard that the Wang family's daughter is pretty good. So, the other man said that it's Wang Yu, and if he's interested, he can take her. While he was laughing, the wok suddenly explodes. Consequently, there's smoke everywhere. Duan and Ningfeng came with a mask on. The man asked who they were. On the other hand, Duan says that everyone shall leave except for Peng He and Gu Ying. Thus, Peng He and Gu Ying are intrigued that they actually came looking for them. The Gu Ying quickly attacked first. He utilized his weapon, preparing to strike Duan. He was confident he could hit Duan. Meanwhile, Duan got his sword ready. Duan quickly blocked his attack with his sword. Gu Ying was surprised that Duan managed to block him. He noticed Duan has really surpassed the 5th transformation, and if it wasn't for their special training, he would have been killed. He felt frightened, wondering how Duan is able to block his attack. Suddenly, he thought Duan just needed a moment to block him. Then the mage behind him could seize the opportunity to attack him. However, when he came to check, Ningfeng was sitting in the corner. He had snacks with him and didn't hold his weapon. Ningfeng casually opened his snack and ate comfortably, which surprised Gu Ying. Meanwhile, Duan quickly countered and asked what he was looking at. While he was pushed back, he suddenly started to emit a strange energy. Shortly, he quickly charged at Duan with his newly gained power. They clashed together, creating an intense surge of power in between them. Meanwhile, the people earlier didn't leave. They were too scared to leave even if they were told to. Suddenly, the man noticed Peng He was exuding a scary aura. They can feel his rage as they look at him. Peng He drew his sword and was on his way to fight Ningfeng. He quickly attacked Ningfeng. However, Ningfeng swiftly blocked it. Peng He's sword was pushed back as they clashed. Ningfeng quickly got up as he knew the man was targeting him. Peng He changed into his full form of combat. So, Ningfeng also prepared for the confrontation. He utilized the blade of enchantment to his sword, which increases all attributes continuously when using both magical and melee weapons. Peng He felt surprised looking at Ningfeng. He wondered how there could be such a powerful mage. Suddenly, something has emerged beneath him, but he quickly dodged it. To his surprise, there was another attack from behind, but he quickly blocked it with his armor. He thought Ningfeng's skills weren't that impressive, and it felt like dealing with an amateur with little combat experience. However, he suddenly realized that Ningfeng is doing it on purpose, and he needs to be extra cautious. Shortly, he quickly attacked Ningfeng with full force swing. So, Ningfeng get ready to defend. Peng He kept attacking Ningfeng, but Ningfeng just blocked his attack over again. Ningfeng then went smoothly to catch him off guard. But the man saw it. He immediately blocked it with his armor. Meanwhile, Ningfeng continued with his attack. Peng He pondered that Ningfeng was getting stronger as they fought. Suddenly, he asked Ningfeng to hold on. So, Ningfeng stopped. Peng He told Ningfeng that they can sit down and chat as both of them are strong, so there's no need to fight to the death. But Ningfeng declined. He told Peng He that his purpose is either he will die or he will live. Peng He got mad and called Ning Feng arrogant and mentioned that in his master's eyes, he's a mere ant. So, Ning Feng asked if it was the demon lord of the secret realm. Peng He revealed to Ning Feng that his master is beyond what ordinary people can imagine in terms of power and mentioned that his master enjoys the pleasure of crafting exquisite decorations from the remains of powerful foes. In response, Ning Feng clarified if his master has slain countless demon lords and enjoys collecting their remains, to which Jia Young said exactly. So, Ning Feng asked Peng He where his master was. On the other hand, Kuang Lan and Senior Feng are together. Kuang Lan informed them that the fight was on the top floor, which is a property of Zhao Corporation. Senior Feng quickly utilized a glowing ball. He then quickly threw it up in the sky. The magic ball went up to the top floor. Senior Feng was looking inside the top floor where the fight had occurred. Upon observing, he spotted two men fighting. They identified that it was really Peng He. Then, they ponder that the other person wearing a mask appears to be employing some form of disguise technique. Meanwhile, Peng He seemed to be struggling. As they continued to fight, Ning Feng's attributes are continuously increasing. Senior Feng found the masked man incredible, wondering where he got that power from. Moreover, Peng He changed appearance and was about to devour Ning Feng whole. With his big mouth, he devoured Ning Feng. He felt relieved as Ning Feng was finally gone. Then, he smirked and said that he couldn't believe he was forced to use that technique. Seeing this, Senior Feng was surprised. Meanwhile, Gu Ying and Duan are still fighting. He asked Duan if he was not concerned, considering that his partner was swallowed. In response, Duan said he was not qualified to worry about his boss. Suddenly, Gu Ying was surprised when Duan struck him. Duan said that he is also not qualified to worry about his boss. Gu Ying screamed in pain as blood spurted out his body. Meanwhile, Peng He felt concerned about Gu Ying's situation. Suddenly, he heard some noise. The man behind him was telling him that he is truly outstanding. Suddenly, the man was cut in half. He told the man that he was a small fry. Then, Peng He thought that since he transformed, he might as well devour more formidable foes. Suddenly, he noticed the magic ball outside. Senior Feng announced they were discovered. On the other hand, Peng He laughed and felt excited. However, when he was about to attack, his back suddenly exploded. He was confused about what happened. Ning Feng emerged from Peng He's body with ease. Suddenly, Ning Feng thought that he took too long to come out of Peng's body as he was still not familiar enough with actual combat. Meanwhile, Peng He was already dead. Jia Young was distracted about his demise while he didn't know Duan was in position to attack him. Duan quickly struck Gu Ying, which caught him off guard. Consequently, Duan also eliminated him. Duan and Ning Feng stayed at the hotel. Meanwhile, the girls quickly escaped. Ning Feng went to Gu Ying and asked him not to die yet. He demanded that Jia Young answer his questions. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Blood Mist Valley, a servant informs the Lord of the secret realm that intruders have been detected at the entrance of the secret realm. So, he ordered everyone to retreat, as the enemy might be there for him. He mentioned that Peng He and Gu Ying's spirit vessels have been shattered, which means they are both dead. He saw that Gu Ying told the human where his master is located. Then, he told his servant that he will handle it personally, as he surely isn't a match to their enemy either. The Lord felt frustrated as his subordinates solely rely on his powers, and only humans can continuously level up on their own and provide him with more power through sacrifice. Suddenly, a strange thing was emerging from his body. A big skull suddenly appeared in his core. Many years ago, he was an ordinary lord, but he stumbled upon that advanced demon lord relic, to which it bestowed him great power. With its help, he repeatedly defeated his enemies and turned them into trophies. Suddenly, he raised the skull. A strong surge of power suddenly fell upon him. On the other hand, Ning Feng was in the Blood Mist Valley, and he was the one that summoned a massive thunderstorm to the demon lord. Thus, Ning Feng pondered that he hadn't encountered a single monster yet. Suddenly, the system appeared and informed him that it found the endgame relics. So, he quickly moves according to the trace of the aura. Shortly, he found it on the hand of the pitch-black statue. Without delay, he absorbed it. He noticed there's only one relic as he thought it was countless as promised. As he completed it, He felt happy as all his attributes have been boosted by another 100 points. He ponders that since he surpassed level 40, he can now learn new skills. Shortly, he brought out the water elemental. He wondered if summoning forbidden spells can bring forth something like a great demon lord. So, he thought he should learn it first and see. As a book to summon water elemental showed up, he expected that it wouldn't be useful. But the system showed he can also summon a high-level demon lord with an indefinite duration. Ju Hyam thought it seemed interesting, so he thought it might be worth trying when needed. Meanwhile, Duan informed Senior Feng that they already killed the 2 criminals to be safe. Senior Feng expressed that he was grateful and said that Duan and his boss saved their lives. Kwang Lan thought that it's a good thing that the authorities showed goodwill to the mysterious powerhouse as it helped them defeat Peng He and Guing. Shortly, Senior Feng brought out a portfolio of information where the mysterious powerhouse is approved to have his training space in several areas. He showed that they selected good training bases to ensure their privacy without disturbance from unrelated personnel. Duan thought that he should take the information back and let Ning Feng choose personally. The next day, Duan and Ning Feng visited the training base mentioned. Ning Feng were surprised that it's such a big place. Then, Duan informed Ning Feng that the place is not in use, but if he likes it, Senior Feng said that he can allocate it directly to Ning Feng. Duan then explained that the entire building has 10 floors and is capable of accommodating 2,000 people. He further mentioned the infrastructure is exceptionally equipped, featuring a complete set of intelligent control systems. So, he told Ning Feng that if he wishes to live there for 1 or 2 years, it's possible. Ning Feng then thinks that the place is just right for him to develop his own strength and influence. After a while, they called Senior Feng to sign the documents. Senior Feng told them that he expected that the boss would like the place. On the other hand, Ning Feng felt amazed as he didn't expect that the authorities would willingly give him the place for free. As they signed the contract, Duan mentioned that their boss dislikes dealing with matters like that. So he told Senior Feng that Ning Feng and he will be trusted in the base management. Moreover, Senior Feng informed them that if the boss has thoughts of forming a guild, he can assist as well. Duan asked if there's a way to obtain various information promptly without establishing a guild. In response, Senior Feng said that their management can arrange a dedicated information channel. So, Ning Feng thought that the Bureau's information channel was indeed more efficient. Furthermore, he thinks as for establishing a guild, it might be better to transform the base into another model. After a while, they head out and Duan informs Senior Feng that the boss has arranged his special training for next week. Suddenly, Senior Feng's phone rang. To his surprise, he was informed that more people like Peng He and Guing will continue to appear upon their investigation. So, he suddenly thought that even if the boss trains him, it would be impossible to fight alone. As the night came, Senior Feng went home. Xiaoru immediately greets him. Senior Feng then asked him where he was planning to go as he noticed his suitcase. Xiaoru told him that Ning Feng arranged an intensive training program for a few of them because the Supernova training camp is about to commence. Xiaoru mentioned that there are 5 of them coming including him. Upon hearing this, Senior Feng's head was on fire again due to excitement. Moreover, he asked Xiaoru to tell him who's invited. Xiaoru then said that it's a few close friends of Ning Feng. So Senior Feng thinks that the boss prioritizes those with close connections. Senior Feng then assisted him to pack his things and instructed him to listen to Ning Feng and take advantage of the opportunity to train. The next day, the 5 of them went to the training base. Wang Yu and the rest of her guild members came together. Suddenly, a bright circle appeared beneath them which surprised them. Shortly, Ning Feng greets them along with Xiaoru. Sue whispered to Wang Yu that she felt relieved noticing Ning Feng didn't invite Changmuchio. Furthermore, they went inside the base and were amazed at how big it was. Wang Yu then asked Ning Feng how he found the place. Ning Feng told her that the owner of that place is an elder from his family, and he borrowed it for their use. Wang Yu pondered that Ning never mentioned it before and thought that ever since his awakening, he's becoming more mysterious. Moreover, Ning Feng introduced Duan as in charge for their training sessions. Xiaoru immediately paid his respect and called him Senior Du. Jiangshu then asked Xiaoru if he knew Duan as he seemed nervous. So, Xiaoru explained that Duan is the one who cleared the trial of gods. Upon hearing this, Jiangshu and the others fell in shock. Quickly, They went to the training room and the five of them were in high spirits. Duan was surprised seeing everyone suddenly become highly motivated. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was watching them from above and thought that he didn't have to worry about exposure. Ningfeng thought that instead of forming a traditional guild, he would focus on cultivating powerful individuals. Wang Yu was the first one to try to battle with dark magic. The dark magic easily got to her. She screamed in pain as she did not expect it. She felt that it's real and pondered that if it wasn't for training, if a normal person was hit with it, it would undoubtedly break their spirits. She then thought that Ningfeng became stronger by enduring such brutal training. On the other hand, Jiangshu and Su Wei are determined to train, as even though they are not supernova, Ningfeng has shown them hope. Then, Xiaoru thinks he needs to get stronger as he can't always rely on his grandfather. On the other hand, Su Ting was getting ready with his potions. Upon seeing them, Ningfeng observed that everyone's performance was quite impressive. The training went for hours. Wang Yu and the others felt they're going to die from exhaustion. Shortly, Duan entered the training area. He informed them that that day's training has ended, and he will lead the targeted training session starting tomorrow. All of them went to the VIP room and shared one table. Wang Yu said that although the training session just started, their gains have already surpassed the past few years. On the other hand, Xiao thought that the power of darkness within him that day is strange as there's no sign of out of control. Meanwhile, Su Wei was so exhausted that she slept on the table. Ningfeng quickly asked what's wrong. Wang Yu shared that Su Wei and Jiangshu have been under a lot of pressure lately as their school has a lot of entries at the supernova camp, so she thought there has been a lot of criticism online. So, Ningfeng brought out his phone and searched on the web. Wang Yu and Ningfeng saw posts about people ranting about why they are chosen to be on the supernova list when there are strong people. To their surprise, they noticed an account rebutting every post that was criticizing them. The people were mad at the user defending them. Much to their surprise, the user is none other than Chang Muqiu. The people knew her identity and questioned why she was defending them. Wang Yu expressed that she didn't expect Chang Muqiu to stand up for them. Shortly, Su Wei told them to stop reading the comments and said that she was just crying with happiness because of the special training. Moreover, Ningfeng told them to just focus on their training and said that he has a gift for everyone. Ningfeng told Wang Yu it was a secret, so she became mad. As the night fell, all of them went to their own rooms, including Ningfeng, but he couldn't sleep at all. He was thinking about the information about him, the so-called evil god that he saw in the memories of the demon lord. He pondered that there are 7 evil gods in fact, however, he is not among the 7. On the contrary, he was once one of the 12 major gods known as the omnipotent god of magic. Together with the 11 gods, he saw that he led his followers to destroy the 7 evil gods. However, he saw that the omnipotent god of magic became obsessed with studying the power of darkness, and eventually got consumed by it, and the 11 gods fought the omnipotent god, and the omnipotent god fled, thus becoming the evil god. He pondered that legend has been passed down in the world of light, and people firmly believe it. But there was another story that the people gradually lost faith in gods, causing the gods to become enraged. So, the gods began to incite their followers to fight each other, using them as tools for amusement and sacrificial offerings. However, only the omnipotent god of magic did not participate in that act. One day, the war reached the followers of the god of magic and were almost entirely slaughtered due to their lack of defense. The god of magic demanded the 11 gods to stop their farce, but he was mocked and ridiculed by the other gods. So, the god of magic unleashed a formidable power that killed 2 of the 11 major gods and got 6 gods injured. After that, the god of magic was forced to retreat and no one knows where he went, and rumors say that he entered an unknown realm and vanished without a trace. Ningfeng went to the secret realm and was chased by some monsters. He raised his wand towards the monsters and it unleashed a powerful magic. Upon eliminating them, he discerns that the experience points that he gained from small monsters aren't that bad. Shortly, the secret realm boss, the iron-armored Minotaur, appeared. Ningfeng quickly charged without delay. He leaped, aiming for the monster's head. Consequently, the sword cuts the Minotaur's head, but his sword got broken to pieces. Ningfeng contemplates about the broken sword. He realized after continuous battles, his weapons are already showing signs of wear. Suddenly, he was taken aback as he noticed that the monster was smiling at him. He then threw his sword as it's useless. Quickly, he used the forbidden spell that sent powerful waves towards the Minotaur, making it tremble in terror. With ease, he defeated the Minotaur. He thinks he just wasted a sword just to fight the monster that can only give him low experience points. Moreover, he thought he had to use the new skill, the Windblade technique. Ningfeng pondered that he can't always rely on forbidden spells, and thinks that without proper weapons, he can't take down the boss, let alone fight gods. Thus, he decided to go to a nearby city and buy a few weapons and equipment. Ningfeng went to the trading center. The clerk brought him all the orange quality swords and said that he can take a look. Ningfeng saw there were only 7, so he told her that he would buy it all. The woman was surprised, wondering who Ningfeng was, and that he also had a supreme black card. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The clerk told her to talk about the matter later as she was assisting Ningfeng. A group of men came and questioned why Ningfeng should have the priority even though they both have the supreme black card. The group of men walked towards the room where Ningfeng was, which was led by someone from the Gu family. The woman was surprised upon seeing them as they knew the man's status. Moreover, the man noticed Ningfeng. The man was shocked that he even called Ningfeng his boss. But Ningfeng doesn't seem to know who he was. The man wanted to tell Ningfeng that he's the one who took his dagger, but instead, he told him that his name was Gu Yunzhou. Ningfeng then realized who he was. Then Yunzhou said that it's nice to meet him. Then, he thought about what happened when he ordered someone to investigate Ningfeng's background. On the other hand, Ningfeng asked him if there's a sword there that catches his attention. But Yunzhou said it does not matter, and he shall pick what he likes. They were surprised as they didn't expect someone like Yunzhou to act like that. Shortly, Yunzhou told Ningfeng that he was leaving. Then, he went to the bathroom. Yunzhou felt that it was too humiliating and said that he had to do something. So, he decided to look at his phone. He opened the open forum and logged in with a secondary account and made a post. He posted that something seemed off about Ningfeng and suggested a thorough investigation. Shortly, Chang Muqiu replied and told them not to spread false information if they're not sure. Yuzhou got angry as he couldn't believe that Chang Miki defended Ningfeng. Then, he mumbled that he must find the trial's secret realm and take revenge on Ningfeng. Meanwhile, the employees bid goodbye as Ningfeng will take his leave. As he exited the building, Ningfeng felt something amiss. Then, he sighed. He suddenly recalled the time when he was fighting the monsters over and over again. As he went to the secret realm, he reached level 60. So, he now thinks he can finally go to a second transformation. Suddenly, he realized that the one in front of him was an altar. He thought that those monsters he killed once worshipped different evil gods until all the evil gods were eliminated by the 12 main gods. But now, he knows that those monsters continuously invade the human world, aiming to revive those 7 true evil gods. On the other hand, he thinks that those so-called main gods haven't protected humans and instead, they see him as a fake evil god as a mortal enemy. With that in Zhu Hyuk's mind, the monster legends about the omnipotent god of magic might actually be true. Then, he ought to destroy the altar. He destroyed it and thought that a monster or a god is not a single good thing. Suddenly, his phone vibrates. He saw that it was a message from Brother Wei, so he thought he should pick up the second transformation on the way. Meanwhile, at the training base, Su Wei was amazed that her brother actually set up a laboratory in the base. She then picked up a bottle of potion and tasted that it's delicious, but her brother warned her not to drink it. Su Ting informed her that it is called the Forgetfulness Potion and it will make her completely forget a skill. Upon hearing this, Su Wei and Jiangshu were surprised. Meanwhile, Wang Yu asked if the potion was the gift that Ningfeng mentioned. Ningfeng said that it's related to the potion, but there's something else. Shortly, he brought out the orange items. So, Wang Yu and the others fell in surprise upon seeing the orange items. Ningfeng then explained that he got them an orange quality suited for their profession. As they received them, their eyes brightened in joy as it was their first time receiving an orange item. On the other hand, Wang Yu asked Ningfeng if those skills are dropped from the secret realm, to which Ningfeng that's right and it was from higher level secret realms. Feng Rue was taken aback as he thought the difficulty of the secret realm that can drop orange quality skills must be great. Shortly, Ning Feng told them to stop dawdling as there's only 1 week left before the start of the training camp. So he told them to hurry and get themselves familiarized with their new skill. Then, they were walking towards the training room. Suddenly, someone arrived before them. Feng Rue noticed that it's his grandfather. On the other hand, Wang Yu and the others couldn't believe that Senior Feng was in front of them. They pondered that even though they have been with Feng Rue for a few days, meeting his grandfather, Lao Feng, is still overwhelming. On the other hand, Lao Feng was wondering if they're Ning Feng's friends and thinks that being guided by Ning Feng at such a young age means a limitless future. Meanwhile, Ning Feng ponders that day is the beginning of a new week and Senior Feng is just in time for the special training. Furthermore, Ning Feng asked Senior Feng if he wanted to see his grandson and the others' performance, to which he responded that it's great. Instantly, they went to the training room. The AI monsters then appeared before them. Wang Yu then first went in and used the new skill, Shadowless Arrow. Next, Feng Rue used the Heavy Arrow. Meanwhile, Jiangshu with his powerful body used the skill, Giant Strength. Then lastly, Su Ting used the Link Heal to heal her other members. As a result, they all emerged victorious from the training. Thus, Lao Feng expressed that the young people's skills are incredible, but they seemed unpolished, to which Ning Feng explained that it's because they have recently learned orange skills. Upon hearing this, Lao Feng was caught off guard. So, Duan explained that those skills are dropped from higher-level secret realms. Senior Lao Feng got so excited that his head fired up as it was also his first time seeing real orange skills. Then, he asked Duan if he can report the matter to the authorities and Duan agreed, saying it's not a secret. Moreover, Lao Feng thought that even though those kids might have low experience, they can gain it in time, and with the support of the mysterious powerhouse, he thinks that the kids will surpass the older generations. Furthermore, Ning Feng went to the profession-changing hall. As he entered, he greeted Kuang Lan. Kuang Lan was surprised and said that he hadn't passed yet, but Ning Feng just smirked. She realized that he's there for the second transformation. Shortly, as Ning Feng changed to second transformation, he was given a mission. To his surprise, one of them was to collect 20 transformation stones. He then pondered that those stones aren't dropped from monsters, as they are mined from crystals or veins. Following that, he went to the Yuanqing trading. The man told him that they have a shortage of transformation stones, and then asked to give him 3 days, and he would give it to him. So, Ning Feng thought that 3 days won't be long as he will start the emblem mission right away, and in order to save time, he would also order the soul essence directly from the trading center. Then, he told the man that he have a miscellaneous loot that he haven't had the chance to sort out, and said to the man that it's a perfect opportunity for him to handle it. Shortly, Ning Feng checked the loot and instantly brought them all out, surprising the employees. Upon seeing this, the man felt excited as not only were there a lot of purple skills, but also a lot of orange items. He then thought that thanks to Mayor Kaw for telling him to treat Ning Feng well, he had truly hit the jackpot. Proceeding, in the secret realm, a blooming ice field. Ning Feng wants to enter the realm, but the guard said that he needs to consult his superior first. The guard immediately went to the captain. He informed the captain that there's a young man over the other side who wants to enter the secret realm alone. Then, the guard showed the captain a card, saying that the young man has a special permit issued by the Management Bureau, allowing him to explore the secret realm solo. So, the captain read the special pass. Shortly, they told Ning Feng that they have verified his permit so he could proceed. The captain then wondered who Ning Feng was, and thought the special permit was specifically made for him. Then, the guard suddenly mused that he could be the special inspector sent by the other UPS, which surprised the captain. The guard laughed and told the captain that he was just joking. Shortly, the captain called everyone's attention and said that they should act like real inspectors and check everyone to ensure everything is in order immediately. Meanwhile, Ning Feng has successfully entered the secret realm. As he walked straight, he saw a bridge. Then, he saw a sign beside it. However, he broke it with his weapon and jumped. As he was falling, he utilized his skill. He jumped from every corner to swiftly come down. In an instant, he reached the ground. As he looked up, he didn't expect that it would look so tall. Suddenly, he felt a powerful presence. making him look in front of him and saw a monster walking towards him. Ningfeng felt excited, wondering if it was the hidden boss, as he expressed that it's so cool. Then, he got ready and wanted to finish it quickly. Suddenly, the monster spoke up and called him Lord God, asking if that was him. On the other hand, Ningfeng got confused. The monster then said that although he can no longer see him, he could still feel that Ningfeng is the Lord God, then said that he's his loyal follower, Archmage Hanin. So, Ningfeng starts to wonder who the Lord God is and why the monster would call him that. Then, he asked the monster why he looked like that. The monster responded that he can't explain, then said that they were attacked by the other followers and suffered heavy casualties, that he was even killed by the enemy in the battle. But he said that somehow, he ended up in that location, with strange whispers in his mind, triggering an uncontrollable urge to kill. Meanwhile, Ningfeng wondered if Lord God could be the other title for the omnipotent god of magic. Shortly, Hanin asked Ningfeng if he could come to save him. Ningfeng then said that he was not sure. Then, he noticed that Hanin seemed to be very disappointed. So, Ningfeng told him that he might not be the Lord God that he knew, and he's just a student that was sent there to kill him. Upon hearing that Ningfeng would kill him, Hanin clarified if he was there to end his suffering. In response, Ningfeng said that he doesn't know. Hanin then stated that Ningfeng seemed to have lost his memories and said that he won't admit his mistake, calling him Lord God. Suddenly, Hanin called him the Great Master of Laws, the esteemed omnipotent god of magic. Upon hearing this, Ningfeng fell silent. He realized that he was indeed the reincarnation of the omnipotent of magic. Then, he asked Hanin if there's any way to obtain the elemental emblem besides killing him. In response, Hanin said he was not sure and told Ningfeng that do not worry about killing him, as death might be a relief for him. Thus, Ningfeng felt sad. So, he asked Hanin if he had any final wish. Whereas, Hanin said that he would die with no regrets if he could talk a bit with Ningfeng. So, Ningfeng agreed. As they talked, Hanin shared that Lord God often transforms into a human and comes to the mortal realm to play with them. Hanin said that the Lord God is free-spirited, and they really enjoyed spending time with him. Moreover, Hanin wanted to learn Ningfeng's situation. So Ningfeng told him that he just levels up, play games, and study. Shortly, Hanin stood up as the time was up and told Ningfeng that it's great chatting with him. Meanwhile, Ningfeng didn't look happy. He could see the pain in Hanin's eyes. So, he told Hanin that if there's a chance in the future, he would take him to play games. Hanin then said that it's a promise just like before, when he visits them in the mortal realm. In an instant, Ningfeng killed Hanin silently with a poker expression. As a result, the elemental essence appeared. Meanwhile, the top guilds were having a meeting. They were discussing the higher level realms, saying that they cannot conquer them with their level. So, one of them asked if it was possible for them to hire the mysterious powerhouse to help them conquer the high-level secret realms. Lao Feng said that he already asked, but the mysterious powerhouse said that it isn't interested in such cooperation. But the old man persisted, saying that in times like that, the mysterious powerhouse should stand with everyone. In response, Lao Feng said that he would resign and sarcastically told Lao Feng to take over as a director and use any method he had to manage the mysterious powerhouse. Then, he retorted that they didn't help him when his grandson was in danger and the mysterious powerhouse are the ones who helped him. So he told them that he hoped that everyone clearly put it in their mind that the mysterious powerhouse doesn't owe them anything. One of the guild leaders then thought that only Lao Feng could say something like that, as everyone knows his character, as there's no trace of selfishness. Shortly, he asked Lao Feng that he heard that he's preparing to conquer high-level secret realms in a few days. Then, he told him to save him a spot for his party. Shortly, the other guild leaders also raised their hand to join and help. So, Lao Feng felt excited thinking of the training he had 2 days ago. He felt like a different person compared to before. Seeing this, the guild leader thought that even if Lao Feng doesn't have selfish thoughts, slight thoughts are reflected on his head. Meanwhile, on the profession-changing hall, Ningfeng has completed his second transformation and has received a passive skill, Mystical Barrier, which is immune to all detection skills. Moreover, Ning Feng thinks of the omnipotent god and realizes that he was really not an evil god, as he simply wants to live according to his own preferences just like him. Then, he wondered what Hanin said about him being identical to the omnipotent god. That time, he was holding Han Yin's necklace. Han Yin's pendant is an orange quality item, and Han Yin's spirit has been blessed by the divine power and has attached itself to the pendant. Finally, the opening ceremony of the Supernova training camp that is divided into the high school division and the university division has arrived. In the high school division, there are 180 participants. This includes 32 top-ranked 5-star professionals from the Supernova lists and 148 4-star professionals chosen from various regions. Seeing the attendees, the people were amazed that the event also drew the attention of the 7 major guild leaders. To their surprise, someone is approaching the prominent figures. The man is He Shixiao, the top-ranked individual on that year's Supernova list, and his brother is the president of the Azure Sharp Guild. Moreover, they talked about the news regarding the recent success in the trial of the god's secret realm. They heard that the conqueror of the realm was also a fighter like He Shixiao, and it was rumored that Shixiao received guidance from the conqueror. Suddenly, a bus arrived. They discerned that it was the team from Qinyu No. 7 High School. The people started to wonder what they're like as the teams is being talked to by everyone online. Shortly, Ning Feng came out to the bus. Their principal was the one who led them. They walked together and were emitting such a strong presence. The people felt that their presence had a strong aura and even said that they looked like a battle-hardened team. So, their principal felt anxious as he felt like everyone was staring at them and thought it seemed like the people are viewing them as rivals. Suddenly, Ning Feng felt something. To his surprise, the mysterious barrier has activated and it blocked all probing. Ning Feng realized that it seemed like everyone was curious about him. The people were surprised as they couldn't probe Ning Feng's skill, so they wondered who he was. Lao Feng also was anxious, wondering why he couldn't see Ning Feng's level. The other guild members also couldn't see Ning Feng's level, so they started to wonder if someone gave Ning Feng an item that can block probing. On the other hand, Shixiang realized that Ning Feng immediately drew everyone's attention. He wondered how strong he was, then thought about the footage of Duan, thinking if Ning Feng was as strong as him, they must have a unique training method that he and his older brother desperately need. Meanwhile, Lao Feng asked if Lao Lu wasn't going to probe, to which Lu said that it's impolite. Shortly, Lao Feng greets Ning Feng and his party. Ning Feng noticed him and immediately greeted back. Lao Lu got mad and told Senior Feng that he's being quite conspicuous. After a while, the players lined up to check in. The man announced that once the players have finished checking in, they should proceed to the venue where they will give a detailed introduction to the training camp's arrangement. Shortly, all the players entered the venue. Then, a woman spoke up saying that in order to aid a pad in the changes of their world, they need to train and select more elites. On the other hand, one of the principals asked Principal Feng why Ning Feng wasn't allowing others to probe his level, to which Feng responded that he was keeping it low profile. Lao Feng thinks that he can't be bothered to argue with him as it would be nonsense. Suddenly, Principal Zhang loudly said that many of the principals there are eager to see Qinyu No. 7, as he stated that it's a prestigious school capable of attracting supernova talent. Upon hearing this, they all looked at Principal Feng. Principal Feng then pondered that there's no need to worry about Wang Yu, Feng Rui, and Chang Muqiu, but he was worried that Ning Feng and the others could withstand such difficult tests. Moreover, the host announced that the training camp adopts a free team formation mode with each team consisting of 5 members. Then, she said that before they officially start the training camp, they shall conduct a preliminary assessment through a special secret realm, so a special team will perform a demonstration for everyone. The students were surprised as the team was shown. The team was known as the top elite of the Supernova list in the past 5 years. So, they thought that no wonder that they could only do a demonstration at such an occasion. Meanwhile, the elite team gets ready to enter the secret realm. One of them asked if they should take it easy to not scare their junior students, but the other said that he's talking nonsense. The man said that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to showcase their abilities. Then, he said that they should go in. As they entered the secret realm, the system confirmed it. They felt the thick miasma immediately, so their priest said that she would take care of it. Instantly, all of them were protected by her power. Meanwhile, as they looked up, they saw big monster spiders. The spiders then began to charge. So, the team got ready to eliminate them. Seeing their performance, the students were in awe by their speed. They noticed that even Xixiang was keeping up even though he's just a high school student. Then, Yunzhou stated that even if he hates to admit it, he thinks that Xixiang is on a whole different level than them. On the other hand, Lao Feng told Lu that he heard that those 5 young people are training together and said that with proper training, they might soon be ready for a high-level secret realm. Going back, the elite team finally encountered an elite monster. But they haven't stopped to rest and keep moving forward. Xixiang was confident about his powers, displaying an outrageous performance. Shortly, all of them charged towards the monster. In an instant, they successfully conquered the realm. So, the secret realm clearance record has updated and put them in the top 1. The students then felt jealous and thought if they could only be on the list. Suddenly, someone called Ning Feng. She said she was Kai Yuqin, the niece of Kai Dongming, the mayor. Wang Yu then realized that she's one of the top 5 from the peak team. Moreover, Yuqin told Ning Feng that she heard her uncle mention him, so she came to say hello. Meanwhile, the other students were wondering why one of the top 5 were talking to a high school student like Ning Feng. On the other hand, Wang Yu was surprised to learn that Kai Yuqin is also the granddaughter of the founder of the Yuanqing Trading Center. Then, Yuqin told them that if they need anything during the training camp, she would have it sent from Yuanqing. Kai Yuqin then pondered that his uncle often talked about Ning Feng, but he wasn't sure about his strength, so she thought it would be a perfect opportunity to find out. Shortly, her teammates told her that they should find a place to rest, but she said that she wants to stay and watch for a while. So, he questioned her, asking what is so interesting about the preliminary test when the strong people are them. But Xixiang said that he also wants to stay and watch. So, the man eventually agreed. Each time, 6 teams enter the secret realm simultaneously, and they will receive corresponding assessment tasks. The teams on the secret realm were getting scared as they continued to fight. The professors who were watching felt anxious and said that the secret realm is too difficult for high school students, and at that rate, the high school division might not have a single team that can clear it. They pondered that since he's Xixiang's team, no team has been able to make it through the rankings. The teacher thought that the students' morale keeps dropping. Hence, several people are clearly underperforming. Moreover, the top guild felt bored as they thought that there's nothing worth watching. Meanwhile, Ning Feng and the others went to the teacher and informed him that they were the next team to enter and receive their assessment mission. Shortly, they entered the secret realm named the Iron Jaw Swamp. Before doing the mission, they opened the system first. Previously, professional teams were usually divided into 4 categories based on their functions: assault, research, guard, and support. The assault team is the main combat force, responsible in leading and conquering new secret realms as the vanguard against powerful enemies. Then, the research team focuses on studying the new secret realms to gain more knowledge about its existence. The guard team is responsible for defending secret realms that are already controlled by the government, protecting non-combat personnel during emergencies. Lastly, the support team, they are responsible for providing additional support, like enhancing sustained combat abilities and emergency healing. Each category has 10 missions. Additionally, Ning Feng saw that there is also a core mission, which is to defeat the final boss and clear the secret realm. Moreover, Wang Yu asked Ning Feng what he chose, to which he said that he chose the research category. Ning Feng thought that the main reason he chose the research is that there are many things that he hasn't figured out. Su Ting then suggested that they all choose research since they have an expert leading the team, which is Ning Feng. Suddenly, Wang Yu saw that there are 2 capture missions in the research and stated that if they take samples while fighting the boss, it would be a bit troublesome. Ning Feng responded that it's easy as they just need to deal with the boss first. Meanwhile, the teachers watching the assessment were feeling anxious. Suddenly, some team caught their attention. It was Ning Feng's team, making people wonder why they are so fast. The other people then realized that the team was from Qinyu No. 7 High School. The peak team were also surprised by their speed, thinking that they're much faster than them. Kai Yuqin was also amazed, and pondered that it is no wonder that her third uncle speaks so highly of Ning Feng. Senior Feng was also watching the assessment. To their surprise, all of the members on Ning Feng's team was using orange quality skills. The man beside Senior Feng asked him if orange quality skills are really powerful, to which Lao Feng said that it's not just the skills, but the person itself is strong. Moreover, they thought that they were incredible with their skill combinations. Additionally, they also noticed the timing of their attacks. They were in awe as they witnessed their perfect team combination. Seeing this, the man's jaw dropped, thinking that all of Ning Feng's members are top tier. However, he specifically noticed Ning Feng, as he noticed that he's not using any high-level skills, but even a basic attack can completely incapacitate the enemy. Meanwhile, the teachers were also in awe seeing the performance of Ning Feng's team. Shortly, Ning Feng and his team encountered some elite monsters. Hence, they all used their skills to eliminate them. They showed great cooperation as they dealt with the monsters. After eliminating the small monsters, it's finally time to defeat the boss. Wang Yu and Jiangshu head off first to attack the monster. Wang Yu used her archer skills. Meanwhile, Jiangshu utilized his warrior powers. Together, they struck the monster down. As a result, the boss was knocked to the ground and was defeated. Upon defeating the boss, the Secret Realm clearance record updated and they ranked first, completing the mission in 8 minutes and 14 seconds. Seeing this, the other students were surprised. Meanwhile, Ning Feng asked his teammates if they completed their missions, to which they said that they did. So, Ning Feng told them that they should go back and submit the mission. As they returned to the real world, people wait for them at the entrance. They were taken aback as they didn't expect that people would greet them. Chang Muchia was clapping for them, as well as the team that they have fought in the past. All the people at the entrance who were waiting for them started clapping and cheering for them. Moreover, Chang Muchia was telling the other students that Ning Feng and his team are great, and they got along well at school. Yunzhou also proudly said that he defended Ning Feng when someone was slandering him online, as he can't stand others talking nonsense. Seeing that the students' morale just shot up, the top 3 principals felt excited. Shortly, it was announced that the high school division assessment had ended. Hence, the people thought that there is no surprise when Ning Feng's team will claim the top spot. Without further ado, they announced the students who passed the assessment. However, the students were confused as Ning Feng and members' names were not called. So, Yunzhou asked the teacher if Ning Feng and his team were not selected. The teacher then said that Ning Feng's team does not take up spots for ordinary students. The ordinary students were offended when he said that Ning Feng and his team were given the title of assistant teacher status by the organizing committee. After a while, someone picked up Ning Feng and his team as he was there to assist them in their accommodation. Shortly, they reached the room. Ning Feng and his team quickly put down their bags and got comfortable. In just a while, someone knocked on their door. As they opened the door, it was Senior Feng from the Adventure Management Bureau. Much to the surprise of the man handling the accommodation, the president of the 7 Major Guild, Mr. Liu, also appeared. Additionally, the 3 principals from the top schools and other top students also came. Furthermore, the top student thanked the man for accommodating them. The man then pondered if he was dreaming, as the country's prominent figures are actually all there. Meanwhile, the principal from Beijing University, Deng Yuanhui, greeted Ning Feng and his team and asked if they are interested in coming to their university. Then, Principal Tong Shi from the Shilian University told them that they warmly welcome them. Lastly, Principal Wu Chun from Chengwu University also tried to recruit Ning Feng and his team, saying that his university is the closest to their city. The man accommodating the team was taken aback and thought that many people would be jealous seeing the top 3 principal personally recruiting Ning Feng and his team. Meanwhile, Ning Feng felt anxious as he was bad at dealing with situations like that. Senior Feng then noticed that Ning Feng felt anxious. So, Senior Feng told the principals that they are putting Ning Feng in a tight spot, and suggested that they should let the kids rest first and deal with the recruitment later. The principals then agreed, but the 3 of them pondered that they can't absolutely let the other universities get ahead. Hence, Ning Feng finally breathed in relief. Finally, the next day came. Ning Feng woke up and still felt sleepy. To his surprise, Feng Rue and Jiangshu looked off, to which he asked what the problem was. Jiangshu said that he received several calls from his family as the top 3 schools contacted them directly, while Feng Rue said that Jiangshu's calls kept him awake. Hearing this, Ning Feng wondered if it could be the same for the girls. Su Ting then responded and said that Wang Yu was still on the phone. She then shared that her dad is throwing her a 3-day banquet as he was so happy. Ning Feng felt sad hearing them talk about their family, as he was an orphan. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up and teacher Chi Wei was asking him if he's adapting to the training camp. Moreover, she informed him that the 3 universities contacted her asking her about his college admission. Ning Feng was glad to hear that they contacted Chi Wei. Each of them is having their own discussion since they were all approached by the top 3 schools. Subsequently, they attended the first day of training camp and were welcomed by the committee. The students were discussing how this year's high school division is outstanding, having produced 5 experts at the teacher level. Moreover, the committee announced that starting from that day, they will begin the first phase of special training, which is conquering the secret realms. He then instructed them to confirm their group assignments with their teacher before setting out. Hence, Chang Muchio approached the teacher and asked him if he could tell her which team she was in. The teacher then realized who she was and pointed where her team was. To her surprise, she was grouped with Ning Feng's team. After confirming the groups, they proceed to the unnamed secret realm. A couple of monsters appeared as soon as they arrived. Ning Feng then discovered that it was a new subspecies of lizardmen that is estimated to be over 2.5 meters tall. Meanwhile, the others were fighting the monsters. Suddenly, a monster was about to attack Ning Feng, but he quickly eliminated it with just a flick of his hand. Then, he continued to tell his teammates the information about the monster's characteristics. Moreover, Chang Muchio was pondering that they surpassed the fastest conquering team, and their experience points have skyrocketed as if everyone is leveling her up. She then considered that Ning Feng's team had advanced significantly compared to the others, leading her to wonder if earning their approval might help her achieve similar success. During their conversation, Ning Feng mentioned that Teacher Chi had informed him about Shilian University's strong research team, but noted that they are quite strict. So Chi Wei told him that the research team at Beijing University offers more freedom, which would be a better fit for him. Wang Yu chuckled and told Ning Feng that he was fortunate that teacher Chi Wei considered such a thing for him. Suddenly, Su Ting told them to check out the messages in the group chat. As they went through the group chat, they were startled. They saw in the group chat saying teacher Chi Wei is trapped inside the secret realm and hasn't come out yet. Ning Feng played the voice recording and was startled to hear that the entrance to the secret realm also started to change. As the phenomenon happened in the secret realm, the sky became dark. Guards on the secret realm informed the authorities that a sudden mutation occurred in the secret realm and there are nearly 100 people that are trapped inside. Meanwhile, some kids were running around the area. One of the teachers told them to stop running around. The student told the man that their teacher is still trapped inside and asked him to save her. But the man retorted that they can't save her and they just need to wait for the big guild's support. However, the student told him that he should do something because he's the one who called for support staff, but the man shouted that it's enough. He said that he made it out with his own abilities, and if teacher Chi Wei couldn't, it's her bad luck. Thus, Chi Wei's student fell speechless. Shortly, Ning Feng arrived and called the students. They were glad that Ning Feng had come. Ning Feng then asked them what happened to teacher Chi Wei. They sadly told them that teacher Chi Wei was still trapped inside the secret realm, as she struggled to protect them and get them out of the realm. The man then intervened and told the students not to make it look like he got teacher Chi Wei killed. He retorted that it was Chi Wei's choice. Ning Feng got mad at what he said and shoved his face on the ground. The guard aimed at Ning Feng and asked who he was, but someone suddenly held his shoulders and told him not to move. To his surprise, it was one of the students, Jiangshu. Meanwhile, Ning Feng dragged the man towards the entrance. The guard felt troubled seeing the situation, wondering who would stop them. Suddenly, Ning Feng spotted someone. The vice president of the Epic Guild, Lu Ping and his subordinate were also there. As Ning Feng and Lu Ping face, the guards thought that they were present to support them. Meanwhile, Lu Ping informed Ning Feng that they had settled the students and came as quickly as they should, then asked what the situation was, to which Ning Feng said that it's unclear. Lu Ping then asked Ning Feng if they need more people, and Ning Feng said that they do. So Lu Ping told them that they will go in with them. The guard was surprised as Lu Ping didn't stop Ning Feng. Moreover, Lu Ping and Ning Feng dragged the man and quickly headed to the entrance. As they are about to enter, the guard told them no one is allowed to enter as the secret realm has been closed. Hence, Lu Ping showed him his authorization. saying he's the vice president of the Epic Guild and was authorized to handle emergency situations. The guards realize that he's a powerhouse from one of the 7 great guilds. Meanwhile, Lu Ping and the others get ready to enter. Lu Ping felt a strong aura from the realm, but Ning Feng was not bothered. The secret realm was excluding a heavy aura. To their surprise, their attack power and defense has decreased due to the aura. Lu Ping's subordinate discerned that it was the domain effect, which is a type of positive of status that is either positive or negative. Then, Lu Ping said that he was familiar with the secret realm and it didn't have a domain effect before, so he mused that it must have emerged after the mutation. Suddenly, he noticed that Ning Feng didn't seem to be affected. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was pondering that his attributes are high enough that even under the influence of the domain effect, the effect on him is minimal. Moreover, Lu Ping quickly told them to wake up the man so they could ask him which way they should go. Hence, they splashed some water on his face. The man quickly told them that the place where the people got separated is far from the entrance, and the path is swarming with ferocious monsters. Ning Feng then ordered him to take him to Qi Wei, and if he didn't, he would leave him behind. After a while of walking, they stumbled different paths, thus, they wondered which one they should take. Meanwhile, deep inside the other cave, monsters were walking around the area. The people who were trapped inside felt troubled as they saw some monsters approaching. Some of the people were injured and exhausted. Qi Wei was healing the injured as much as possible as she could. The man told her to take a rest as she looked very tired. But Qi Wei assured her that it's all right, as his injury can't be delayed. The man's daughter cried as she thanked Qi Wei. Meanwhile, the other men thought that saving the man was useless as they were all going to die there anyway. Shortly, the man felt better than before. Then, the people started to wonder if anyone would come to rescue them as so much time has passed already. Suddenly, the wall exploded from where they were hiding. Monsters started to emerge from the wall. Qi Wei and the others were frozen in surprise as they saw the monsters. Suddenly, the monsters began to attack. The man quickly jumped in to defend them. He used himself as a shield and was pierced by the monster. His daughter cried as she saw him get injured. But the man endured the pain for them to have the time to run away. Shortly, numbers of monsters were emerging from the wall. So, Qi Wei pulled the kid and quickly ran off with the others. However, a monster was chasing them and was about to catch up. The kid was frightened as she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a shield of ice emerged and halted the monster's advance. Qi Wei was surprised as she saw Ning Feng and the others have arrived. The man then was surprised with the sudden emergence of the shield. Ning Feng walked towards Qi Wei as he stopped the monster. Meanwhile, the others watched as Ning Feng dealt with the situation. Lu Ping also held back as he saw Ning Feng take control. Afterwards, the healers quickly healed the people. Meanwhile, Qi Wei and Ning Feng feel speechless as they take the kid to his father. The kid cried as her father didn't make it. Moreover, Lu Ping's subordinate informed him that there are 20 people that they have rescued. Suddenly, they felt a heavy presence. Something emerges from the ceiling, revealing its tentacles. Jiangshu quickly fought the monster, striking its tentacles. But there seems to be something wrong with its flesh. The one he struck came back to normal. Hence, he was surprised that the tentacles could regenerate on their own. Moreover, they also felt troubled as the way out was blocked. Suddenly, the monster targeted Qi Wei. Ning Feng quickly arrived and cut the tentacle. Then, he told everyone to follow him. As he leads everyone, he continues to cut the monster's tentacles. Lu Ping noticed that the tentacles that Ning Feng cut off have completely lost its ability to regenerate. Suddenly, the people noticed a light and mused that it's the way out. So, they quickly went through it and was finally relieved that they got out. But they were wrong. It was actually the lair of the monster. Lu Ping and his subordinate were surprised to see the massive monster. Suddenly, the monster was about to attack Wang Yu. But Ning Feng took the damage and instructed Wang Yu not to move. Ning Feng then thought that the monster might be the culprit behind the secret realm's mutation, so he thinks that taking it down directly would be the easiest solution. Out of nowhere, a tentacle was about to attack him. He was caught off guard, but he managed to defend it with his sword. Lu Ping and the others worried as Ning Feng's sword shattered with the attack. However, Ning Feng's sword was slowly going back to normal. Quickly, he struck the monster's tentacles. Hence, the monster screamed in pain. Without delay, Ning Feng utilized some ice crystals. He prepared to hurl it to the monster. He channeled all his power and hurled it to the monster. Consequently, the monster burst into pieces. As the monster was eliminated, items started to drop from it. Afterwards, Ning Feng and the others finally exited the secret realm. The rescue team comforted the people that they don't have to be afraid anymore. However, some people cried in frustration as some of their teammates and families got killed. Moreover, Lu Ping told Ning Feng that it was thanks to his effort that they managed to bring the mystic realm back under control. However, Ning Feng suddenly noticed Qi Wei was down. He thought that she was exhausted from what happened. So, he called him and brought out an orange item and said that it was for her. Qi Wei and Lu Ping were amazed as it was an orange healing emblem. Lu Ping then asked if it could be the legendary mark, to which Ning Feng confirmed that it is, and it was dropped by the monster earlier. Lu Ping thought Wai Ning Feng doesn't seem to be surprised at all, even if it's the first time that someone has obtained a divine mark since the trial's secret realm has been breached. Meanwhile, Qi Wei refused to accept the item, thinking that it's a waste for her to use it since she only has a 3-star profession. But Ning Feng told her to just take it. Eventually, Qi Wei agreed and retrieved the item. Then, Ning Feng thought that he should arrange a special training session for Qi Wei to give her more self-defense abilities. But the training camp prohibits leave, so he decided to ask Lu Ping first. Quickly, he asked Lu Ping if he could take an afternoon off that weekend, to which Lu Ping said that if he wants to take a break, it's fine to take a few more days off as well. But Ning Feng said that it won't be necessary. Shortly, Lu Ping told them they can head back as there's only some cleaning left to do in the realm. Suddenly, a bunch of reports has arrived at the area, asking who the hero that defeated the monster was. Hence, Lu Ping quickly pointed at Ning Feng, which surprised Ning Feng. The reporters quickly put their attention on Ning Feng, which made him nervous. They asked him if he could tell everyone how he defeated the monster. However, Ning Feng was too embarrassed. Feng Rui asked Wang Yu why Ning Feng seems to be nervous, and Wang Yu said that it's because Ning Feng is not good at speaking in very formal situations. Wang Yu shared that when Ning Feng was a child, he would avoid school interviews whenever possible. But she said that it won't be a matter of time when Ning Feng will get used to it, to which Ning Feng doesn't agree. Afterwards, they went back to the teacher's dormitory. Ning Feng thought about the interview and thinks that it's embarrassing. Suddenly, he realized that he had forgotten something. He brought out the Soul Guardian skill, whereas it allows the user to block a fatal attack with a long cooldown period. Ning Feng mused that it's a life-saving skill and wondered what forbidden spell it could turn into. As he looked at it, he saw it was a metamorphosis, whereas for 1 million points of faith power, there is a resurrection opportunity that is granted. Suddenly, he thought of the god. He realized that the faith power in the description is what gods obtain from their followers. Then, he thought that the resurrection is important for someone like him, and he just needs to figure out how to obtain the power of faith. Suddenly, he thought of doing and thought that he could maybe do something for him. At the same time, in the city, there was someone causing chaos and capturing some people alive. The man used his powers and captured some people and put them in a jelly-like thing. Shortly, some people arrived to try and stop him. However, they are too scared. Fortunately, Senior Feng arrived and asked them about the situation. They informed Senior Feng that the person up front is called Tianyu, and Tianyu suddenly launched an attack with someone due to a conflict with someone. Hearing this, Senior Feng said it sounds similar to Peng He and Gu Ying's situation, then said that he will deal with Tianyu. Shortly, Tianyu noticed Senior Feng's presence. He recognized who Senior Feng was and told him that he was his idol back when he was in school. Suddenly, Senior Feng's phone rang. He picked it up and it was Duan. Tianyu got angry as Senior Feng was talking to someone on the phone in that situation, thinking that Senior Feng doesn't take him seriously. Moreover, Tianyu was surprised as Senior Feng continued to talk on the phone and ignored him. Hence, he quickly utilized his power while he called Senior Feng an arrogant old geezer. Tianyu told him not to think that he's the most powerful. As he hurled his powers to Senior Feng was unfazed. Senior Feng even put down the call with ease. After that, he quickly used the Flame Serpent's Frenzy. His power was able to pass through Tianyu's attack. Seeing this, Tianyu found it unbelievable. Meanwhile, Senior Feng thought that he can't have Duan waiting too long, so he thought that he should finish Tianyu quickly. At the same time, Tianyu just unleashed his full power. He exudes stronger power than he did earlier. Hence, Senior Feng also did not back down. Shortly, an amazing display of power was shown by the both of them as they clashed together. Tianyu was losing to Senior Feng, and he couldn't believe it as he's a disciple of the Demon Lord. To his surprise, Senior Feng overpowered him. Feng's flames overpowered Tianyu and was about to burn him to ashes. As Senior Feng hurled the flames to Tianyu, it created a large outburst. Quickly, he told the people there that he will be leaving as he has other matters to attend to. Senior Feng immediately went to Duan right after the fight with Tianyu. He confirmed about what Duan said, that the mysterious powerhouse would like to make the high-level potion formulas to the country. Duan said that he was right, and the boss's actual words is he wants to make all the high-level potion formulas public to the country. Hearing that, Lao Feng pondered that their world is currently in a state of imbalance. Hence, he thought it would be nice for adventurers and the potion to be public for the adventurers to be able to enhance their strength. Then, he thought that the bosses must have carefully evaluated them before agreeing to let them handle it. Thus, he asked Duan if there were any additional requests regarding the matter. Duan said that the boss mentioned the matter briefly, so it seems that there are no additional requests, to which Senior Feng complimented the boss, saying that the boss is generous for helping people without anything in return. Duan said that it's also the thing that he admires the boss. He stated that every time the boss does something, it often turns out to be a significant achievement that benefits many people. Hence, Lao Feng said that he will let the other guilds know about it and come up with a suitable plan. Meanwhile, at the Azure Sharp Guild, President He was informed by his subordinates that they have discovered that high-level potions are being sold to the black market. The man beside President He wondered where those potions came from, as all the high-level potions are made by him and personally with the direct supervision of the guild leader. President He said that it might have come from the mysterious powerhouse, as he's the only one that knows the formula besides him. Then, he instructed his underling to send someone to investigate properly, which his underling asked if it's the mysterious house that he would investigate. Hence, President He clarified that he would be investigating the black market. At the same time, on the other hand, at the teacher's dormitory, Wang Yu asked Ning Feng if he wants to see his interview video. Ning Feng quickly declined without hesitation. Wang Yu said that it's not too bad and there are many viewers. She showed Ning Feng that there are a lot of good comments about him. Ning Feng then thought that the faith power is growing likely because of the interview videos. While they were walking outside, some people recognized Ning Feng. The people greeted him, so he also greeted them back. Wang Yu was happy to see that Ning Feng was getting along with the others, and even the fourth-year students, ever since he demonstrated his abilities. Many people recognized Ning Feng's abilities and even called him Assistant Ning. Consequently, many people have looked up to him and want to follow in his footsteps. The people thought that Ning Feng was impressive and wished that they had a half of his strength. Meanwhile, in Qinyu City, Kuang Lan and the man beside him also saw the video and noticed that Qinyu City has gained some fame because of Ning Feng. However, President Zhang seems not happy. Hence, the man asked why he was sighing. President Zhang said that he's worried that the mysterious powerhouse will also leave like Ning Feng because he got a call from Duan, asking him to return the villa arranged for him. Moreover, he said that he's worried that Qinyu City might revert to its formal state without a powerful protector. Suddenly, the man noticed Kuang Lan's expression. Kuang Lan was stunned, so the man asked what happened to her. She said that her master called him and said that the mysterious powerhouse is willing to give her special training. Hearing this, the man and President Zhang told Kuang Lan to take the offer, and it's all up to her from then on. At the same time, the president of the guilds were having a meeting. He shared that the mysterious powerhouse has agreed to share all the high-level potion formulas in the country. Some of the presidents of the guilds thought that if all of them can produce high-level potions, they can ensure both price and quantity, which is great news for everyone. But President He thought that it's not likely for everyone. Then, President He said that he's supportive of the mysterious powerhouse, but he told them to think that it's possible that his motives are not as noble as they think. Hence, they asked him what he meant President He said that the potions are discovered in the black market with effects that are identical to their guild. Then, he said that he carefully checked and none of their potions are missing. So it's possible that there are similar potions that are being sold in the market. Hence, they told him to remember that Duan mentioned that the mysterious powerhouse was already known to the mysterious powerhouse. The president of the other guild said that it's very alarming and it would be dangerous if the high potion formulas end up in the hands of dangerous individuals. Thus, Lao Feng said that if such a thing occurs, he will immediately dispatch someone to investigate. The leader of the Epic Guild also said that they will send personnel to cooperate with the Azure Sharp Guild in the investigation. Then, he said that he hopes Lao Feng will handle the matter impartially if they find that the high-level potions are indeed related to the mysterious powerhouse. In response, Lao Feng said that he will take full responsibility if it was confirmed that it's related to the mysterious powerhouse. At the same time, in a certain secret realm, Ning Feng's group are investigating the potions being sold in the black market. Ning Feng then thought that thanks to the fake potions that are spreading, he can track the movements of the potions. Then, he wondered if it's possible that there's someone else that knows the potion formulas since they are not leaked from their side in the Azure Guild. At the black market, there are some selling some high-level potions. There is a person that is covered in hood that is eyeing the other persons in the market. They never expected that all 7 guilds would dispatch investigators over a single bottle of potion. But the man in the hood told them not to worry as the people of the lower world are not aware of their existence. Suddenly, he noticed that another guest had arrived to buy a potion. His underling brought 2 people with him. The man informed him that those people are there to purchase high-level potions, but the 2 people said that they are not there to buy potions and they are looking for someone. The 2 individuals said that there's a young assassin in white that came to him and bought potions, but he hasn't returned since then. So they asked him if they know his whereabouts. Hence, the man in hood mused that they came to cause trouble. Suddenly, the man revealed himself, and he turned out to be a monster. He captured the man, which surprised them. He also captured the woman that is with him. The man was a demon lord. Suddenly, he materialized a pointy object. He injected it to the man, and also to the woman. Consequently, the 2 individuals' bodies shake. Shortly, they fell unconscious. His underling then apologized to what happened, as he said that the individuals tricked him into thinking that they're going to buy potions. The demon told him not to worry and instructed him to take the individuals downstairs. Beneath the ground, there are some people inside a jelly-like thing that are held captive. Quickly, they threw the new individuals together with the other prisoners. Then, the demon said that once the next batch of warriors awakens, they will initiate a new plan. Shortly, he told his underlings that he can't stay away for too long, and he needs to return immediately. Hence, the demon lord quickly left. He seemed to be transporting to a new house. He was about to enter the body of President He's subordinate. Quickly, he went to his head. As a result, he entered the man and it became the man's soul. A few days later, Ning Feng was informed that there are no leads found. Duan told him that several individuals are offered high-level potions in the black market, but the sellers have disappeared. Hence, Ning Feng told him to just keep him updated with any new information. Meanwhile, Duan thought that if he can't follow Ning Feng's tasks, he will be embarrassed to continue following him. Suddenly, Kuang Lan called him. He picked up the phone and asked her if she had discovered anything on her side. Kuang Lan said that she hasn't discovered anything. Meanwhile, at the dark side of the black market, beneath the ground, where the demon lord held the individuals captive, the individuals were in the process of transformation. Shortly, they rose up from the ground. The new warriors that the demon lord mentioned has been awakened. The next day, at the dormitory, Ning Feng and his group went to the cafeteria together. The people thought that Ning Feng has a very approachable and down-to-earth personality, free from the arrogance and detachment that is often seen in young individuals. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was pondering that the place is filled with the nation's top young talent, and then thought that as he aims to reach world-class status and harness the power of faith, he should be able to gain significant support from them. Suddenly, someone asked Ning Feng if he had considered joining any guilds. In response, Ning Feng said that he currently has no plans to join a guild. So, they asked if he is planning to establish his own guild or is the Solemn Lion team already a part of his guild, to which Ning Feng said that the Solemn Lion guild belongs to Wang Yu. Hearing that, The man thought that the Solemn Lion Guild is just a small local guild, but with such a group of elite, its future prospects are boundless. So, the man told Wang Yu that he would like to apply to join the Solemn Lion Guild, then asked if there are any specific requirements. Wang Yu felt embarrassed with what the man said. Suddenly, she notices more people are trying to apply to join the Solemn Lion Guild. Wang Yu felt flustered because their ordinary lunch somehow turned into a recruitment event. Ning Feng and Feng Rui laughed because of Wang Yu's reaction. Ning Feng actually planned to scout for a few promising talents, but the results far exceeded his expectations, and without Zhao Cheng, Wang Yu has full control of her guild, which could easily become his backup team. Then, he thought that Zhao Cheng's disappearance was just bad luck for him. Ning Feng was relieved that Wang Yu saved him some trouble after removing Zhao Cheng from the guild, as Zhao Cheng and his father did some terrible things. Suddenly, Ning Feng's phone buzzed. Duan sent him 2 photos. Then, Duan informed him that Kuang Lan found that place in a building in the black market, where there is equipment for potion making, along with some high-level experience potions. Ning Feng recognized the picture that Duan has sent him. Meanwhile, Kuang Lan was saying that they have detected traces of the power of darkness, so she wondered if it could be the work of some unusual mutant. But Duan said that it's not, and those are something they have never encountered before, which is parasitic demons. Duan conveyed that Ning Feng said that monsters usually can't survive for long outside their secret realms, but the parasitic demon is special. Duan explained that they need to parasitize other life forms to reproduce and completely take over the host's mind and body. Moreover, he said that parasitic demons are very weak and need to stay hidden at that age, and the holes in the ground there are parasitic nests where the parasitic demons hatch. With that said, Duan added that the parasitic demons there have probably already hatched. So, Kuang Lan thought that it means that an unknown number of parasitic demons have already infiltrated the human world. But Duan said that it's not even the main issue. Meanwhile, at the Azure Sharp Guild, the leader of the guild was saying that many days have passed and they still haven't discovered anything. Suddenly, someone came in without knocking, exuding an evil presence. They recognized that it was Mr. Huang, so they asked him what's going on. Huang laughed at them eerily. Suddenly, his appearance starts to change. Huang wrapped the guild leader and the other person. The guild leader realized that the man in front of them is not the healer Huang. Suddenly, Huang injected something on their neck. The guild leader's eyes changed and his appearance changed. Huang let go of the 2 people, and they were obeying him instantly. Seeing that, Huang laughed in triumph. Huang expected He Shiyu to be there, but he didn't expect that President Fong would be there as well. Still, he was happy that the 2 of them would be enough to significantly enhance his power. He told Shiyu and President Fong that being able to reproduce his kind is his greatest honor. Meanwhile, Duan and Kuang Lan were still at the place, as Duan was explaining to Kuang Lan about the parasitic demons. Duan said that as the number of parasitic demons increases, they gain a collective boost, making each individual increasingly powerful. Kuang Lan understands that when the demons were hiding in the black market, they were discreetly building up their strength, to which Duan said that she's right. Then, Kuang Lan asked him how they are supposed to deal with the parasitic demons. Duan said that the boss said that once the power of the parasitic demons reaches a certain threshold, tools or spells that detect the power of darkness will begin to sense abnormalities. So if they want to eradicate the parasitic demons, they will need a god's gift. Hence, Kuang Lan, what is a god's gift? To which Duan said that it's likely an item bestowed by the gods or blessed by them. So Kuang said that she will inform her master and figure out how to locate one. Kuang Lan thought that although she had no idea where to find a god's gift, since the boss has given them a clue, they were bound to discover it. At first, Ning Feng also pondered about the god's gift. Ning Feng has a general idea as he has memories from the previous demon lord. So he learned a bit about the parasitic demons. Ning Feng pondered that only a god's gift can suppress the ability, allowing for precise separation. However, after thinking carefully, it seems there is nothing in the world that fits the criteria. Moreover, he thought that the parasitic demons move stealthily, so if left unchecked, they will pose a massive threat, to which he also wondered how they can eradicate them. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Duan informed him that there's been an intense fluctuation of dark power detected at the Azure Sharp Guild, which closely resembled what he described. Moreover, Duan said that everyone inside the guild, including President He Shiyu, has lost contact. So, Ningfeng instructed Duan to keep everyone away from the building as they can't risk them getting into danger. Thus, he will head there himself to check it out. Meanwhile, at the Azure Sharp Guild, Huang has made President Fong and He Shiyu his underlings. Huang was happy that his army didn't need to hide in the shadows anymore. Shiyu and Fong informed Huang that all of their kind had gathered. However, Huang felt someone's presence. He saw an individual walking up to them. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was seeing dark powers from the enemies. Huang looked at Ningfeng intently. He wondered if Ningfeng is the young man from the video and what he was doing there. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was thinking that there are too many controlled individuals, and using a destructive curse will only turn them into shields from the parasitic demons, so he wondered if the weapon he's using could count as a god's gift. Shortly, Huang asked Ningfeng why he was there all by himself, and then also asked if they sent him because the others were too afraid to come. On the other hand, Ningfeng asked him if he was the king there. Huang said that even knew how to properly address him as king, so he asked Ningfeng if he had come to join him. However, he said that it's too bad as he won't allow humans from the lower world to serve him. Suddenly, he starts to attack Ningfeng. Ningfeng easily cut off all his tentacles. Huang was caught off guard by what he did. Then, he said that he will admit that Ningfeng's powerful, but said that it's still not enough to kill him. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was thinking that ordinary weapons have a little effect as expected. On the other hand, Huang Lan thought that he already confirmed that the lowly world has no god's gift, so the weapon that Ningfeng is wielding is just a regular weapon. Suddenly, Ningfeng closed his eyes. Someone appeared out of nowhere, which alarms Huang. He shouted as he was caught off guard by what happened. Ningfeng just activated the Dark Gate, which summons a continuous influx of dark species for a duration of 12 hours, or summon a high-level demon lord with an indefinite duration. As it continued, the crack kept getting bigger. Huang acted like a crazy person. He laughed while telling Ningfeng that he's merely a lackey of some demon lord. Huang mused that Ningfeng is summoning his master because he can't win. Then, he told Ningfeng that he should know that when a higher being forcibly enters a lower world, their power will be reduced significantly, so unless the evil god personally descends, he is invincible in the lower world. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was just curious about what kind of creature will emerge from the spell, so he hoped that it's not too extreme. Shortly, something appeared from the crack. Ningfeng was taken aback as he saw the creature. A little rat just appeared from the spatial rift. Huang was also shocked as he didn't expect it to be like that. Ningfeng then wondered if the creature is a high-ranked demon lord. Suddenly, the small creatures walked to the parasitic demons. The parasitic demons just stared at the small creature. Suddenly, the creature starts to move its body. It laid down on the floor unexpectedly. Seeing that, Huang laughed while he said that he can't even sense a little bit of the power of darkness from it. Suddenly, Huang felt his body was falling. He was surprised when he suddenly fell on the floor. All of the parasitic demons fell unconscious with the small creature's power. Huang wondered what's happening to him, as he can't move as it feels like someone has placed immense pressure on him. Suddenly, the demons from the humans came out. Hence, the rat ate it. It devoured it with its big mouth. Ningfeng was amazed that the creature simply devoured the parasitic demon who was hiding in the shadows. So he thinks that it seems even more convenient than a god's gift. Huang thought that it's impossible and chose not to believe it. Then, Ningfeng told him that he could help him record a research video. Ningfeng recorded Huang apologizing and asking him to spare him. The demon then shared that Huang and his team intruded into his secret realm. So, he took the opportunity while he was distracted to parasitize him, and then subsequently came into their world. The demon then said that he is initially weak, so he could only remain hidden in the black market. Until recently, his power increased, allowing him to skip the hatching stage and directly control humans by injecting larvae. Ningfeng showed the video to the top guilds. They were taken aback by what happened. The man said that since they don't have the necessary security measures and they're unable to confine or preserve the parasitic demon, they must rely on Ningfeng to deal with the matter. The other guilds said that if Ningfeng hadn't intervened, the Azure Sharp Guild would have been utterly destroyed. Lao Feng told them not to be discouraged because the mysterious powerhouse and Ning Feng have always been on their side, then asked about the cooperation between both parties. So, the guilds raised their hand and agreed with what he said. The next day, Senior Feng talks to Ning Feng, informing him that the government will establish a dedicated company for the production of the potions with 80% of all profits being allocated as shares for the mysterious powerhouse. Ning Feng thought that it's a 20-80 split, so he don't have to worry about anything to receive 80%. Additionally, Senior Feng said that the nation will commend Ning Feng for his recent heroic deeds, and the ceremony will take place during the closing of the training camp. Ning Feng thought that it was an opportunity to accumulate power of faith, which he certainly can't miss. As he signed the documents, Ning Feng told Senior Feng that he would have to trouble him to help him arrange it. Afterwards, Ning Feng instructed Duan to take care of the little rat, as he still had to return to the training camp. Duan thought that it looks like he will need to work harder, as the pet of Ning Feng could easily defeat a parasitic demon, so its strength might even surpass his. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was thinking that the little creature's skills seems to be some kind of domain effect which makes enemies completely lose their fighting spirit. Suddenly, he noticed that it was sniffing him again. He thought that it always seems to sniff at the pendant left by Hanin, so he wondered if it could have some connection to Hanin. Then, Ning Feng decided to name the creature Momo, as he is always so slow and leisurely. Finally, Ning Feng returned to the teacher's dormitory. Suddenly, a person came. Finding the great hero, Ning Feng was surprised when a child came to him and said that he's a great hero. The girl asked Ning Feng if he is the great hero, to which Ning Feng asked her what hero. Suddenly, Feng Rue greeted the girl, calling her Professor Xia. Ning Feng was surprised with what he said. Jiangsu was also taken aback as he called her professor. So, Feng Rue explained that Professor Xia Yan is a distinguished guest professor at Peking University and an honorary advisor to the 7 major guilds, and additionally, many of the current theories and technologies are based on Xia Yan's research. Upon hearing this, Ning Feng thought that it was impressive. But Xia Yan told Ning Feng that he is the one who's truly remarkable, having saved so many people. Ning Feng laughed awkwardly and told her that she flattered him so much. Then, Xia Yan asked him to join them for their breakfast. Xia Yan presented them a variety of food and said that those are all delicacies she has made using materials from monsters. Ning Feng and his group quickly delved in and said that it's delicious. Suddenly, Jiangsu told them that Teacher Li didn't come to wake them up, which Feng Rue also thought that it's suspicious as he usually gets up quite early. Meanwhile, Professor Li was at the lab. He was instructed by Professor Xia Yan to pull an all-nighter and thought that Xia Yang had a favoritism on Ning Feng. He thought that the treatment between people is just too much. On the other hand, Xia Yang was just telling Ning Feng that he watched the video of his assessment exam and said that he was flawless for someone his age. Xia Yang said that it's been a long time since he has seen someone with such a solid theoretical foundation who can also fight, so she brought back some special items. Ning Feng then quickly asked her about it. Suddenly, someone came into the lab. Xia Yang brought Wang Yu and Ning Feng to the lab. Xia Yang told the people that they shall carry on their work, as she will show them around. Teacher Li felt anxious thinking that Ning Feng and the others felt like some higher-ups who were there for an inspection. He felt nervous because everyone is looking at how he works. Suddenly, Ning Feng's pendant was reacting. Ning Feng noticed that there is a slight energy fluctuation from Han Yin's pendant, so he wondered if it was influenced by something. Xia Yang told Ning Feng to take a look at the rocks, then she asked him what he thought about what it was. Ning Feng said that judging from the repaired parts next to it, it looks something man-made such as fragments of wall or sculpture, which Xia Yang said that he's right. Xia Yang said that based on previous discoveries, secret realms typically only contain the monster's own ecosystems or civilizations, but in the certain secret realm, it seems like they have uncovered a lost civilization. She said that those pieces were found in the valley of the secret realm, where the monsters there are very strong, and she suspected that there could be an entire city buried within the valley. Ning Feng mused that Xia Yang could have discovered the world where Hanin once lived. Thus, he wonders what the changes were. Then, he asked Xia if he may take a closer look. Ning felt that the energy fluctuations are coming from the broken crystal, and it seems that Hanin's pendant is absorbing its essence. Shortly, Xia asked Ning Feng what he thinks, To which Ning Feng said that it's still hard to say because they might need to explore the secret realm in person to find out. The next day, they went to the secret realm. Xia Yang introduced her research team to Ning Feng and his group and said that they will fully cooperate with them. Xia Yang's team thought that it was an honor to meet Ning Feng, and they also wanted to take a photo with him. Feng Rui pondered that Ning Feng has achieved great honor, as it's rare for the top scholars to see them hold someone in such high regard. On the other hand, Chang Miqiu doubts if it was really okay for her to participate in their project, which Wang Yu said that they're all part of the same team, so they would work together. Xia Yang then announces that they should go. After some time, they rested in the desert. Little did they know, a strange monster was charging at them. A big worm appeared in front of them. Xia Yang was shocked with its sudden appearance, while Ning Feng remained calm. Zhang Su quickly brought out his weapon. He sliced the monster worm with ease. Then, Ning Feng told them not to worry and keep moving forward. The research team was amazed that the massive creature was taken down in one strike, which made them think that Ning Feng's group are really reliable. Zhang Su called Xia Yang when he found something. There was something beneath the ground. They found strange infrastructures. Xia Yang said that it appears to be traces left by a lost civilization, which he considered that the original inhabitants were wiped out by the monsters. Ning Feng thought that Xia's hypothesis is reasonable, as he recalled that the Trial's secret realm managed by the Azure Sharp Guild was once a world with its own civilization. Suddenly, Hanin's pendant lights up again. Ning Feng noticed a crystal embedded on the rock. He thought that it's another fragment of crystal that creates magical fluctuations whenever it's near Hanin's pendant. The research team informed Xia Yang that they have detected a strong power of darkness fluctuation up ahead. Thus, they quickly went a look. Ning Feng thought that the feeling is very similar to the magic that summons the evil god, but more oppressive than anything that he had seen before. Suddenly, a creature with a herd of goblins appeared out of nowhere. The creature signals the goblins. Hence, the goblins quickly charged. Zhang Su told Feng Rui to be careful, which Feng Rui said that they don't have to worry because they got Ning Feng there to protect them. Zhang Su and Feng Rui quickly held off the monsters. The leader of the monsters became furious. The research team were undecided if they should help Ning Feng and his group as the monsters keep coming. Xia Yang thought that Ning Feng and his group must be under a lot of pressure. On the other hand, Wang Yu told Ning Feng that he wanted to try and see if she could defeat the boss, to which Ning Feng said that there would be no problem as he could handle things there. Instantly, Ning Feng eliminated the wave of goblins coming near him. The research team was amazed that Ning Feng is holding back an endless wave of monsters all by himself. Nonetheless, Ning Feng thought that he should let Wang Yu command the battle, because it was perfect timing. The monsters seemed afraid and felt hesitant to come near Ning Feng. The research team was amazed that the monsters are really afraid of Ning Feng. On the other hand, the rest of the group was charging at the boss monster. But the monster created a sandstorm barrier. The monster thought that the barrier would be enough to defend all the attacks. However, it felt strange. Wang Yu's arrow was able to break through the sand barrier. The arrow pierced the boss body. A few minutes ago, a strange group saw a dead worm. They were surprised that there were people present there, and they actually found the entrance. The individuals mentioned the heart of the world as they went inside. They prepared for battle as there could be enemies. But they noticed something strange at the entrance. They mused that it has been breached and it's starting to reject them. Suddenly, they disappeared in an instant. Wang Yu asked Ning Feng if he heard someone talking, but Ning Feng said that he didn't pay attention. Ning Feng was focused on Hanin's pendant absorbing the crystal's energy. Then, Xia Yang said that she heard it too, coming from where they entered. Thus, Feng Rui suggested that they should go and check. All of them went to the entrance. Xia Yang quickly used her magic of light. The light has shown the footprints on the ground. Xia Yang thinks that there is really an intruder as the footprints weren't theirs. Then, she also wondered why the footprints disappear near the exit. Proceeding, they wandered around the area to find the traces. Xia Yang thinks that the intruder might have entered through the secret realm's entrance or some other teleportation method, as the corpses of the monsters were likely the work of the intruder. The guild member also noticed that the intruder's attacks were swift and clean with no signs of prolonged battle. Lao Feng mused that the intruders were speedrunning. Speedrun is a method of clearing secret realms quickly, which involves using the most efficient combat techniques to eliminate monsters while collecting only the most important treasures, leaving everything else behind. The man said that he can't imagine aside from Ningfeng's team is capable of using the speed run. Xiaoyang then said that it could be adventurers from another world. She said that even if it's just her speculation, it's not impossible as there could be more worlds like theirs or even worlds at a higher level. Ningfeng thinks that Xiaoyang was right because he has seen different worlds from the memories of the demon world. Moreover, Xiaoyang said that if the other party comes with good intentions, it would be fine. But if they harbor malicious intent, then they would be facing new enemies on top of the existing monsters. Thus, the man thought that it would be one problem after another. Lao Feng and Lu looked at each other. Lu told Wang Yu that there's something that they would like to ask her opinion on. He asked Wang Yu if the Solemn Lion Guild would be interested in replacing the Azure Sharp Guild as one of the 7 major guilds. Wang Yu was caught off guard by the sudden question. Lu said that he's not afraid of being laughed at, but because of the Parasitic incident, both the Azure Sharp Guild and Epic Guild have encountered serious problems. However, Wang Yu said that she's just a high school student and her guild is only a small guild, which Lu said that there's nothing for her to worry as they have already discussed it. Wang Yu looked at Ningfeng anxiously. Thus, Ningfeng smiled at her. Ningfeng told her to make the decision that feels right to her, as he would support her no matter what. The seniors thought that Ningfeng's promise alone was enough to solidify Wang Yu's position among the 7 major guilds. Shortly, Wang Yu informed them that she's willing to give it a try, and she hopes that they will guide her if there's anything she does wrong. Zhang Su and Su Ting couldn't believe that they're suddenly part of the 7 major guilds. Ningfeng also pondered that Wang Yu, joining the 7 major guilds, has advanced his power-building plan by a huge step. Suddenly, he heard someone talking. He was taken aback with what he heard. He noticed that no one seems to react, so he mused that he's the only one who can hear it. Suddenly, he noticed the pendant lit, which he thought was Hanin's voice. Furthermore, they continued to research the secret realm. Different research teams also helped, and they were relieved that Ningfeng was there. On the other hand, Ningfeng was in the tent with Xiaoyang. Ningfeng was in deep thought, wondering what the voice was about that he heard earlier. Suddenly, he heard someone say Lord God. Ningfeng thought that it was Hanin, which Hanin immediately confirmed that it was him and said to Ningfeng that he's overjoyed to be able to speak with him again. Then, Ningfeng asked Hanin what's happening, which Hanin said that he's not also sure as it seemed like he suddenly regained consciousness. Hanin explained that the heart of the world is the core of a world, formed through the fusion of the laws of the universe. He said that the power within the world is actually the source of God's power. But he mentioned something else to Ningfeng. However, he immediately apologizes as he can't remember because his memory seems to be incomplete. Ningfeng assured him that it's all right and he could take his time to recover. In his mind, Ningfeng really worries about what Hanin was about to mention, making him also wonder if his method of resurrection could have some serious side effects. At the same time, he heard the research team members inform Professor Xie that they have finished the excavation on site. On the other hand, Lao Feng was suggesting that they seal off the secret realm properly as the realm could attract unknown intruders. Then, he asked Wnagu what her thoughts were about it, which flustered Wang Yu in an instant. Lao Feng told her that she's part of the 7 major guilds, so decisions like sealing special secret realms require the approval of at least 3 presidents. Right after the decision is made, they successfully seal the secret realm. In the training camp, at the teacher's dormitory, Ningfeng was about to take a shower, but he froze in shock as Hanin suddenly talked, saying that he remembered. After showering, Ningfeng asked Hanin what he remembered. Hanin suddenly asked Ningfeng to punish him immediately. Ningfeng thought that Hanin is pertaining to the cold water, but Hanin said that it was about his resurrection. Proceeding, Hanin shares that the heart of the world was used by gods a long time ago to revive their loyal followers. Since the heart of the world contains the power of darkness, the gods' followers suffer a terrible backlash, turning into evil gods themselves, and in the end, the gods have no choice but to personally execute their resurrected followers. Hanin wasn't afraid to die, but he can't allow himself to be a burden on Ningfeng. In Ningfeng's mind, he's already an evil god. He pondered that if he told the truth, Hanin would be even more devastated. Seeing Ningfeng troubled, Hanin asked him if he felt any discomfort or anything unusual, to which Ningfeng said that he didn't. Suddenly, the system prompts that he is immune to the backlash of the power of darkness and exempt from all costs when casting forbidden spells. Right after, he asked Hanin if his resurrection only affects him and if it does have any impact on him, to which Hanin said that he's not sure. Then, Ningfeng told Hanin to continue living now that he had been revived. Hanin felt emotional by the way Ningfeng speaks, but he felt that he really doesn't want to be a burden. With Hanin's sincerity, Ningfeng decided to tell Hanin what was on his mind.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and subscribe. And if you'd like to contribute further, you can now buy me a coffee. Every little bit helps in creating more quality content for you. Just click the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description below. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video.